Chapter 1345. Inside the house, Xiaoyan looked at Xiao Jin, who was holding two crystal stones in front of him. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. There was a hint of surprise on his face. The latter quickly got up with a happy face and came to Xiaoyan, handing over the crystal stones in his hand. Last time brother Xiaoyan entered the secret room in a hurry, and it was inconvenient for Longlin to be there, so it was delayed until now. Xiao Jin smiled sincerely, but there was a hint of slyness in his eyes. Although this guy usually spoke a little childishly, his character was quite meticulous. At this moment, he was so frank when he saw Xiaoyan. Seeing this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but chuckle. He took the two purple crystals from the former's hand, and said with a slightly surprised expression on his face, "This is best grade spirit stone, Once Xiao Jin's words were spoken, Xiao Yan's expression immediately became dull. He stared at the two purple-colored spirit stones in his hand, and his heart was incomparably shocked. This was a true treasure that was above all other spirit stones. It was the purest and largest energy in the world. Based on Xiao Yan's knowledge in the past, this thing belonged to the legendary class. It was unexpected that he was actually able to see it today, and it was even in his own hands. This thing. While he was shocked, Xiaoyan also hurriedly looked up at Xiao Jin in front of him. He naturally knew the preciousness of the best-grade spirit stone, but it was also because of this that he must understand the origin of this spirit stone. If it was Xiao Jin, "Brother Xiaoyan, don't worry, this spirit stone was given to me by Grandpa Patriarch, but I don't have any use for it, so I prepared it for you. You need these things now." Appearing to have seen the worried expression between Xiaoyan's brows, Xiao Jin parted his mouth and smiled. Although these words were spoken carelessly, Xiaoyan understood that since it was a top-grade training resource, how could it be useless? It was because this little fellow was thinking about him that he was unwilling to use it. As he thought of this, a warm current immediately surged into Xiaoyan's heart. When he was training outside, he was always worried about his own safety and seldom thought about Xiao Jin. However, the latter had always been thinking about him in his heart. This involuntarily caused him to feel a little guilty. "You can keep the spirit stone, but you must not tell Longlin. That fellow is always staring at me, not letting me leave even a single step. He is so stingy. If he knows, I'm afraid he will tell Grandpa Patriarch." Xiao Jin gently scratched his head, curling his lips as he complained. Xiaoyan pursed his lips and smiled. He naturally understood the dragon tribe's intention. Letting Longlin follow Xiao Jin was because they did not want anything to happen to him. Since the tribe leader of the dragon tribe was willing to give such a top-grade spirit stone to Xiao Jin, it was enough to see how important Xiao Jin was to them. However, it was already useless to talk about this now. After all, since Elder Longlin already knows, why are you standing outside and refusing to come in? Xiaoyan lifted his hand and gently patted Xiao Jin's shoulder. After which, he turned around and faced the door, cupped his hands together respectfully and said, "Haha, Mr. Xiaoyan is too polite. Xiao Jin has acknowledged you as his elder brother, and I usually treat him like an elder brother. Calling me elder is a little too distant. Mr. can call me by my name in the future." As Xiaoyan's words sounded, Longlin indeed walked in from outside the door. However, from the looks of it, he should have just arrived. Xiaoyan could not help but feel somewhat surprised when he heard these words. He glanced at Xiao Jin, who was standing to one side with a cautious expression. Only then did he smile, cupped his hands together towards Longlin and said, "Brother Longlin." The latter smiled and nodded, after which, his gaze once again landed on Xiao Jin. He did not know whether to laugh or to cry as he said, "You brat, the tribe leader gave you this top-grade spirit stone back then to help you quickly raise your cultivation, so that you can step into the origin sect as soon as possible. I never imagined that you would actually keep it for yourself." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jin curled his lips in a somewhat stubborn manner and refuted. "So what? The spirit stone was given to me by the tribe leader, so it's fine if I keep it. Besides, my cultivation has already entered the origin sect, so I haven't let you down." Longlin immediately smiled bitterly when he heard these words. Although this brat's attitude was a little intense, his words were not wrong. Xiao Jin's cultivation had already advanced to a 6-star origin sect, which was already beyond their expectations. If the effects of the top-grade spirit stone were also excluded, then the talent that Xiao Jin had displayed would be far too terrifying. When Xiao Yan heard these words, he could not help but frown slightly. He knew the importance of this spirit stone in his heart. Only then did he look at Long Lin again and said, "Since that is the case, I think it's best to take back this spirit stone. Don't let down the tribe leader's kind intentions." After speaking, Xiao Yan was about to return the spirit stone in his hand to Long Lin, but the latter hurriedly waved his hand to stop him and smiled. "Brother Xiao Yan, you don't have to be like this. Xiao Jin is right. Since his cultivation has already entered the origin sect, the tribe leader will naturally be at ease for the time being. Furthermore, the tribe leader was the one who gave these spirit stones to Xiao Jin, so he should be the one to distribute them. Since he has given these spirit stones to you, you can be at ease and accept them." Xiao Yan was just about to say a few more words when he heard Long Lin's words, but he was stopped by Xiao Jin. After the latter's insistence, Xiao Yan gratefully stored the 2 spirit stones into his storage ring. After receiving the spirit stones, Xiao Yan and Xiao Jin naturally had a hearty chat. Long Lin found an excuse to leave, leaving this opportunity to the two. On the other side, Luo Jin eagerly followed Li Bingrui. He had a foolish smile on his face as he followed beside her. This caused some of the elders in the manor to not know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, they also felt some anticipation. The manor head, Luo Cheng, was busy handling the affairs of the manor every day. Only Bai Hua, Lian and the already deceased little fairy doctor waited in a lonely and desolate manner in the secret room. In the next few days, Xiao Yan found Luo Jin and handed a pill formula to the latter. Although Xiao Yan had most of the required medicinal ingredients, he was still missing a few of the more special key ingredients. Fortunately, he was currently in the Heavenly Cloud Manor. With the enormous resources and manpower of the Heavenly Cloud Manor, it was not difficult to find these ingredients. As for the medicinal pill described in the pill formula, it was the rank 6 medicinal pill that Xiao Yan had prepared for devouring the heavenly flame, the spirit casting pill. In the short span of a week, the hundreds of required medicinal ingredients had all been gathered. Furthermore, as a precaution, 3 portions of each medicinal ingredient had been prepared. This was enough to show the importance that the Heavenly Cloud Manor placed on Xiao Yan. However, although the medicinal ingredients had all been gathered, Xiao Yan did not immediately open the cauldron to refine the pill. Instead, after some hesitation, he first took out the 2 top-grade spirit stones that Xiao Jin had given him. Chapter 1346. Ever since Xiao Yan's cultivation had broken through to the Origin Emperor realm, his spiritual strength had also improved. Although he could barely be called a rank 6 alchemist, it was still just a statement. Until now, Xiao Yan had not refined a single rank 6 pill. Hence, the authenticity of this identity had to be verified. Although he had already gathered all the ingredients needed to refine the casting soul pill, Xiao Yan still chose to increase his strength first just to be safe. The increase in Xiao Yan's cultivation would naturally increase the chances of Xiao Yan successfully refining the casting soul pill from another perspective. Absorbing the natural energy within the top-tier spirit stone at this moment would not only provide some help, but also allow him to consolidate his own cultivation. Otherwise, if he were to continue refining the top-tier spirit stone after swallowing the heavenly flame, the effect he would obtain would definitely be reduced. Therefore, absorbing the energy within the top-tier spirit stone at this moment was the most appropriate time. Within the quiet room, the bright and beautiful sunlight outside the door passed through the window and scattered onto the floor of the room, leaving behind a mottled shadow. At this moment, Xiao Yan was seated cross-legged on the bed. His eyes were tightly shut as his hands formed the training seal. The flame mantra chi method within his body was circulating with a hoo-hoo sound. As he breathed in and out, threads of pure energy would follow Xiao Yan's breath and flow into his body from the top-tier spirit stone that was lying quietly in his embrace. After which, it underwent a simple refinement before finally agglomerating into the vortex. Compared to the high-grade spirit stones that Xiao Yan had used in the past, the top-grade spirit stone was very different. The energy contained within it was especially pure, reaching the point where it could be directly absorbed. In comparison, the world's energy within the top-grade spirit stone was even more vast. Just this one spirit stone alone was enough for Xiaoyan to break through to 3 stars. If he completely absorbed and refined these 2 spirit stones, his cultivation would definitely be able to step into 4 stars. It might even be possible for him to become a 5-star origin emperor. With this thought, Xiaoyan's emotions could not help but become fiery. He became even more eager to refine and absorb the spirit stone. As the flame art cultivation method in Xiaoyan's body rapidly circulated, waves of pure and vast energy crazily surged into his body. As the enormous energy surged into the meridians in his body, Xiaoyan's body could not help but tremble. After a long while he gradually became accustomed to it. With a thought, the enormous energy began to circulate in an orderly manner. After circulating along the route of the flame art cultivation method for a cycle, it converged into the vortex space and became a part of Xiaoyan's body. The majestic energy all over his body caused Xiaoyan's breathing to become a little hurried. Fortunately, the energy did not possess any wild and violent character. Although it was pure and majestic, it could be considered gentle. Under this endless refinement and absorption, the aura of Xiaoyan's body swiftly rose. Even the empty space around him began to fluctuate intensely. Under Xiaoyan's refining, the Genesis Qi in his body gradually filled up, and everything slowly began to return to the right track. Given Xiaoyan's current cultivation, although the energy contained in the supreme grade spirit stone was enormous, it was not enough to make him panic. Everything proceeded as smoothly as moving clouds and flowing water. As for what level he would reach after completely absorbing and refining the 2 spirit stones, that would depend on the results. After Xiaoyan entered a slow refining state, the courtyard he was in became a forbidden area of the heavenly cloud villa. In the outside world, Bai Hua and Lian were still patiently guarding the ice coffin. Although Li Bingrui was stubborn, her heart of ice that had never melted for thousands of years was still slightly moved by Luo Jin's thoughts. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Zhen was seated cross-legged on the peak of the wretched disaster mountain range. As the last wisp of energy in his body converged into the vortex, he slowly opened his eyes. His brows were slightly furrowed, and a look of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists, feeling the power in his body that had not changed much. A gloomy look involuntarily flitted across his eyes. It's been 2 months. Although my injuries have all healed, my cultivation still hasn't shown any results. I'm still quite a distance away from reaching the Source Ancestor realm. The 2 months had allowed Su Zhen to completely recover from the serious injury he had suffered the last time. Although his cultivation had advanced a little, it was very little. Additionally, Xiaoyan had not died. This caused Su Zhen's heart to be even more dissatisfied. Hihi, what are you so anxious for? Since your cultivation has already reached this level, it's only a matter of time before you break through to the Source Ancestor realm. As for Xiaoyan, he was lucky enough to escape the previous time. Next time, we must ensure that he has no way to survive. Yu Du's figure slowly appeared in the void beside Su Zhen. He gently patted Su Zhen's shoulder, and a sinister look appeared in his gloomy old eyes. He did not notice the gloomy and cold glint that flashed across the depths of Su Zhen's eyes when he looked at him. Teacher, why don't this disciple go find another prey? As long as my cultivation breaks through to the Source Ancestor realm, we can go and kill Xiaoyan again. I don't believe that there will be anyone who will die for him this time. Su Zhen smiled sinisterly, and a bloodthirsty look appeared in his eyes. His 5 fingers suddenly clenched, and a ferocious force actually caused the space under his hand to explode. It was a terrifying sight. However, when Yu Du saw this, the expression on his old face instantly changed, and he hurriedly shouted in a deep voice. Absolutely not. You know about the melting poison hand. It can indeed help you raise your cultivation, but if you want to rely on it to break through the bottleneck, don't tell me you don't want to live anymore. You're your teacher's only disciple. If you get rid of this matter, what will happen to my life's worth of knowledge? Hearing this, Su Zhen's face tightened. He frowned slightly and hurriedly apologized. This disciple is impatient for revenge, which is why I said such impulsive words. Teacher, please don't blame me. However, this disciple also hopes to raise his cultivation as soon as possible and settle the matter of the past for teacher. That's why. Forget it, this old man also understands your thoughts. However, you must remember that the path of cultivation is still about gradual progress. You must not be too hasty. As for Xiaoyan, it won't be too late to kill him in the future. The most important thing for you now is to cultivate steadily. After a simple reprimand, Yudu patted Su Zhen's shoulder to comfort him. Su Zhen respectfully lowered his head, rested for a moment, and once again entered the state of cultivation. Seeing this, Yudu nodded slightly. He slowly took a breath and glanced at Su Zhen's calm face. His gloomy old eyes faintly flickered, and with a twist of his body, he turned into a ray of light and rushed back into Su Zhen's body. Chapter 1347. Space rippled endlessly in the quiet room as wave after wave of boundless energy swiftly surged, forming a large pillar of qi that frantically poured into the body of the young man seated on the bed. In the face of such an endless influx of energy, his body was akin to a bottomless pit. No matter how much energy was poured in, there was no sign of it overflowing. Ever since Xiaoyan had refined the first top-tier spirit stone, he had maintained this state for nearly a week. During this period of time, his body did not move even a little like a rock. Only the dim glow of the spirit stone in his chest, and the empty space around his body trembled unceasingly within the room. This caused the natural energy to surge in the air above the room where he was located, emitting waves of whistling wind. With the terrifying energy contained within the top-grade spirit stone, and the blaze mantra's refinement, wave after wave of extremely pure Genesis qi flowed in Xiaoyan's meridians like the tide. Moreover, there was also quite a bit of natural energy mixed within. After being refined and absorbed, it was transformed into pure Genesis qi that fused into the vortex in Xiaoyan's body. However, although there was a lot of natural energy, after being refined by the heavenly flame and the blaze mantra, the amount of pure Genesis qi that could be absorbed by Xiaoyan was naturally not much. However, it was still better than nothing. What's more, cultivation was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Everything accumulated over a long period of time, reaching an extremely terrifying level. Otherwise, the result of relying on external items to raise one's strength would definitely not end well. No matter how good the cultivation resources were, they were after all only shortcuts to external items. If one placed too much emphasis on them, it would likely produce the opposite effect. However, if one were to really talk about it, this really appeared to be the first time that Xiaoyan had relied on a spirit stone to break through his cultivation. Although he had used a high-grade spirit stone to help his incarnation raise its strength in the past, if one were to really talk about it, it was not something that Xiaoyan himself used. Hence, this could not be considered an external object. Under Xiaoyan's cultivation, the majority of the natural energy contained within the top-grade spirit stone was completely absorbed by Xiaoyan in a week's time. His cultivation naturally advanced to the level of a 3-star origin emperor. From the looks of it, he was already an advanced 3-star origin emperor, and was not far away from 4 stars. Taking advantage of the fact that the Genesis qi in his body had yet to be completely absorbed, Xiaoyan immediately took out another top-grade spirit stone. In addition to the continuous infusion of natural energy around him, his cultivation broke through again, reaching the level of a 4-star origin emperor. However, this was clearly not the end. There was still a lot of energy left in the top-grade spirit stone. With this energy, he might be able to break through to the level of a 5-star origin emperor in one go. With this thought, Xiaoyan's heart suddenly burned with excitement. As the space around him fluctuated more and more violently, waves of pure energy continuously poured into the vortex in his body. The combination of the top-grade spirit stone and natural energy strengthened Xiaoyan's aura. In just a few hours, his cultivation had completely stabilized at the initial level of a 4-star origin emperor. Over the next few days, Xiaoyan focused all of his attention on absorbing the pure energy within the top-grade spirit stone. This caused the Genesis qi flowing in his meridians to become increasingly vigorous. Every circulation would bring him nearly endless power. This feeling of fullness caused Xiaoyan's aura to rise faster and faster. When he reached the advanced 4-star origin emperor stage, the energy within the spirit stone gradually depleted, and the surrounding Genesis qi slowly became insufficient to support him. If this continued, Xiaoyan's aura would likely stagnate. However, the more he reached such a stage, the calmer the emotions that Xiaoyan displayed were. He continued to absorb the mottled energy around him for his own use, while withdrawing all the remaining Genesis Qi within the veins in his body, and suppressing it back into the vortex space. Since he had already reached such a stage, Xiaoyan's strength would rise again if he could charge forward with all his strength and forcefully break through. When the vortex space in his body was completely filled, and his Qi paths were filled with Genesis Qi, Xiaoyan's body trembled slightly as he slowly clenched his fists. His eyebrows tightened as a sense of urgency formed within his body, suppressing the vortex space and causing it to undergo a change. The originally abundant Genesis Qi within it was no longer at peace. As the pressure in his body gradually increased, Xiaoyan felt as if there was a wild beast within his body that was about to furiously charge out. This situation lasted for more than 2 hours. On the bed, Xiaoyan's face was already covered in beads of sweat, and his back was drenched in sweat. His face was flushed red, and the aura in his body grew increasingly tense, as if on the verge of bursting. The space around him constantly surged, and circle after circle of invisible spatial ripples spread, causing the furniture and decorations in the room to tremble. Until a certain moment, Xiaoyan's tightly shut eyes suddenly lifted his head. His eyes were wide open and filled with malevolence. His 2 fists, bulging with veins, slammed against each other in front of his chest. As powerful energy ripples unfurled, an invisible barrier in Xiaoyan's body suddenly shattered. At the same time, Xiaoyan's body suddenly shook. He stood up, and the breath that was suppressed within his chest suddenly transformed into a thunder-like long roar. It actually sent the roof flying. An earth-shaking cry spread over the place like a bolt from the blue. The expressions of quite a number of people within the heavenly cloud villa suddenly changed. Bai Hua and Lian Er, Luo Jin and Li Bingrui, the small golden dragon scale, Hua Zhu, and the upper echelons of the Luo clan swiftly rushed over after hearing the sound. All they saw was that Xiaoyan was currently standing in the empty air. The clothes on his upper body were completely shattered, revealing his white and firm body. A powerful aura and pressure was spreading from his body in waves. However, this was not the end. With the breakthrough of Xiaoyan's cultivation, the vast and mighty natural energy in the area was once again attracted, forming an enormous energy tornado above Xiaoyan's head. The tornado whistled as the enormous energy pillar entered Xiaoyan's body from the top of his head. Under the crazy refinement of the heavenly flame, it was completely refined into waves of pure Genesis Qi that was absorbed into his body within a short period of time. By the time the tornado scattered, Xiaoyan's aura had completely stabilized at the initial 5-star Origin Emperor level. The entire process only lasted for less than half a month. In half a month, Xiaoyan had leapt from a 2-star Origin Emperor to a 5-star Origin Emperor. Although most of this was due to the effects of the Supreme Great Spirit Stone, it was ultimately a fortuitous encounter of Xiaoyan's own. This made many people envious. Chapter 1348. In the sky above the heavenly cloud villa, Xiaoyan slowly withdrew his powerful presence. A sliver of satisfaction appeared on his face. The expenditure of 2 supreme great spiritual stones had brought him the greatest benefit. He had advanced by 3 whole stars, and he had even used the opportunity earlier to completely consolidate his cultivation at early 5th-star Origin Emperor. Xiaoyan had made the best use of the 2 supreme great spiritual stones. You've succeeded? At the same time that Xiaoyan landed in the courtyard below, Luo Jin and the others swiftly came forward. Their faces were filled with joy as they looked at the former. Xiaoyan's gaze involuntarily swept over Li Bingrui's lovely body by the side as he looked at Luo Jin, who had clearly become much more spirited. Immediately he smiled and nodded. Hehe, it's not just a success. You've actually used 2 supreme great spiritual stones to increase your cultivation by 3 stars. This is something that's extremely rare even in the past. You've really benefited greatly this time, kid. Luo Ao smiled and came forward. His turbid old eyes sized up Xiaoyan's body. Even with this old man's temperament, he could not help but praise and sigh emotionally at this moment. The remaining few people beside him also involuntarily raised their eyebrows when these words were uttered. Everyone turned their gazes to Xiaoyan with surprised faces. The latter smiled in a somewhat embarrassed manner and said, "Don't worry. He smiled awkwardly and said, "I was just lucky earlier." Everyone naturally scoffed when they heard these words. When it came to training, all that mattered was one's success. Who would really believe in luck? As long as one could succeed, this was Xiao Yan's ability. They had lived for so many years. Naturally, they would not simply think about it because of these words. "I never thought that in just half a year, the gap between your cultivation and mine would be so great." Beside Luo Jin, Li Bingrui involuntarily curled her mouth when she saw Xiao Yan in this manner. Her tone contained an unwillingness. It had only been half a year, but Xiao Yan's cultivation had leaped from the peak of the Origin King class to the level of a 5-star Origin Emperor. Looking at her, her cultivation was still lingering at the level of a 2-star Origin King. Although she was not far from a 3-star Origin King, she felt ashamed when compared to Xiao Yan in front of her. "But I still say the same thing. If you want to kill me to avenge your master, I'm always ready." Xiao Yan smiled faintly when he heard that. He spoke half-jokingly. Li Bingrui glared fiercely at him when she heard that. She then looked at Luo Jin, who was smiling at her foolishly. She snorted and said, "Forget it. For this guy's sake, I can put this matter aside for now. We'll talk about it in the future." The moment these words were uttered, everyone present immediately gathered their gazes onto Luo Jin. This was especially the case for Xiao Yan. His gaze clearly revealed some surprise. He naturally understood Li Bingrui's icy-cold demeanor that had not melted for 10,000 years. However, this fellow was able to get her to utter such words. It was sufficient to see just how much effort Luo Jin had put in for Li Bingrui. It was also Luo Jin's ability to make such an icy beauty melt. After everyone laughed and chatted for a while, the others left one after another. Only Xiao Yan's group, Xiao Jin and Long Lin were left. Huozhu stayed for a while, then looked at Long Lin and left together. "Haha, you're really not simple. 2 supreme grade spirit stones. It can be said that you made the best use of them. You broke through 3 stars in one go, and became a 5-star Origin Emperor. With such a cultivation, you can be considered to have a foothold in the central region." Luo Jin laughed heartily. Bai Hua and Lianer looked at each other and nodded. Xiao Yan lowered his eyebrows and sighed softly. "This is still not enough. Compared to the power of the Dui sect, this bit of strength is far from enough." The atmosphere in the arena suddenly stilled when Xiao Yan's words were uttered. The few of them looked at each other and were silent. They were naturally clear about the meaning behind Xiao Yan's words. The matter of the little fairy doctor had already become a huge knot in Xiao Yan's heart. If he was unable to untie this knot, it was likely that even his training path would be affected. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's current state of mind was still considered calm. After everyone chatted for a while, Xiao Yan was led by Luo Jin to the largest square in the Heavenly Cloud Villa. The Sky Array platform was the largest square in the Heavenly Cloud Villa. It was also one of the symbols of the Heavenly Cloud Villa. Due to the fact that the square was filled with mysterious formation runes, it was also an important place where countless disciples of the Heavenly Cloud Villa used to practice their formations. However, an exception was made today. All the disciples of the Luo clan were not allowed to enter the square. Everything here was handed over to Xiao Yan for no other reason than the fact that Xiao Yan was going to refine the casting spirit pill here. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was the first time Xiao Yan had come into contact with a rank 6 medicinal pill. At this moment, his chances of successfully refining it were not high. Hence, at this moment, he needed to borrow some external assistance. For example, a heavenly flame and a medicinal cauldron. Xiao Yan already possessed these 2 items, so there was naturally no need to mention them. Other than ensuring his safety, Xiao Yan had also taken into account some specific environmental factors. With the help of the Sky Array platform, if Xiao Yan only had a 50% chance of successfully refining the casting spirit pill before, now he had a 60 to 70% chance of success. Other than being a structure formed by countless formations, the Sky Array platform also had the ability to draw in natural energy. By borrowing this ability to assist in refining the pill, it would undoubtedly increase the chances of successfully refining the pill. At the center of the Sky Array platform, there was a tall array platform. 4 stone steps surrounded it, and a white jade stone pillar stood at each corner. There were mountains, rivers, birds and beasts, as well as water and fire totems. In addition, it was filled with mysterious talismans. Although there were no spirit stones to operate them, they still flickered with a dim golden light. It was quite mysterious. Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily flickered. Soon after, he lifted his feet and stepped onto the array platform under the gazes of the crowd behind him. At the center of the array platform, there was a protruding white jade praying mat. Other than the talisman markings on the ground around it, Xiao Yan also discovered some old marks left behind by heavy objects. With a glance, he knew that these marks were left behind by a medicinal cauldron. After pondering for a while in his heart, Xiao Yan immediately understood. Luo Ao had said that the ancestors of the Luo clan were once famous for refining weapons. Although they only flourished for a short period of time, it was likely that the marks of this medicinal cauldron were left behind. He wondered if he would be able to successfully refine a rank 6 medicinal pill with the help of his predecessors. Xiao Yan sighed in his heart. Immediately, he moved and sat cross-legged on this white jade futon. He gently exhaled a breath of air, after which he flicked his finger and an enormous green-gold medicinal cauldron rose out of his storage ring. Chapter 1349. The huge medicinal cauldron, which was entirely green-gold in color and covered with various landscapes of mountains and rivers, landed heavily on the stone platform. When the huge and heavy medicinal cauldron landed, it emitted a buzzing sound when it collided with the stone platform. Xiao Yan took a deep breath as he gazed at the completely repaired medicinal cauldron. His eyes flashed. After Luo Ao's repair, the Luo Tian cauldron was even more domineering than before. The cracks all over its body had disappeared, replaced by an even thicker and more stable aura. The azure gold medicinal cauldron reflected a strange azure-colored light under the sunlight. At first glance, it looked as though a flame was burning on it. When one touched it, one would find that it was not as cold as an ordinary medicinal cauldron, but instead had a faint warmth. It was indeed different from a medicinal cauldron ranked on the heavenly cauldron list. After the surprise on his face, Xiao Yan opened his mouth. As he circulated the Genesis Qi in his body, a raging purple flame spat out from his mouth. After a moment of twisting and turning, it poured into the medicinal cauldron through the fire entry hole. Immediately, it exploded, transforming into a large cluster of raging flames that continued to churn within the medicinal cauldron, raising the temperature of the medicinal cauldron even more. While the Genesis Qi within Xiao Yan's body was being maneuvered, an unusual phenomenon suddenly occurred on the heaven array stage where he was located. The originally calm symbols on the ground suddenly flickered and spread. They spread to the 4 sides of the stone stage and stopped along the edges of the 4 stone pillars. Subsequently, circular light continued to climb until the 4 stone pillars were completely lit up. Golden light lingered and shot out from the 4 stone pillars, after which, it gathered at one spot. Finally, it formed a golden formation barrier in the sky above the stone stage. From the looks of it, it should have been left behind by the predecessors. The tensed emotions in Xiao Yan's heart finally began to relax as he watched the scene in front of him. At the same time, he was also surprised by the tactics of a formation master. To think that there was such a method hidden within these seemingly ordinary symbols. If he had not maneuvered the Genesis Qi in his body earlier, it was likely that he would not have discovered the special connection between these symbols. This was especially the case for the 4 stone pillars. The drawings on them caused him to be extremely surprised. Xiao Yan withdrew his mind. His gaze once again landed on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. As the flame rose within it, Xiao Yan waved his sleeve. Light rapidly flickered on his storage ring as one medicinal ingredient after another immediately flew out. They were wrapped in Genesis Qi as they floated in the air above the medicinal cauldron. There was a shocking number of them. At a glance, they gave off a beautiful feeling. The spirit casting pill was a grade 6 pill that had the effect of stabilizing one's spirit source. Once used, it would strengthen one's spirit power. It was a rare treasure for alchemists and array masters. Of course, the effects of the spirit casting pill could not be stacked. Hence, one could only use it once in one's lifetime. If one used it more than once, it would no longer be of any use. The ingredients needed to refine it were quite numerous. There were roughly 500 types, and the majority of them were precious ingredients that could strengthen one's spirit power. They were priceless existences on the market, and several of them had been obtained by Xiao Yan through luck. At most, he could only use them twice. If he failed, the spirit casting pill would be a complete failure. Once the pill was formed, the spirit casting pill's special effects would allow one to resist the power of the heavenly fire and refine Huozhu's body. It was a pretty good choice. Xiao Yan carefully looked at the pill formula in his hand a couple of times. After memorizing some of the key points in his mind, Xiao Yan finally inhaled a deep breath of air, after which he slowly exhaled. The instant he lifted his head, a fire glow flickered deep within his eyes. When the temperature within the medicinal cauldron reached a certain peak, Xiao Yan suddenly raised his hand and slammed it onto the medicinal cauldron. The instant a clear collision sound appeared, quite a number of the hundreds of medicinal ingredients that were suspended around the medicinal cauldron rushed into the medicinal cauldron. Soon after, the unceasing raging fire within swallowed them. Under the wild refinement of the heavenly flame, waves of turbid viscous liquids surfaced on the surface of the medicinal ingredients. Some of them formed a hard surface, while some of them emitted waves of wild and violent energy that temporarily blocked the attack of the heavenly flame. However, Xiao Yan was unconcerned about all of this. He calmed his heart, and his cross-legged seated body did not move. Both of his eyes were slowly shut tightly. By relying on his enormous spiritual strength, everything within the medicinal cauldron landed in his mind without any mistake. For hours later, the medicinal ingredients within the medicinal cauldron had all undergone changes. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the purple flame, all of the medicinal ingredients were completely refined into pure powder and medicinal liquid, after which, they gradually merged together under the exquisite control of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength. The first step had been safely passed. This was indeed within Xiao Yan's expectations. However, the second step, pill fusion, would likely not be so smooth. It was precisely because most of the ingredients were of similar attributes that there were much fewer medicinal ingredients needed to harmonize the medicinal properties. This was not because there were insufficient medicinal ingredients, but because the spirit casting pill's characteristics were as such. Due to the excessive pursuit of enhancing one's spiritual strength, the refinement method was excessively extreme. The spiritual strength contained within the medicinal liquid and powder was excessively vast, and the medicinal properties were naturally even more intense. Fusing them together was naturally not an easy task. At the beginning of the fusion process, the first step was to fuse several medicinal liquids and powders with relatively mild medicinal properties. Once the medicinal properties gradually stabilized, the fused viscous ointment would slowly be mixed together. Although the process sounded simple, truly fusing the enormous medicinal properties within the medicinal liquids together was not an easy task. Relying on stubborn patience and tremendous spiritual strength, the initial fusion process lasted for nearly 2 hours. Even Xiao Yan's Genesis Qi and spiritual strength had been consumed by quite a bit. Fortunately, everything was still considered stable. Within the medicinal cauldron, most of the originally hundreds of medicinal liquids and powders of different sizes had already been completely condensed, forming a dozen new viscous medicinal balls the size of a palm. The medicinal properties within had basically fused together. Although it was not perfect, it was stable on the same level. At the very least, there would not be any energy riots. Next, it was time for the remaining dozen medicinal balls to fuse together. If they succeeded, the most crucial step of the spirit casting pill would be considered to have passed. However, when 2 of the medicinal balls gradually approached each other under Xiao Yan's control, berserk energy undulations abruptly surged out from the 2 medicinal balls, ruthlessly slamming into the inner walls of the medicinal cauldron. Immediately, a loud and clear sound wave rapidly spread, causing the entire medicinal cauldron to tremble. Chapter 1350. The enormous green-gold medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yan on the sky array stage trembled violently a couple of times. A clear collision sound suddenly appeared. Even Xiao Yan, who was seated on the prayer mat, had a change in expression. A thought passed through his mind, and an enormous spiritual strength was immediately poured into the medicinal cauldron in front of him. By relying on the heavenly flame, he was able to gradually suppress the two wild, violent energy ripples. The body of the cauldron gradually stabilized. Fortunately, the remaining medicinal balls within the medicinal cauldron did not suffer much of an impact under the wrapping of the heavenly flame. Otherwise, once the energy contained within those medicinal balls exploded, it was likely that it would cause quite a big commotion. Did something happen? Outside the Heaven Array platform, Luo Jin frowned as he lifted his head to look at Xiaoyan. Due to the isolation of the array, he couldn't see the contents inside, but the energy undulations just now made his heart tighten. Don't be anxious. Don't worry. How can refining pills be so easy? It's reasonable to encounter some trouble. I believe that the little guy will be able to solve it. Besides, you and I are outsiders. Even if something really happens, what can we do? It's better to wait for his good news in peace. While Luo Jin was feeling nervous, Luo Ao had unknowingly appeared in the crowd. He gently patted Luo Jin's shoulder, suppressing Luo Jin's anxious emotions. Only then did Luo Jin sigh softly and calm down again. Although this place had calmed down, the group of Luo clan disciples behind them were currently making a ruckus. Their endless chatter was like a ferocious beast hovering above everyone's heads, causing the emotions in the hearts of Luo Jin and the rest to be stirred up once again. Seeing this situation, Luo Ao helplessly curled his lips. He turned around and berated them, causing everyone present to immediately leave like the receding tide of the sea. At the same time, Xiaoyan's brows were tightly knitted together. While his mind was racing, he quickly raised his hands. Genesis Chi gathered in his palms as he slammed his palms into the medicinal cauldron. Together with the pressure of his spirit power, invisible waves of energy formed in the medicinal cauldron, temporarily suppressing the energy suppressed in the medicine balls. Soon after, the two medicine balls from before slowly approached each other and began to merge again. Chi chi chi. When the two came into contact, the two energies contained within them immediately began to churn and collide. The originally round surfaces of the two medicinal clusters were churning unceasingly at this moment. They were just like living creatures. Wave after wave of energy ripples repeatedly collided at the point where the two came into contact. Despite Xiaoyan suppressing them, this merger process still appeared incomparably strenuous. However, Xiaoyan also understood that this was merely the beginning. The 10+ medicinal clusters needed to undergo repeated merging until all of the medicinal clusters were merged into one. Moreover, the energy within them would be maintained in a balanced state and would no longer erupt. This process would definitely be long and difficult. Xiaoyan's heart was filled with joy as he looked at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's heart was filled with joy. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed since Xiaoyan began the process of merging the pill. During these 6 days, waves of intense energy ripples would occasionally be emitted from the sky array stage. That scene caused some of the passers-by outside of the stage to be extremely shocked. At this moment, in front of Xiaoyan, there were only 2 medicinal balls left of the dozen or so medicinal balls in the cauldron. These 2 medicinal balls were the product of fusing all the medicinal balls. Although the enormous energy within the dozen or so medicinal balls had been fused, the size of the 2 medicinal balls was not as shocking as imagined. They were still the size of a palm, and all the impurities within them had been removed. After being refined by the strange fire, the surface of the 2 medicinal balls had become even rounder and glossier. Although the pills had not been formed, one could already smell a trace of pill fragrance, which made one feel refreshed. Xiaoyan's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. His gaze stared intently at the 2 medicinal clusters within the medicinal cauldron. He inhaled a deep breath of air and held it in his chest. After which, he carefully and cautiously controlled the flame within the medicinal cauldron, controlling the 2 medicinal clusters to slowly approach each other. As long as this step could be completed, there was nothing to be worried about in the following steps. Under the isolation of the heavenly flame, within the medicinal cauldron, the 2 medicinal clusters slowly approached each other at an extremely slow speed. The short distance of a few inches lasted for nearly half an hour. At this moment, Xiaoyan's forehead was already covered by dense perspiration. His pair of dark black eyes stared intently at the 2 medicinal clusters within the medicinal cauldron. Only when the surface of the two gradually came together did Xiao Yan leisurely exhale the breath that he had held in his chest. Just as Xiao Yan was about to let out a sigh of relief in his heart, an energy fluctuation that was even more violent than the past few days suddenly surged out from the place where the two collided. It forcefully extinguished the fierce purple flames around the two, and then violently collided with the inner wall of the cauldron. Clang! The heavy cauldron suddenly trembled. Even the entire stone platform Xiao Yan was on shook. The formation barrier above his head fluctuated violently. Only then was it able to resist the aftermath of the shock. At this moment, Xiao Yan's expression also changed drastically. He hurriedly mobilized all of his remaining spiritual strength and poured it all into the cauldron. With a wave of his sleeve, the fierce flames enveloped the entire cauldron from the outside. A powerful aura and pressure swept out from his body, forcefully resisting the abnormality within the cauldron. Although this was the case, it had yet to reach the stage where it could be calmed down. When Xiao Yan focused his gaze and stared intently at the space between the two medicinal lumps, a purple flame surfaced deep within his eyes. Everything in front of his eyes also became even clearer. At a certain instant, Xiao Yan absent-mindedly saw the intense battle between the two medicinal lumps as the energy eroded and merged. Under Xiao Yan's observation, the energy within the two medicinal lumps was indeed soaring at an extremely fast speed. If this speed continued, it would not take long before all of the energy within the two medicinal lumps would merge together. Logically speaking, this was indeed something to be happy about. However, what caused Xiao Yan to be solemn at this moment was that although the spiritual strength within the medicinal lumps was increasing explosively, the energy that was used to balance the stability of the medicinal lumps was rapidly flowing away under this intense consumption. If this continued, the final result of the merging of the medicinal lumps would be to form a frightening spiritual strength that no one could control. Once this energy exploded within the heavenly cloud villa, the result would be unimaginable. This time around, Xiao Yan could be said to have merged a terrifying bomb with this pill merger. Chapter 1351. Clang clang clang. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged in front of the medicinal cauldron, his brows tightly knitted together. His expression was grave as he stared intently at the two gradually fusing medicinal balls in the cauldron. His heart sank to rock bottom. The situation in the cauldron was no longer under his control. Even if he used all of his spirit power and Genesis Chi to stabilize it, the result was still unsatisfactory. The remaining balanced medicinal strength within the two medicinal balls was still rapidly decreasing. Waves of powerful soul ripples that caused one's heart to palpitate spread out from within the medicinal cauldron. The majestic energy aura was simply shocking. Every time the enormous soul strength within the medicinal cauldron fluctuated, the sturdy array barrier that enveloped the stone platform outside the medicinal cauldron would also tremble intensely. Such a commotion immediately alarmed many people within the villa. Outside the sky array platform, Luo Ao and the others frowned. They could not help but become nervous as they felt the powerful spirit undulations spreading from the platform. Beside them, the 7 heroes of the Luo clan arrived one after another. Even Luo Cheng had appeared. This immediately caused a commotion in the crowd. Curious gazes gathered at the center of the sky array platform. Although they couldn't see clearly, they could feel the terror within. Patriarch, what should we do? A Luo clan elder behind Luo Cheng asked in a low voice as he stepped forward. What can we do? Refining pills isn't fighting. How can we help just because we want to? In this situation, the only thing we can do is to make preparations to prevent any unforeseen events from happening. Hearing this, Luo Cheng frowned and reprimanded him. Only then did the latter hurriedly withdraw respectfully. After which, he led the elders of the Luo clan to set up a huge array barrier outside the sky array platform, covering the entire sky array platform. At this moment, the space beside Luo Cheng became slightly distorted. Immediately, Huozhu's figure appeared. Seeing Huozhu, Luo Cheng hurriedly bowed. Huozhu waved his hand and continued to look towards the depths of the sky array platform. With his powerful cultivation, Huozhu could clearly see Xiao Yan's current situation. He couldn't help but frown. The spirit power in the medicinal cauldron had reached an extremely terrifying level. Based on the current situation, It wouldn't be long before the spirit power in the medicinal pill exploded. The array barrier alone was likely unable to withstand the impact of the spirit storm. Moreover, Xiaoyan was still inside. Once the medicinal pill exploded, he would be the first to bear the brunt of the explosion. With this thought in mind, Huozhu couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. He then turned to Luo Cheng. Patriarch Luo, let's disperse the array barrier. Hearing this, Luo Cheng's expression froze. He wanted to refute, but when he saw the calm expression on Huozhu's face, he nodded hesitantly and ordered the elders of the Luo clan to disperse the huge array barrier that enveloped the entire sky array platform. Elder, this old man will do it. Huozhu's body trembled, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared on the stone platform at the center of the sky array platform. Even the array formed by the 4 stone pillars couldn't stop him. The powerful energy of a source venerable was fully displayed at this moment. A powerful spiritual storm swept out from the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiaoyan the moment Huozhu appeared on the stone platform. At this moment, Xiaoyan might have sensed the arrival of Huozhu, but he could not afford to be distracted by the situation within the medicinal cauldron in front of him. All he could do was use all his strength to stabilize the situation within the medicinal cauldron. Kid, you just need to follow what this old man says. I'm afraid that you will need to use all your strength in the following process. Huozhu's tone was solemn as he glanced at the huge medicinal pill that was violently churning in the medicinal cauldron. He didn't care if Xiaoyan listened to him as he waved his sleeve. Immediately, an invisible flame surged out, covering the entire medicinal cauldron in the blink of an eye. The frightening temperature caused even the runes on the array platform to distort slightly. Tiny cracks even appeared on them. Kid, stop now. Withdraw all the heavenly flames and spiritual strength. Huozhu let out a low cry. The expression in Xiaoyan's eyes immediately shook. He immediately withdrew his consciousness from the medicinal cauldron in front of him. He didn't dare to hesitate as a thought passed through his mind, withdrawing all the heavenly flames and the spiritual strength that had spread out. At the same time, a powerful aura surged out from within Huozhu's body, suppressing the energy waves that were wildly colliding against the inner walls of the medicinal cauldron. While the medicinal pill was trembling rapidly, a thought passed through Huozhu's mind. An even more powerful spiritual strength immediately gathered crazily within the Luo Tian cauldron. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a small, invisible medicinal cauldron that wrapped around the medicinal pill. The invisible flame quickly followed and began to refine it. With Huozhu's spiritual strength suppressing it, and the wild refinement of the fallen heart flame, the wild and violent spiritual strength within the medicinal pill was forcefully mixed together. However, this method was after all relying on an external force to forcefully mix them together. It was unable to truly merge the pill. What was required in order to perfectly merge those energies was Xiaoyan's personal refinement. Xiaoyan, the old me will use my body to suppress the energy within this medicinal pill and stop it from rampaging. However, remember, this is only temporary. You must successfully refine this medicinal pill before the old me's spiritual strength is completely exhausted. Otherwise, the consequences will likely be even more serious than now. Huozhu's solemn voice was once again transmitted over while Xiaoyan was panting intensely. When the former raised his head to take a look, Huozhu's body gradually became illusionary. Finally, it transformed into a cluster of invisible flame that entered the medicinal cauldron. It agglomerated into a small cluster of flame that lingered above the small medicinal cauldron, constantly suppressing the medicinal pill within it. Seeing this scene, the expression on Xiaoyan's face instantly froze. This scene had also appeared on Hai Machin and the others back then. Dissolving the physical body and returning to the original body. Once the spiritual origin was dispersed, the Huozhu before him would completely return to the original body and become an ownerless object. The power of the fallen heart flame would also erupt without restraint. The consequences would be unimaginable. It was also because of this that Huozhu had requested him to refine the spirit casting pill and use it to refine the fallen heart flame before his spiritual origin was completely exhausted. Huff! After exhaling a long breath, Xiaoyan's state of mind gradually tensed up. With a flip of his palm, he took out a few medicinal pills from his storage ring and consumed them. He felt waves of warmth gradually spreading within his body. Only then did his gaze return to the medicinal cauldron before him. With a thought, purple flames immediately surged out. Chapter 1352. As the energy fluctuation within the medicinal cauldron was suppressed, the huge medicinal pill that had already fused together could be considered to have taken shape. The medicinal strength within it was mixed together under the pressure of the fallen heart flame and Huozhu's enormous spiritual strength. Although it was in one place, it was as messy as hemp. At this moment, what Xiaoyan needed to do was to sort out this mass of indiscernible and chaotic energy. With the help of Huozhu's strength, Xiaoyan could be considered to have barely passed this stage. Although there were some dangers during this period, it was not as if he did not gain anything. Other than his own powerful spiritual strength, this embryonic pill also contained a portion of Huozhu's spiritual strength. It was also because of this spiritual strength that it was able to balance out the rest of the energy. If this medicinal pill could be successfully refined, Xiaoyan believed that it would be the most special and powerful casting spirit pill in history. In the past, other than the rich spiritual strength, the rest of the casting spirit pills were used to balance the medicinal properties. However, this casting spirit pill was mainly made up of spiritual strength. The rest of the miscellaneous energy had long been exhausted. Once the pill was refined, its effect would naturally surpass the casting spirit pill that everyone knew. Outside the sky array platform, everyone sensed that the energy fluctuation at the center of the stone platform had gradually dissipated. Only then did they secretly sigh in relief. Luo Cheng and the few villa elders beside him also looked at each other. They knew that with Huozhu's help this time, this accident could be considered to have come to an end. However, what surprised them was that Huozhu did not appear again after entering the depths of the sky array platform. As for what exactly had happened, it was likely that only Xiaoyan knew about it. Since the problem has been solved, the next refinement should only be a matter of time. Luo Jin sighed as he looked at the depths of the sky array platform. The expression on his face had also calmed down as the energy fluctuation calmed down. Hearing this, Luo Ao beside him could not help but smile and say, "Haha, the casting soul pill can be considered as a high-grade pill amongst tier 6 pills, and is rather difficult to refine. If this little fellow is really able to successfully refine it on his first try, that would truly be unbelievable. According to what I know, even some of the young disciples of some alchemy clans in the central region might not be able to succeed on their first try at refining a tier 6 pill, let alone this casting soul pill, which is not easy to begin with." Luo Ao smacked his lips. His old face was filled with praise. This also caused the smile on Luo Jin's face by the side to become even brighter. This fellow had a kind of blind confidence in Xiaoyan. Now that he heard Luo Ao's praise, the emotion in his heart could not help but become a little excited. While everyone was sighing in relief, Xiaoyan's mind had once again gathered on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. All of his remaining spiritual strength was poured in. A fierce purple-colored flame surged up, further refining the palm-sized medicinal pill within it. Within the medicinal cauldron, the purple-colored flame wrapped around a palm-sized medicinal ball. The color of this medicinal ball was a little colorful. Overall, it was more purple-colored. However, it was mixed with other colors, causing it to appear disharmonious. There were even minute gaps that could not be seen with the naked eye at the places where the colors connected. However, under the continuous refinement and merger of the heavenly flame, the energies of different colors continued to slowly merge together. Xiaoyan heaved a sigh of relief as he sensed the continuous fusion of energies within the pill ball. After the previous unforeseen event, the casting soul pill was finally gradually on the right track. The subsequent matters would become much more stable. From the looks of it, as long as all of the medicinal energies within it were completely fused, it would gradually condense into an embryonic medicinal pill. However, the problem that Xiaoyan was currently facing was that he needed to refine the casting soul pill before Huozhu's spiritual energy was completely exhausted. This required Xiaoyan to go all out. The process of fusing the pill was destined to be slow. Fortunately, Huozhu was in charge of the casting soul pill this time around, making the process much simpler. As long as no energy riot appeared within the embryonic pill, It was not impossible to refine the medicinal pill within a short period of time with the might of the heavenly flame. Of course, this was also destined to be a difficult battle of attrition. Xiaoyan clenched his teeth. While controlling the ferocious flame within the medicinal cauldron, he once again took out a bunch of medicinal pills from his storage ring and stuffed them into his mouth without any hesitation. After swallowing one of them, he wildly absorbed the energy that surged into his body. The flame within the medicinal cauldron had clearly become a little more ferocious. The so-called battle of attrition was not even worth mentioning in front of Xiaoyan's enormous amount of medicinal pills. With the continuous replenishment of the medicinal pill, the flame within the medicinal cauldron gradually stabilized. The embryonic pill rotated and rotated under the wild refinement of the heavenly flame. At the same time that the medicinal strength was swiftly merged, its size also gradually decreased. Now the thing that Xiaoyan needed to do was to quietly wait. This wait lasted for a full week. During this week, the crowd that had gathered outside the sky array stage had also gradually dispersed. The situation had returned to normal. The upper echelons of the heavenly cloud villa had also relaxed. However, there would occasionally be people who would come outside the sky array stage to look inside. On one hand, they were observing Xiaoyan's movements. At the same time, they were also there to prevent the same unforeseen event from happening again. Fortunately, once that kind of matter was resolved, it would not happen again. Within the stone platform, Xiaoyan's seated body was as still as a rock. All of his attention was placed on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. The raging flames continued to refine the medicinal pills. At the same time, waves of rich pill fragrance also lingered on the sky array stage like a misty cloud. This caused many people to stop in their tracks. Many people's eyes even flickered with admiration. The pill fragrance was the prerequisite for the refinement of a medicinal pill. It could be said that as long as the pill fragrance was condensed during the refinement process, the medicinal pill was considered complete. Currently, the sky array stage was shrouded in a misty cloud. The pill fragrance was so rich that it refreshed one's heart. Everyone could naturally imagine how the refinement of the spirit-casting pill was. Until a certain moment, Xiaoyan's body, which was seated cross-legged on the stone platform, suddenly trembled. His hands were swiftly lifted and his 10 fingers moved together. His fingertips formed a seal and circular flame rings swiftly appeared on the exterior of the medicinal pill that had already been formed within the medicinal cauldron. After which, they gradually gathered and merged into the medicinal pill. The originally trembling medicinal pill also stopped the instant the flame rings entered it. Rumble. Almost at the same time, in the originally clear sky above the 9 heavens, a series of shocking thunderclaps suddenly resounded, and dense dark clouds rolled out along with it. The rank 6 medicinal pill, the spirit casting pill, is complete. This kid is really surprising. In a courtyard of the villa, Luo Ao and Luo Jin raised their heads to look at the scene in the sky. While their eyes flickered, they could not help but exclaim in admiration. Chapter 1353. The sudden appearance of such a phenomenon in the sky above the great difficult Cloud Mountain Villa also alarmed the upper echelons of the Luo clan. Immediately, a wave of rushing wind sound appeared in the sky. Numerous figures stepped into the sky and paused in the sky above the sky array stage. They lifted their heads and looked at the dark clouds that were swiftly spreading in the sky. Their expressions were grave. Rank 6 pill lightning is not easy to deal with. Luo Xiong's body stood proudly in the sky. His expression was grave as he looked at the frightening thunderbolt that continuously flashed like a swimming dragon within the dark clouds. His tone was a little grave as he spoke. Beside him, Bai Hua and the rest were also present. They felt the waves of frightening pressure that spread from the thunder clouds. Even they felt their hearts palpitate. Formed the formation. That little fellow has just finished refining a medicinal pill. He is definitely at his weakest now. Leave this pill lightning to us. The thick dark clouds in the sky had almost covered half of the heavenly Cloud Mountain Villa. Luo Xiong involuntarily cried out with a grave expression upon seeing this. The elders of the heavenly Cloud Mountain Villa in the sky were just about to respond when a sharp rushing wind sound suddenly appeared below them. Soon after, an ice-cold human figure that was filled with a murderous aura appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was the Northern King. Puppet. Luo Xiong involuntarily lifted his eyebrows when he saw the Northern King. A surprised expression was revealed on his face. He was naturally able to tell that the Northern King in front of him belonged to Xiaoyan. However, what use could a mere puppet have in the face of such a pill lightning? He was about to act and form the formation when Xiaoyan's somewhat weak voice was suddenly transmitted over. "Great Elder, leave the pill lightning to my puppet," said Yi Futian. The expression on Luo Xiong's old face immediately changed when these words were uttered. If these words had not come from Xiaoyan's mouth, it was likely that he would have already retorted. The pill lightning was formed from the strength of the world. Its strength was naturally self-evident. How could a mere puppet block the strength of the pill lightning? First Elder, don't worry. If he was not completely confident, he would not have said such words. Moreover, this pill lightning may seem a little troublesome to us, but it is the best nourishment for the Northern King. At this moment, Bai Hua by the side smiled and spoke. Even though the thick pill lightning in the sky made her feel pressured, all of this did not matter as long as the Northern King was present. After hearing the latter's words and Xiaoyan's request, Luo Xiong suspiciously ordered the elders to back off. Luo Xiong. After hearing the latter's words and Xiaoyan's request, Luo Xiong was skeptical. Luo Xiong. Luo. Currently, the Northern King's battle prowess was comparable to a 6-star origin emperor. If he used his full strength, he would be even stronger. From the looks of it, the Northern King should have absorbed all the lightning energy absorbed from the lightning pool in the sky. That was why he had advanced. Rumble. The Northern King stood proudly in the sky. Its empty eyes looked at the churning thunderclouds in the sky. Its fists were tightly clenched, and a frightening force caused even space itself to distort. Many tiny cracks even appeared. Luo Xiong and the rest involuntarily raised their eyebrows when they saw this scene. Just this point alone showed that the Northern King was different from ordinary puppets. Crackle. Suddenly, an earth-shattering bolt of lightning shot out from the churning thunderclouds in the sky. The blinding light caused the dark sky to brighten. Then, like a giant beast, it charged towards the Northern King below. As the pill lightning descended, the North King did not show any signs of weakness. He stomped his foot in the air, and the space beneath his feet immediately distorted and caved in. Accompanied by a dull explosion, the North King's figure shot up into the sky. On the stone platform below, Xiaoyan quickly put away the spirit-casting pill. He did not have the time to bother with the pill lightning and the Northern King, who were about to clash in the sky. He hurriedly consumed 2 more pills. While the medicinal effects were still in effect, he once again focused his attention on the cauldron in front of him. The casting soul pill had already been successfully refined, and there was not much spiritual soul source left in the medicinal cauldron. It would probably completely disperse in a short while. At that time, the fallen heart flame would also explode. He needed to consume the casting soul pill before that happened, and start devouring the heavenly flame. Boom. A deafening explosion suddenly spread in the sky, attracting everyone's attention. The Northern King puppet was not afraid of the pill lightning at all. Not only did the former's fierce attack not cause any injuries to the Northern King, it even caused the lightning symbols on the surface of the Northern King's body to become even brighter. Its body also became even more plump. This puppet actually has the ability to absorb lightning energy. No wonder Xiaoyan is so confident. Luo Xiong's old face was filled with shock as he watched the scene in front of him. It was a long while later before he recovered. He still found it hard to believe what had happened in front of him. What kind of puppet could actually absorb the power of the pill lightning for its own use? In that case, the alchemists on the continent no longer had to fear the pill lightning. Luo Xiong thought in his heart, but he did not understand why the Northern King was able to absorb the pill lightning in such an unbridled manner. Other than its special refining method, it was a huge exception. How could a human body compare to a puppet refined from the Dragon Clan? If it was an ordinary puppet, it would have exploded into pieces under the pill lightning's attack. In the sky, the Northern King did not retreat in the slightest in the face of the pill lightning. No matter how powerful the lightning strike was, when it landed on his body, it was like duckweed that had fallen into water. This caused the people watching by the side to be extremely shocked. The earth-shattering lightning continuously collided with the majestic and unmoving body. Two rays of light rapidly flashed past, and waves of shocking energy ripples spread out in the sky. Sharp sonic booms and the sound of energy explosions continued to resound for a long time. On the stone platform below, Xiaoyan had finally consumed the spirit-casting pill in his hand. As a surge of medicinal strength spread throughout his limbs, a warm aura climbed onto Xiaoyan's soul. The instant the lid of the medicinal cauldron was opened, Xiaoyan opened his mouth. A suction force surged out and swallowed the cluster of invisible flames that were about to burst into his body. Bang! A rumbling sound once again sounded in the sky. At the same time, a muffled explosion sounded from within Xiaoyan's body. The invisible flames swept out in an unbridled manner, as though they wanted to incinerate Xiaoyan's entire body. However, the medicinal strength of the spirit-casting pill quickly took effect. Chapter 1354. Following the eruption of the pill lightning back then, an entire 3 months had passed. During this period of time, Xiaoyan's figure had been sitting cross-legged in front of the medicinal cauldron with his eyes tightly shut. He stood there like a stone statue. Waves after waves of suction force surged out from within his body, continuously absorbing the surrounding natural strength into his body. Perhaps it was because of the casting spirit pill, or because Xiaoyan had subdued the fallen heart flame earlier, but the swallowing and refining this time around was actually much smoother than before. Although the heavenly flame was strong, it seemed to possess a kind of unique affinity with Xiaoyan. This time around, regardless of whether it was the refining speed or swallowing, it was actually much easier. This caused Xiaoyan to no longer need to worry about his little life. Of course, despite this, Xiaoyan did not dare to be unbridled during this entire process. After all, it was a heavenly flame, and its strength could not be underestimated. Although everything was going smoothly, if he was careless and lost his way, it was likely that he would bring about an irreversible result. Fortunately, Xiaoyan was originally a cautious person. Even when faced with such a situation, he was still able to guard his heart. This also caused the entire process to be much more stable and calm. With the eyesight of Luo Xiong's group, they were more or less able to see this condition of Xiaoyan. Although they were a little surprised at the way Xiaoyan was refining the heavenly flame, at this moment, they were naturally a little more at ease since everything was fine. After being aware that he was in the midst of a breakthrough, the large area where the sky array stage was located was forcefully isolated. Other than by Hua's group, no one was allowed to easily approach it. Since he was in the critical period of his breakthrough, if Xiaoyan was disturbed by the outside world at this moment, the loss would be quite great. Moreover, he was swallowing the heavenly flame. If he were to lose control of the heavenly flame, it would be an extremely great harm to both Xiaoyan and the heavenly cloud villa. Although some of the ordinary disciples from the villa were also curious about this, they could only bitterly withdraw under the strict supervision of the various elders. Numerous gazes looked towards the center of the distant sky array stage, and the blurry black-robed human figure. Many people's faces revealed a trace of respect. At this age, he was not much different from some of the younger generation in the villa. However, in comparison, the level that the former had reached was not inferior to some of the elders in the villa. When they thought of this, the respect in the eyes of the disciples from the villa involuntarily became a little denser. Xiaoyan's achievement was worthy of their respect. Under the attention of countless gazes, Xiaoyan, who was on the stone platform, was completely immersed in refining the heavenly flame in his body. It was as if he had completely lost his perception of the outside world. As the heavenly flame in his body was frantically refined, waves of natural energy also moved around him. In the outside world, Luo Xiong and the rest could not help but be secretly shocked when they saw this scene. With their keen senses, they discovered that Xiaoyan's aura was rapidly becoming stronger as the natural energy continued to gather. As a result, he had already reached the peak of the Origin King level. He was only a step away from the Origin Zone level. Under the azure sky, there were no clouds for thousands of miles. It was a clear sky. Bai Hua stood in the air. She was dressed in white and her expression was calm. When a cool breeze blew over, her sleeves fluttered and rose with the wind, causing many people in the villa to cast their gazes over. In particular, when some of the girls saw the latter's elegant and otherworldly appearance, They were extremely moved. Ignoring the chaotic gazes, Bai Hua's gaze stared straight at the stone platform below. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and there was some worry on her face. Due to the isolation of the formation barrier, even he was unable to clearly see the situation within. However, he could sense that the current Xiao Yin was wildly absorbing the surging natural energy around him. This might not be a bad thing, but this matter was ultimately related to the heavenly flame. Thus, he did not dare to carelessly relax. Thinking back, Xiao Yin had gone to search for the karmic fire of the Red Lotus for 3 years. However, in a short 3 months, Xiao Yin had already reached such a level. It was unavoidable for him to be worried. It would be great if Senior Long Lin was still here. Bai Hua sighed helplessly. Long Lin and Xiao Jin had been summoned back by the Dragon Clan 2 months ago. It was no longer possible to use Long Lin's cultivation to investigate Xiao Yan's situation. With a bitter laugh, Bai Hua slowly turned around and was about to leave. However, just as she turned around, a terrifying energy explosion suddenly came from the stone platform. Bai Hua abruptly turned around, her expression rapidly changing. Her eyes abruptly turned to look at the stone platform with a worried expression. The Genesis Qi in her body was already circulating. If the situation turned bad, she would immediately rush over to save Zhou Yuan. Is it over? Luo Cheng and the others hurriedly flew over. Just as the words left their mouths, Bai Hua shook her head with a solemn expression. No, it has just begun. Bang! A human figure slowly stood up from the stone platform below the moment Xiao Yan's voice sounded. Circular intense energy ripples spread from Xiao Yan's body. It was just like a storm that caused the surrounding empty space to become distorted. Even the stone platform under his feet trembled. Invisible and visible purple flames wildly lingered around his body. The natural energy also became violent because of it. At the same time, the aura spreading from Xiao Yan's body began to rapidly rise. Bzzz. Suddenly, a frightening aura suddenly swept over. The expressions of quite a number of elders present instantly changed. At this moment, Xiao Yan's cultivation had already stepped into the Yuan Zone class. From a 5-star origin emperor to a Genesis ancestor in 3 months, this was truly shocking news. However, this was not the end. Even though his cultivation had already broken through, the aura in Xiao Yan's body continued to rapidly rise. From the looks of it, he had no intention of stopping. His momentum was already heading straight for a 2-star Genesis ancestor. Such a scene shocked many people even more. Stepping from a 5-star origin emperor to a Genesis ancestor in 3 months was already shocking enough. If he broke through to a 2-star Genesis ancestor at this moment, wouldn't this be unprecedented? Under everyone's gazes, Xiao Yan's aura rapidly rose. In a short few minutes, he had already reached the advanced and peak 1-star Genesis ancestor level. Only now did the rapidly rising aura in his body gradually slow down. Return. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan suddenly raised his head. His arms shook as he spread open his fingers. A suction force instantly erupted from his palms, sucking the 2 heavenly flames around him into his body and perfectly fusing them together. When the 2 heavenly flames completely fused together, the enormous energy that was produced caused Xiao Yan's cultivation to rise once again, even to the point of breaking through. Genesis Ancestor, 2-star. Chapter 1355. On the Sky Array platform, the energy ripples that swept out gradually dissipated. Only then did Xiao Yan's figure slowly appear in front of everyone. He was dressed in a black robe and his figure was skinny. His posture looked much messier than a few months ago. However, the aura around his body was exceptionally vigorous. His eyes that had been tightly shut for several months slowly opened. At this moment, a bright flame flashed in the depths of his pitch-black eyes. Even the space in front of him distorted slightly. The aura in his body also stirred. However, it only lasted for a short moment before it was quickly retracted back into his body. After all, he had just broken through and his aura was not stable. Everything still needed time to be polished. If he revealed too much at this moment, it would not be a good thing. When Xiao Yan raised his head, he was somewhat stunned to see that quite a number of people had already gathered around the Sky Array stage. Other than the upper echelons of the Heavenly Cloud Villa, there were also quite a number of disciples from the Luo clan. Clearly, the sudden unexpected change had indeed attracted the attention of quite a number of people. The powerful aura that Xiaoyan had displayed earlier had likely been completely absorbed by these people. Waves of noisy uproars also sounded. I seem to have only felt that aura and pressure from a few elders of the villa before. Source Song. How is this possible? He just broke through to the 5-star origin emperor 3 months ago. It's impossible for him to break through again in such a short period of time. Moreover, he has broken through to the Source Zone level? But how do you explain that aura and pressure just now? For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Voices of debate rang out continuously. The elders of the villa could not be bothered with them. They all cast their gazes on Xiaoyan. The surprise in their eyes was especially intense. They also found it hard to believe that Xiaoyan's cultivation could actually increase so much in a short half a year. Compared to these old bones, Xiaoyan's performance could be said to be terrifying. Xiaoyan did not care about the uproar from the disciples of the Luo clan. He moved his body slightly and casually clenched his right hand. He could not help but grin as he felt the powerful energy in his body that was more than a few times stronger than a few months ago. Now he had finally surpassed the Origin Emperor level and successfully advanced to the Source Zone level. Xiaoyan inhaled a deep breath of air. His eyelids were slightly lowered. A certain killing intent flashed across his eyes. Immediately, he turned his head to look at the southern sky. The distant sky was still clear for tens of thousands of kilometers. Although he could not see anything, Xiaoyan's eyes faintly reflected a clear and handsome face. Crossing Disaster Sect. Xiaoyan's gaze was somewhat absent-minded as he stared at the southern sky. His mouth softly muttered. It was a long while later before he gradually recovered. In the blink of an eye, Bai Hua, Luo Xiong and the others had already arrived in front of him. I'm sorry for making everyone worry. Seeing Luo Xiong and the rest, Xiaoyan gathered his emotions and cupped his fists apologetically. He had already sensed the arrangements outside the sky array platform when he broke through. However, the situation was special at that time, and he was unable to inform them. Hearing this, Luo Xiong and the rest smiled in an unconcerned manner and waved their hands to indicate that it was fine. To the side, Luo Jin stepped forward and looked Xiaoyan up and down with a smile. He could not help but sigh and shake his head as he laughed. You're really terrifying. Back then, my cultivation was a bit higher than yours, but I didn't expect that you would leave me far behind now. I only borrowed external power. Without it, how could my cultivation have risen so quickly? Hearing this, Xiaoyan shook his head and said modestly. Luo Jin and the few upper echelons of the Luo clan present were non-committal in the face of this. Although Xiaoyan's words were true, their Heavenly Cloud Villa was not lacking in terms of training resources. Being one of the top factions in the middle region, there was naturally no need to mention its foundation. Putting aside his own talent, Luo Jin was able to possess the strength of a Yuan king at such a young age. Naturally, he did not lack the help of various training resources from the villa. Even though this was the case, he was still lacking when compared to Xiaoyan. After a simple conversation, Xiaoyan's following words caused the few people present to frown slightly. You're leaving? Xiaoyan nodded and cupped his fists. I've caused a lot of trouble for everyone during my days in Heavenly Cloud Villa. I'm really sorry. Moreover, I came to the central region with another purpose, so it's not convenient for me to stay for long. Therefore, I hope everyone can understand. If I have time in the future, I will definitely come to the villa again to visit. Haha, since that's the case, we won't force you to stay. However, as long as you can come in the future, my Heavenly Cloud Villa will definitely welcome you. Luo Qing smiled faintly. The remaining elders around him also nodded their heads heavily when the words in his mouth sounded. Soon after, Xiaoyan's gaze turned as he hesitantly said, There's one more thing, little fairy doctor. Let me take care of her. With me around, no one will get close to her. Without waiting for Xiaoyan's words to fall, a slightly cold voice suddenly sounded from the side. Xiaoyan turned his head and saw that it was Li Bingrui. When the latter stepped forward, Luo Jin hurriedly accompanied her with a smile on his face. This caused Luo Cheng and the others to smile bitterly. Their young master was usually arrogant, but in front of Li Bingrui, he was actually so docile and obedient. He was simply like a clingy little kitten. In this regard, Xiaoyan smiled slightly. Then his gaze returned to Li Bingrui's body and he said in surprise, "You plan to stay?" Li Bingrui's gaze paused and stopped on Xiaoyan. After looking at him for a moment, she said, "I don't know how much trouble you will encounter when you leave this time. I don't want to die. With little fairy doctor here, I believe that you won't never come again. Therefore it won't be too late to kill you in the future." Li Bingrui's beautiful eyes flickered slightly when she said this. Then, she frowned and looked at Luo Jin, who was approaching from the side. She gave him a fierce glare, and pushed the latter out. The Luo family members immediately smiled bitterly, and shook their heads. Xiaoyan's heart felt a little warm. He could naturally tell how much truth there was in her words. Since she was here, he could more or less be at ease with little fairy doctor. "Little friend Xiaoyan, when will you get up?" Xiaoyan smiled slightly when he heard this. His gaze turned towards the northeastern sky. The Xiao clan was located there. For some unknown reason, a burning and impatient emotion suddenly emerged in his heart. He seemed to be looking forward to the so-called Xiao clan and Xiao Xian, whom he had not seen for many years. "We will leave tomorrow." Chapter 1356. The next day, Xiaoyan's group, along with the head of the Luo clan Luo Cheng and a few elders, as well as Luo Jin and the rest, were all present on a distant mountain in the northeastern direction of the Heavenly Cloud Villa. "Let's stop here. With such a long distance, I believe that the Dewey sect will not trouble themselves to send people to follow us." Luo Cheng smiled as he looked at Xiaoyan's group in front of him. He sighed softly and said. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan and the rest nodded. They cupped their hands towards the few people in front of them and said, "Thank you, Elder, for escorting us. Haha, given your current strength, it will naturally not be a problem for you to leave this place safely. We are only worried about that bastard Wu Du from the Dewey sect. As long as he follows us, the rest of the journey will be much more stable." Luo Cheng laughed softly. At the same time, he flipped his hand and took out an array disc from his storage ring. He handed it to Xiaoyan. "Take it. This is a rank 7 array disc. Consider it a token of appreciation from my Heavenly Cloud Villa. If you meet any danger, as long as you open it, although I don't dare to say that it will protect your life, no one below the Origin Venerate level will be able to easily break it. Even an Origin Venerate expert. In short, it is best to be more careful and try not to provoke that kind of expert." Luo Cheng suddenly paused halfway through his words. Only then did he change his words. Xiaoyan naturally understood Luo Cheng's meaning. He immediately smiled and nodded. After receiving the array disc from the other party's hand, and keeping it properly, his gaze swept over everyone in front of him. After which, he led the two people beside him and respectfully bowed. Immediately, he turned around and walked towards the northeastern direction. Behind them, Luo Jin looked at the backs of the three people as they left. He could not help but feel a lump in his throat. He was just about to open his mouth to say something when Luo Ao by the side slapped his head and scolded with a smile. "You little brat, we are all in the middle region. It is not like we are going to part forever. Why are you acting so miserable?" Seeing this, the remaining people present could not resist laughing out loud. At the same time, the little fairy doctor, who was quietly lying in an ice coffin within a secret room within the Heavenly Cloud Villa, suddenly bent her ice-cold hands that were covered by a long dress in a manner that could not be detected, within the interior of the secret room. Threads of strange energy that could not be detected slowly gathered towards this ice-cold lovely body that had already lost its aura. This slow speed was such that even if Luo Xiong was here, he would not be able to detect it. In the blink of an eye, it had been over a month since Xiaoyan's group had left the Heavenly Cloud Villa. The size of the middle region had exceeded their imagination. Although they had traveled a great distance with the help of the teleportation formations in a couple of cities, the three of them were still quite a distance away from the Xiao clan at this moment. The Xiao clan is in the northeastern part of the central region. Based on our current speed, we will be able to reach the Xiao city where the Xiao clan is located in around a week's time. Bai Hua glanced at the map in her hand as a helpless expression appeared on her face. Even in this week's time, they still had to use the teleportation array twice to reach their destination. With such a long distance, even with his temperament, It was somewhat difficult for them to travel such a long distance. Xiao Yin could only bitterly smile and shake his head in the face of this. Based on what he knew, other than the border region where the 4 large factions were located, there were large teleportation formations all over the middle region. These teleportation formations could easily teleport them to the city they wanted to go to. However, the problem they were currently facing was that based on the map, there were no cities with large teleportation formations around their current location. The closest large teleportation formation to them just so happened to be the main city of the Ouyang clan, St. Gold City. Being one of the 3 large clans in the middle region, the strength of the Ouyang clan naturally could not be underestimated. In order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, they could only eliminate this option. Hence, it was likely that they could only follow their current plan and travel for another week. Of course, it was still alright for Xiao Yan and Bai Hua. However, it was likely that Lian Er would have to suffer during this journey. Lass, it has been hard on you during these few days. Once we reach the place, I will definitely let you have a good rest. Even the 2 of them were gradually unable to endure such a long journey, let alone Lian Er, whose cultivation had not even reached King Yuan's. Lian Er gently rubbed the latter's exquisite little head and nodded with some hidden bitterness. After which, she landed on Bai Hua's shoulder and pouted her little mouth. Her face was filled with laziness. Upon seeing this, the 2 of them could only smile tenderly. Soon after, they decided to temporarily rest in the mountain forest below, after which, the 3 of them leaped down. However, just as they moved, Xiao Yan suddenly stopped. He frowned and looked at a mountain forest not far away. His eyes were filled with surprise. What's wrong? With Bai Hua's cultivation, she was naturally able to clearly sense that there were many people fighting in the mountain forest, not far away. However, such things happened every moment in the continent. Hence, they naturally did not need to pay attention to it. However, since it was able to cause Xiao Yan to stop, it was likely that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Xiao Yan did not answer Bai Hua's question. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the mountain forest not far away. His spiritual strength involuntarily spread out. The situation of the battle was also reflected in his eyes. In the mountain forest, a group of middle-aged men wearing black brocade clothes were surrounding a few people wearing blue robes. Other than 2 middle-aged men, the rest of the people were of the younger generation. Let's see where you can escape to. Among the black-clothed people, a middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks was standing in the air. He looked down at the group of people who were currently in a miserable state and laughed sinisterly. Every escape route had been sealed, and the group of people had nowhere to retreat. Looking at the group of black-clothed people in front of them, the few young people in the group could not help but feel completely disheartened. They did not expect that they would actually face such a situation when they came out this time. Everyone, hold on a little longer. The news has already spread. As long as the reinforcements arrive, this group of bastards, together with the families behind them, will definitely pay the price. Among the few people, a young man with a stable aura clenched his teeth and encouraged the people behind him. Only then did he return his gaze back to the black-clothed people within his sight. His face was filled with cold, murderous intent. I'm afraid that you won't be able to wait until then. The strange laughter rang out once again. The aura of the group of black-clothed people also began to spread outwards, enveloping this part of the mountain forest. Waves of cold, murderous intent caused many young girls in the battle circle to cry out in alarm. Zhao Ming, if anything happens to us, your Zhao family will definitely pay the price. In the group of people, the young man who had spoken earlier coldly shouted once again. When the latter heard this, he immediately sneered and said with a cold smile, "You're still trying to stall for time at such a time. Attack, don't leave a single one alive." As his laughter rang out, the other black-clothed people in the surroundings immediately roared and released the powerful Genesis Chi in their bodies. The combined aura of more than a dozen Genesis King experts could only be described as terrifying. At the same time, the expressions of the people in the encirclement changed. The 2 middle-aged men in the lead exchanged a look and nodded in unison. With a thought, the remaining Genesis Chi in their bodies frantically gushed out without reservation. At the same time, the 2 men swiftly raised their hands to their chests and rapidly formed seals. The seals linked together, and the power gathered in their palms rapidly grew stronger as the seals rapidly changed. It was the special seal that these two people had formed in their hands that caused Xiaoyan to raise his eyes. There was no other reason other than that the seal was the secret technique of the Gu clan that he had practiced, the God Seal skill. Chapter 1357. That is the Emperor Seal Art. In the sky, Xiaoyan's expression abruptly changed as he involuntarily let out a cry of surprise. The Emperor Seal Art was a secret technique of the Gu clan that originated from the Doqi continent. Why would he see it here? Emperor Seal Art. By the side, the expression on Bai Hua's face involuntarily froze when she heard Xiaoyan's words. She quickly recovered and said with a surprised expression, "Isn't it a secret technique of the Gu clan? Isn't that the ancient race's Do technique? Why would it appear here? Could I have seen wrongly? It can't be wrong. The Emperor Seal Art they are using is exactly the same as the Emperor Seal Art that I practice. However, the Emperor Seal Art that they practice seems to be a little more special." Xiaoyan could not help but be a little surprised when he reached the end of his sentence. The Emperor Seal Art was a secret technique of the Doqi continent's Gu clan, and was divided into 5 seals. However, from what he could sense, the two individuals using the Emperor Seal Art in the mountain forest seemed to have formed many more seals. Emperor Seal Art, Universe Seal. In the mountain forest, 2 middle-aged men roared in unison in the battle circle surrounded by a group of black-robed men. They formed a seal with their hands and pushed them forward. At the same time, the surging energy contained in their palms rapidly condensed into 2 giant Genesis Qi handprints in front of them, and ruthlessly blasted toward Zhao Ming and the others opposite them. Humph, Emperor Seal Art ha. A grave expression involuntarily appeared on Zhao Ming's face when he saw the enormous energy hand that was charging towards him. His Zhao clan was naturally well aware of the reputation of this God Seal skill. Their 2 clans had fought for so many years, and an unknown number of experts from their clans had died under this God Seal skill. Now that he had personally witnessed it today, he naturally did not dare to underestimate it. Attack together and finish them off. With a shout, Zhao Ming immediately waved his arm. He clenched his hand tightly and a silver spear that flickered with lightning landed in his hand. With a thought, surging Genesis Qi immediately poured into the spear before it was suddenly thrust forward. Thunder immediately rumbled in everyone's ears as numerous lightning snakes furiously charged towards the people in the middle. Heavenly Lightning Spear, Lightning Snake Dance. In the next moment, the attacks of a group of black-clothed men came crashing down from different directions. In the blink of an eye, the long spear in Zhao Ming's hand, as well as the attacks of the few people beside him, collided fiercely with the 2 huge handprints. As for the attacks of the others, they were naturally blocked by the young generation behind the 2 middle-aged men. Boom! A series of muffled explosions abruptly rang out. While energy swept across the mountain forest, the group of men in black outside were blasted back several dozen feet. The 2 middle-aged men's faces were deathly pale from the energy shockwaves. They had already experienced several battles, and coupled with the intense consumption earlier, there was very little Genesis Qi left in their bodies. Although this was the case, the fact that the 2 of them were able to push back the dozen or so black-clothed men was enough to see how powerful the handprints were. When the storm dissipated, a large area around the battle circle had been razed to the ground by the storm. Countless towering ancient trees were cut in half, or even shattered into pieces. Even the ground had a thick layer of mud and sand lifted up, forming a huge pit where everyone was standing. Hee, it is indeed a secret technique of the ancient race. Its power is indeed extraordinary. This is only the 7th seal. If the 2 of you can use the 8th seal, the seals will be linked and it is said to be comparable to a Saint-class Do skill. The surprise in Zhao Mian's eyes grew as he gazed at the huge pit below his feet. At the same time, a strange splendor emerged in his eyes. If his Zhao clan could obtain the Emperor Seal Art, he believed that their overall strength would definitely rise. Humph, if the 2 of us were able to use the 8th seal, do you think you would still be standing here? A middle-aged man took a step forward. His face was filled with disdain as he sneered in a low voice. Hee. Although I don't like to hear these words, you are right. I am indeed unable to withstand the 8th seal of the Emperor Seal Art, but the two of you will similarly not have any possibility of increasing your strength, with the exception of the storage ring. Clean up the rest." Zhao Ming laughed coldly. When his voice sounded, the 10+ black-clothed people immediately responded, after which, they once again charged forward. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of those young men and women. Seeing this, the expressions of the two middle-aged men changed. They hurriedly turned around and pounced towards those black-clothed people. "Hee, if you want to save them, you should first take care of yourselves." However, it was at this moment that Zhao Ming's figure appeared in front of the two men like a ghost. With a flip of his hands, Genesis Chi surged from his palms as he slammed his palms into the two middle-aged men's chests. Blood instantly sprayed out as the two figures were sent flying uncontrollably. They heavily smashed into the ground below. The Genesis Chi in their bodies had completely scattered, and their auras had fallen to rock bottom. They were clearly seriously injured. Hee, I'll let you see with your own eyes how your clansmen die." Zhao Ming looked down from above at the two men who were unable to move. He did not even turn his head as he listened to the muffled sounds of collisions behind him. The iciness from the corners of his mouth widened. It was only at a certain moment when several figures fell to the ground that he was astonished to find that they were all dressed in black. They had lost all signs of life the moment they hit the ground. From the looks of it, they had been killed with a single blow. "What's going on?" Zhao Ming's expression instantly changed drastically. As he turned around, he suddenly saw a face that was extremely close to him. Immediately, the pupils in his eyes shrunk to the size of a needle tip. His body had just retreated when a warm hand quietly landed on his throat. After which, with a gentle pinch, Zhao Ming's body was lifted up in an easy and natural manner. "My lord." Crack! However, just as Zhao Ming was about to beg for mercy, Xiaoyan gently swung his wrist in front of him. Zhao Ming's neck was broken. The life force that covered his eyes swiftly disappeared like floodwater. Xiaoyan carelessly tossed Zhao Ming's body aside. Only then did he turn around with a curious face and look at the group of young people. Only at this moment did this group of young people clearly see the appearance of the person who had attacked in front of them. Immediately, everyone felt even more shocked in their hearts. In terms of appearance alone, the Xiaoyan in front of them did not appear to be much different from them. However, he was able to kill over 10 Yuan King-class experts within a short couple of breaths. From what they knew, it was likely that only the heir of the Ouyang clan could be so powerful within the younger generation. "Who are you people? Why do you have the Emperor Seal art?" Xiaoyan's sudden question caused all the young people present to be stunned. They were even unable to recover. According to common sense, they should be the ones asking an outsider such a question. Cough cough. "Sir, could it be that you are here for the Emperor Seal art of my Gu clan?" At this moment, the two middle-aged men in the pit below finally supported each other, and once again climbed up. When they heard Xiaoyan's words, their faces immediately revealed a cautious expression. From the looks of it, it was likely that they had not met any so-called good people. Hearing this, Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows and could not help but exclaim softly, "Gu clan?" Chapter 1358. All of you are members of the Gu clan? Xiaoyan's surprised voice reverberated in the air above the mountain forest. The emotions in his heart also began to fluctuate. Hearing this, the members of the Gu clan involuntarily curled their lips. The God Seal skill was a skill of the Gu clan that was not passed down to outsiders. Quite a number of people in the middle region knew about it. How could this be anything new? While they were thinking in this way, many of them looked at Xiaoyan as though they were looking at a fool. Xiaoyan ignored this. Instead, he descended into a short period of deep thought. Soon after, he understood that this was definitely left behind by an expert from the Gu clan after returning to the clan after coming to the Yuanwu continent. After all, even he was able to meet members of the Gu clan in this foreign world. As one of the 8 ancient clans of the Doqi continent, it was not impossible for the Gu clan to do the same. Thinking in this way, everything naturally made sense. On this continent, the only people who can grasp the God Seal skill are members of the Gu clan. Do you not believe me? On the ground below, the two middle-aged men exchanged glances with each other. Both of them felt doubtful about Xiaoyan's words. The latter seemed to be a little surprised by their identities. It is not that I do not believe you. It is just that I did not expect to see the God Seal skill here. Xiaoyan shook his head when he heard this. He laughed softly. After hesitating for a moment, his gaze once again looked at the two middle-aged men. Under the doubtful gazes of the two, he slowly raised both of his hands. His 10 fingers moved together, and numerous familiar seals were formed as his fingertips moved. When the two of them saw the familiar seals in Xiaoyan's hands, the expressions on their faces gradually solidified. This is Open Mountain Seal. Overturn the sea. Overturn the earth. Cover the sky. Ancient God Seal. 5 special seals were formed in succession by Xiaoyan's hands. Waves of powerful energy also gathered in front of him. Finally, it turned into a huge golden handprint that was suspended in the empty space in front of Xiaoyan. As the light on it flickered, an extremely terrifying energy aura spread out from it. The faces of all the members of the Gu clan present involuntarily revealed a shocked expression when this hand seal was formed. This was especially the case for the two middle-aged men. Their originally pale faces were so shocked by this hand seal that they were completely drained of blood. Both of their eyes stared at the action of Xiaoyan's hand. It was as though they were afraid that Xiaoyan would form the 6th seal. Fortunately, the seals on Xiaoyan's hands completely stopped at the 5th seal. Even so, their hearts were still incomparably shocked. Your Excellency, who exactly are you? How did you manage to grasp the ancient race's imperial seal art? The eyes of the two middle-aged men were extremely grave as they stared at Xiaoyan in the empty space. Under the deterrence of the handprint, even their voices were trembling. The 5th seal had been formed. If this black-robed young man was really aiming for the remaining 3 seals, the two of them would have already become his targets. Once the handprint landed, given their current condition, it was likely that they would not even have the possibility to block it. When he saw the grave expressions on the faces of the two, Xiaoyan smiled faintly. He casually removed the handprint in front of him and said in an indifferent voice, "Don't worry. Don't worry, I won't harm you. If I really had any plans, you wouldn't continue to stand here. As for this imperial seal technique, it was given to me by the most important person to me. Now that your troubles have been resolved, you can all leave." After saying these words, Xiaoyan's eyes carried a somewhat complicated expression as he turned around. He was about to walk towards the location of Bai Hua's group. However, just as he lifted his foot, his body suddenly paused in the next moment. The instant he turned his head, he met with a dense gaze. Looking over, at the east of Xiaoyan, there was a handsome young man wearing white robes. He was staring at him with a smile that was not a smile. His eyes contained coldness, surprise, and joy. In short, it was a complicated expression. Looking at the white-robed young man opposite him, the expression on Xiaoyan's face could not help but be slightly startled. Looking at the other party's somewhat familiar face, Xiaoyan's mind immediately began to swiftly search. Soon after, a pair of pitch-black eyes suddenly flashed. After which, he suddenly raised his head and stared at the white-robed young man. His tone was a little surprised as he said, "It's you. Haha, Xiaoyan. Back then, during the battle in the Northern Sea, I told you that we would meet again sooner or later. I never imagined that it would really come true today." Seeing that Xiaoyan had thought of him, the young man curled his lips and smiled. His body trembled slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived near Xiaoyan. The two of them looked at each other, and the various events that had occurred back then once again appeared before their eyes. "Shui Miao." Xiaoyan's eyes hardened slightly as he spoke in a deep voice. The white-robed young man in front of him was the opponent that Xiaoyan had encountered when he had first arrived at Beihai College. He was also the publicly acknowledged #1 person in Beihai College, Shui Miao. After not seeing him for so many years, this fellow's strength was much stronger than before. Just from that attack just now, it was likely that Shui Miao's cultivation was not below the current him. He was also a genuine origin sect expert. Back then, your cultivation was merely a dodi. Now you have actually stepped into the origin sect. Shui Miao's eyes swept across Xiaoyan's body as he lowered his eyelids slightly. Although his tone was somewhat mocking, it was unable to completely conceal the astonishment in his heart. Ever since he had left Beihai College, he had directly returned to the central region, and had been wholeheartedly training. Coupled with the many cultivation resources from his clan, he had only managed to attain the cultivation of a 4-star origin sect. However, he had never imagined that Xiaoyan would actually be able to reach such a level without the support of any faction. He could truly be described as terrifying. Xiaoyan smiled in a non-committal manner when he heard this. However, he did not say anything. It was also at this moment that the 2 middle-aged men below once again stepped into the air. They arrived beside Shui Miao and bowed respectfully. With the aid of medicinal pills, the injuries in their bodies had been temporarily suppressed. However, they could not help but feel somewhat astonished when they heard that Xiaoyan and Shui Miao were so familiar with each other. "Young Master Ouyang, do you know this person?" "Ah, we don't just know each other. Back then, I was defeated by him in Beihai College." Shui Miao smiled indifferently. He raised his chin and pointed at Xiaoyan as a stern expression once again surfaced in his eyes. The moment these words were spoken, the 2 middle-aged men and the rest of the younger generation of the ancient clan immediately inhaled a breath of cold air. Shock was revealed on their faces. They had long since heard about that battle. It was rumored that Shui Miao had been defeated by someone from the same generation, whose cultivation was much weaker than his. That battle back then had also stirred a commotion within their clan. It was unexpected that this was actually true. Immediately, shock involuntarily surged into the eyes of quite a number of people when they looked at Xiaoyan. At the same time, when Xiaoyan heard the middle-aged man's address of Shui Miao, he could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He could not help but ask with a surprised expression, "Ouyang? You're from the Ouyang clan." "Haha, Shui Miao is my name in Beihai College. My real name is Ouyang Miao." Ouyang Miao nodded slightly, and did not hide anything. However, Xiaoyan was quite surprised in his heart. After a slight hesitation, he continued, "Then, young master, my father is the patriarch of the Ouyang clan." Chapter 1359. Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows slightly when Ouyang Miao said this. Although he already had a guess in his heart, he could not help but find it hard to believe when Ouyang Miao personally said it. "I still have to thank you for what happened just now." Although Ouyang Miao was a somewhat aloof person, he was still able to distinguish between people and matters. When he saw the black-clothed people below who had already lost their breath, he already understood what had happened just now. Immediately, he cupped his hands together politely to Xiaoyan. Behind him, the 2 middle-aged men and the younger generation of the Gu clan hurriedly bowed respectfully to Xiaoyan when they saw this. "It's fine. I only acted because I saw the Emperor Seal technique. If you want to thank someone, you should thank the elder who created the Emperor Seal technique." Xiaoyan nodded his head and pursed his lips into a smile as he said. The expressions of the members of the Gu clan present were immediately startled when they heard this. Their hearts were a little stunned. However, they quickly recovered and smiled while feeling fortunate. After all, Xiaoyan also possessed the God Seal skill in his hand. Perhaps it was because of this relationship that he would intervene. Although Ouyang Miao was somewhat puzzled by this, the expression on his face became much warmer. Speaking of which, he and Xiaoyan could be considered old acquaintances. Although they were opponents, the friendship between them was not inferior to some friends. In addition, Xiaoyan had saved the Gu clan members. Naturally, his attitude had changed quite a bit. At this moment, Bai Hua and Lian also quickly flew over from afar. When the 2 of them saw that Xiaoyan had not returned for a long time, they discovered the strange situation with a glance. Immediately, the 2 of them could not help but become slightly nervous. Only when they arrived in front of everyone and saw the respectful attitude of the Gu clan members toward Xiaoyan did they slowly relax. "It seems that you are not alone. Where are you going?" Ouyang Miao's gaze paused on Bai Hua and Lian. A slight surprise flashed across his eyes. Soon after, he asked Xiaoyan with a smile. The latter hesitated for a moment. In his heart, he recalled that the Ouyang clan had a large teleportation array. Immediately, he could not help but be tempted. "Xiaocheng." Ouyang Miao's expression remained normal after hearing those words. On the other hand, the expressions of the people from the Gu clan changed instantly. They revealed expressions of surprise as they involuntarily looked at the corpses of the black-clothed people below. Their gazes swept back and forth between the 2 corpses as a ripple involuntarily rose in their hearts. If that's the case, It will take at least a week to reach Xiao City from here. How about this? There is a teleportation formation in the St. Gold City of the Ouyang family. Although it can't reach Xiao City directly, it can save you a lot of time. Why don't you go there? Ouyang Miao's gaze slowly swept across the three people in front of him before finally stopping on Xiaoyan. A glint flashed across his eyes as he spoke with a rather cordial smile. Although Xiaoyan spoke in this manner, he was able to clearly see the heated fighting intent in Ouyang Miao's eyes. His heart immediately felt a little fiery hot. His heart also possessed an endless curiosity toward this fellow in front of him. After not meeting for so many years, he did not know just what level Ouyang Miao had reached. Moreover, Xiaoyan's current cultivation had just broken through. It would be quite a good choice if he could find an opponent of similar strength to test himself at this moment. Moreover, if it were not for Brother Zhao's help today, I'm afraid that they would not have survived. We should express our gratitude. Moreover, you and I have known each other for many years. Brother Xiao. With a change in tone, Ouyang Miao's way of addressing Xiaoyan immediately changed. This also caused the distance between the two to become closer. Of course, Xiaoyan scoffed at the so-called old friendship in his words. Back then, he had only fought with Ouyang Miao once in Beihai College. After that, they had never met again. How could there be any friendship between them? However, before Ouyang Miao could finish speaking, Ouyang Miao nodded with a smile and cupped his hands together. All right, since Brother Ouyang has invited me so kindly, I will not be polite. Suddenly, the two people on the scene burst into laughter. However, it was unknown whether they were sincere or not. After laughing, Ouyang Miao seemed to have thought of something. He turned his gaze and looked at the corpses below. The expression on his face once again returned to its usual calm and arrogant state. A cold glint flashed across his eyes as he asked in a deep voice, "Do you know who these people are?" The expressions of the two middle-aged men from the Gu clan by the side were slightly startled. Their expressions were a little strange as they looked at Xiaoyan. Only then did they hurriedly reply respectfully. "Prince, they are from the Zhao clan of Liang City." Noticing the strange gazes in the eyes of the ancient clan members, Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows slightly. He could not help but feel a little suspicious in his heart. Liang City, a subordinate of the Xiao clan. Over the years, the Zhao clan has become more and more arrogant. They actually dare to openly kill people from my Ouyang clan. A dark coldness immediately surfaced on Ouyang Miao's face when he heard this. He immediately inhaled a deep breath of air. The moment he turned his head, his gaze collided with Xiaoyan's. Immediately he involuntarily knit his brows. A doubt rose in his heart, but he did not say anything. When Ouyang Miao heard that the group of black-clothed people belonged to a subordinate force of the Xiao clan, a look of surprise flashed across his originally smiling face. He did not expect such a thing to happen before he had even arrived at the Xiao clan. It was no wonder that they had such a look in their eyes when they looked at him earlier. "Prince, the Zhao clan did not send more than 10 Source Kings to kill us on impulse. Perhaps this matter." The two middle-aged men looked at Xiaoyan meaningfully. However, before they could finish their words, they were stopped by Ouyang Miao's gaze. He then reprimanded in a deep voice, "Enough. Since we know who did it, I will naturally seek an explanation from them. As for the rest, I will deal with it myself." Ouyang Miao naturally understood what they meant. Since the group of black-clothed people were from the Xiao clan, and had been killed by Xiaoyan, who had the surname Xiao, there was no doubt that they had other intentions. However, Ouyang Miao was much clearer about the origins of Xiaoyan and the others. Naturally, he would not easily believe that they were from the Xiao clan. Moreover, as the prince of the Ouyang clan, he was naturally very clear about the outstanding talents of the younger generation in the three great clans. After so many years, he had never heard of Xiaoyan in the Xiao clan. "Brother Xiao, there is no need to worry. Let's go." Ouyang Miao courteously smiled. He made an inviting gesture toward Xiaoyan. Only then did the latter nod his head slightly. His gaze exchanged glances with Baihua and Xiaoyan behind him. Immediately, the two of them flew side by side to the east. Chapter 1360. Half a day later, a huge city located at the end of the road gradually appeared in the vision of Xiaoyan and the others. High up in the sky, Xiaoyan and the others flew forward as they looked at the towering city wall in the distance. A look of amazement flashed in their eyes. St. Gold City was one of the largest cities in the central region. At the same time, it was also the city directly under the Ouyang clan, one of the 3 great clans of the central region. Due to these reasons, it was more prosperous than any other city. This holy gold city was indeed like its name. Its vast size did not cause the word holy to lose its luster. The ancient city wall that stretched to the end might be covered in moss, but one could still sense a deep and heavy aura that belonged to the ancient times. Some scars that were left on it added a legendary color to this enormous city. This was especially so when Xiao Yan's group saw a vast, enormous sword standing on an enormous open ground outside of the city, before they even got close. A portion of the sword's body was inserted into the ground, revealing the upper half of the sword's body and its hilt. Only when they got closer did everyone gradually see that the sword's body had 3 large words that were engraved with a majestic sword aura. St. Gold City. We're here. Ouyang Miao laughed softly. He looked at the majestic sword that stood outside of the city. A respectful expression involuntarily surfaced in his eyes. This was especially the case when he noticed the solemn expression on the faces of Xiao Yan's group by the side. His heart involuntarily rejoiced. Eyeing the huge sword in front of him, Xiao Yan felt aghast in his heart. This was especially the case when he noticed the 3 big words that were filled with vigor on it. The seriousness on his face became even deeper. This sword, it's actually real. Although part of the giant sword was inserted into the ground, only the part that was exposed was still sharp. The dense luster made people feel a sense of fear. Coupled with the crisscrossing sword aura on it, its power was even more powerful. It was hard to imagine that if it was a person with a weak will, they would not even be able to enter the city gate of St. Gold City. This sword came from the Heavenly Cloud Villa, so it's naturally real. Moreover, its outer shape is completely based on the orchid sword. Furthermore, the 3 words on it were personally written by the Sword Saint. Its purpose is to suppress some people with evil intentions. Ouyang Miao raised his chin and smiled. Hearing this, the expressions on the faces of Xiao Yan and the others suddenly changed. Looking at the giant sword in front of them, they could not help but reveal a hint of surprise. Orchid Sword. Orchid Sword Saint. Ouyang Yu? When the Orchid Sword was mentioned, Xiao Yan immediately thought of the Heavenly Cloud Saint weapon list that he saw in the Heavenly Cloud Villa. The Orchid Sword was ranked 7th on the list. Its owner was Ouyang Yu, who was known as the Orchid Sword Saint in the outside world. If he remembered correctly, Luo Jin had once said that Ouyang Yu was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person in the Ouyang family. He did not expect to see the sword aura left behind by that expert when he first arrived in St. Gold City. Oh. It seems that Brother Xiao knows quite a bit about the central region. Seeing that Xiao Yan could actually name Ouyang Yu, Ouyang Miao could not help but be slightly surprised. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. I stayed in the Heavenly Cloud Villa for a period of time, so I have heard of this senior's name. Now that I see the sword aura on it, it is indeed extraordinary. With his extraordinary eyesight, Xiao Yan could naturally see that the sword mark on the huge sword had obviously existed for many years. However, even if it had been many years, the sword aura on it was still overbearing. This point was really shocking. When Ouyang Miao heard Xiao Yan's words, a surprised expression immediately appeared on his face. At the same time, he seemed to have thought of something in his heart, and said in surprise, Brother Xiao was in the Heavenly Cloud Villa before? In that case, could it be that the battle in the Heavenly Cloud Villa half a year ago was because of you? Ouyang Miao had naturally heard of the astonishing battle that took place in the Heavenly Cloud Villa. It was said that it was originally a battle between the Dui sect and the Heavenly Cloud Villa. However, in the end the Cloud Celestial sect and the Ghost Slaughter sect were also involved. At the root of it, it was a group of people who came from the border of the continent and entered the Heavenly Cloud Villa to seek protection. At this moment, when Xiao Yan mentioned it, Ouyang Miao immediately thought of that matter. In this regard, Xiao Yan did not hide anything. This matter was too important to hide even if he wanted to. Since he had already made it clear, there was naturally no need to evade. With a few simple words, Xiao Yan covered up the battle. However, when he retracted his gaze, Ouyang Miao clearly saw the cold killing intent that flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. It was obvious that something big must have happened in the battle in the Heavenly Cloud Villa. Since Xiaoyan did not want to talk about it, Ouyang Miao naturally did not ask. Afterwards, Ouyang Miao briefly explained a few things about the huge sword. Xiao Yan and the others learned that this huge sword was forged by Sword Saint Yulan after she fought against 3 Source Venerables. On one hand, it was to intimidate the crowd. On the other hand, it was naturally to use Sword Saint Yulan's name to strengthen the Ouyang clan. This was something that they had achieved. The current Ouyang clan had an unshakable position in the central region. Although the 3 great clans of the central region were equally famous, the Ouyang clan's foundation was undoubtedly the strongest amongst the 3. Unlike the other 2 clans that only protected their bloodline, the Ouyang clan wantonly recruited outsiders to strengthen their foundation. There was no lack of people with different surnames in the clan. In the central region, there were many small clans that were subordinate forces to the Ouyang clan. The Gu clan was one of them. Under such expansion, there was no doubt that the Ouyang clan's strength was enormous. What was even more surprising was that, despite such a strong expansion, there had never been any internal strife within the Ouyang clan. If the Ouyang clan's reputation outside was due to Sword Saint Yulan Ouyangyu, then the Ouyang clan's internal stability was due to the Ouyang clan's leader. The people of the Gu clan left by themselves at the city gate. Xiao Yan and the other 2 followed Ouyang Miao and temporarily rested in one of the Ouyang clan's courtyards in the city. Their original plan was to use St. Gold City's transportation array to leave this place, but Ouyang Miao had kindly invited them, so they couldn't refuse. Moreover, Lian had been full of resentment for the past month. In order to let her have a good rest, the 3 of them had stayed. Of course, Xiaoyan also understood that Ouyang Miao's goal was to fight with him again. However, on the second day, Chapter 1361. The next day, when the first rays of the morning sun sprinkled down from the sky, St. Gold City, which had been silent for an entire night, was once again bustling with noise and excitement. Outside St. Gold City, countless people swarmed towards the city like ants. At the center of the city was a huge plaza, where 3 giant stone platforms had been built. Mysterious runes were carved into the stone platforms, forming 3 large-scale teleportation arrays. A Grade 7 large-scale teleportation array was vastly superior to the commonly seen Grade 5 teleportation arrays in terms of both number of people and distance. In the entire central region, only the subordinate cities of the central region's major factions, or some provincial cities, possess Grade 7 teleportation arrays. The number of cities that possessed 3 Grade 7 teleportation arrays could be counted on one's fingers. Even among the 3 great clans, only the Ouyang clan possessed one. Moreover, the Ouyang clan had placed the teleportation array in one of their subordinate cities. Although the Ouyang clan's actions were extravagant, in the eyes of several factions, it was undoubtedly an arrogant or foolish act. After all, although placing a teleportation array in one's subordinate city would bring about considerable economic benefits, it would also bring about a potential crisis. In the event of an enemy attack, the teleportation array would give the enemy the best method to deal with it, making it the easiest choice whether to advance or retreat. Fortunately, given the Ouyang clan's powerful foundation, such a thing was unlikely to happen. As the teleportation arrays were activated one after another, more and more experts from various factions gathered in the city. Naturally, their strength could not be underestimated. Compared to the Origin Kings, who could dominate an area in the southern region, they were merely ordinary passers-by in Golden Saint City. There were also quite a number of Origin sect experts, and even Origin Venerate level experts. When the morning sun poured into his room, Xiao Yan, who was seated on his bed, slowly opened his eyes. After a night of recuperation, the exhaustion from a month of traveling had been swept away, and he was in peak condition. The Genesis chi in his body flowed like a torrent, and a feeling of abundant power filled his limbs and bones. It was as if his body would transform into a human-shaped machine with the slightest movement, destroying everything in front of him. Phew! A fire glow suddenly flashed across Xiao Yan's calm, dark black eyes. He seemed to have already predicted what would happen today. A fighting intent leaped within his heart. After so many years, he wondered just what level the current Ouyang Miao had reached. Jumping down from the bed, Xiao Yan slowly walked out of the room, only to see Bai Hua and Lian are already waiting in the courtyard. Are you leaving or staying? The moment Xiaoyan appeared, Bai Hua could feel the abundant Genesis Qi circulating in his body. Coupled with Ouyang Miao's attitude yesterday, she naturally knew what would happen today. Of course. But before that, let's greet the owner first. Xiaoyan pursed his lips and smiled. There was some confidence in his eyes. Upon seeing this, Bai Hua smiled and nodded. She gently patted Lian who was lying lazily on the stone table, and lifted her up. After which, the three of them walked out of the manor. After leaving the manor, the trio saw Ouyang walking straight towards them. From the looks of it, he had also just arrived. Hee, are the three of you leaving? Ouyang laughed heartily as he approached. Xiaoyan observed the aura in Ouyang body, and found that he was also at his peak. Although the two did not speak, they already understood each other's intentions. We are indeed leaving, but it seems that Brother Ouyang hopes that I will stay. In my opinion, Brother Xiao may not be in a hurry to leave. The two of them looked at each other, and the look in their eyes became sharper and sharper. Even the space between them started to distort slightly. This scene also surprised the two guards in front of the courtyard. In front of the manor, Xiaoyan turned his head to glance at Bai Hua and nodded. The latter immediately understood, and retreated a certain distance with Lian. Only then did Xiaoyan's gaze return to Ouyang. Flames surged in his eyes as he said in a chilling voice, "How do we fight? How do we fight?" Haha, direct enough. Since that's the case, I won't hold you back. Same old rules, we'll decide the victor in 100 rounds. As his laughter faded, Ouyang Miao stomped his foot on the ground and retreated a certain distance. As the battle intent on their faces intensified, the vigorous Genesis Qi in their bodies began to rapidly circulate. The two of them might not have to use their full strength, but it was destined to be a hearty battle. However, just as the atmosphere between the two grew increasingly tense, a faint chuckle suddenly interrupted the atmosphere. Hee, Brother Ouyang, it's been a while since we last met. Why are you suddenly in the mood to fight? Even if you want to fight, I should be your opponent. How can a mere 2-star origin sect be worthy of fighting you? The moment the chuckle was heard, the Xiaoyan duo immediately turned their gazes towards the source of the laughter. Xiaoyan frowned slightly, not very interested in Ouyang words. At this moment, a look of disgust appeared on Ouyang face, but it only lasted for an instant before he immediately withdrew it. The Genesis Qi that had leaked out from his body was also completely withdrawn. The four of them expressionlessly looked towards one side of the street. Xiaoyan looked over and saw a young man in white robes smiling warmly at Ouyang. Although the young man's face was warm, his smile gave off a feminine aura no matter how one looked at it. Behind the young man in white stood three elders. As Xiaoyan's gaze swept across the trio, the expression in his eyes involuntarily widened a little. The auras of the two elders at the back were not any weaker than First Elder Luo Xiong of the Heavenly Cloud Villa. They were clearly two 8-star origin sect experts. As for the elder standing at the front, when his gaze landed on the latter, Xiaoyan's heart violently shuddered. Origin Sovereign. This old man's appearance was scattered. Both of his hands were inserted into his sleeves. At a glance, he appeared no different from an ordinary old man. However, with his powerful spiritual perception, Xiaoyan was able to sense that this old man was definitely an expert whose cultivation had reached the Yuanzun class. The appearance of the young man in white instantly broke the atmosphere. The two guards at the entrance wore rather unhappy expressions when they saw the group of four. It was obvious that the young man in white did not have much of an impression in their eyes. By Ruoxuan, they are my guests. I hope that you can speak with some respect. Ouyang tone was a little heavy as he curled his lips. As he spoke, Ouyang walked over to Xiaoyan's side and reminded him in a low voice, "Be careful of this guy. Be careful of this guy. He's from the Bai clan. He's not a good person." The moment Ouyang said this, Xiaoyan immediately raised his eyebrows and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The one who could make Ouyang warn him in such a manner was naturally the Bai clan, which was also one of the three great clans. Xiaoyan's eyes were surprised as he looked at this group of people in front of him. His heart was filled with surprise. His aim for coming to the middle region was to head to the Xiao clan. It was unexpected that he had already met the members of these two large clans before he had even met the members of the Xiao clan. Moreover, according to what Luo Ao had said back then, the mysterious Jade ruler seemed to be in the Bai clan. It was also at this moment that a strange movement suddenly came from Xiao Yan's storage ring. Chapter 1362. Hehe, since you are Brother Ouyang's friend, I will take back my words. It is not that you are unworthy, but you don't have the strength. By Ruoxuan, this is my Saint Gold City. Just as Bai Ruoxuan finished speaking, Ouyang Miao's deep voice suddenly sounded. The former smiled mockingly at Xiao Yan, then turned to face Ouyang Miao and said with a warm smile, Brother Ouyang, don't be angry. Brother Ouyang, please don't be angry. I'm here to see my master. As long as you tell me where my master is, I'll leave right away. As Bai Ruoxuan said this, his eyes could not help but shake slightly. One of his hands slowly touched the storage ring, and the emotions in his heart fluctuated slightly. Master? My second uncle never promised to take you as a disciple. I advise you to stop thinking about it. Hearing this, Ouyang Miao's face darkened as he said in a low voice. Slowly turning the storage ring on his finger, Bai Ruoxuan smiled as if he did not care. Soon after, he laughed softly. Brother Ouyang, why do you say this? Although my master has no plans to take me as a disciple for the time being, I have already recognized this master. As the saying goes, where sincerity reaches, metal and stone will split. I believe that there will be such a day sooner or later. But at least it is not today. My second uncle is in seclusion recently. Please go back. Ouyang Miao turned his head to look at Xiao Yan by the side after saying those words. At this moment, the latter's hand was tightly holding the storage ring in his hand. His expression was somewhat unnatural as he looked at Bai Ruoxuan on the opposite side. He only felt that something within the storage ring appeared to be unable to control itself, and wanted to charge out. Xiao Yan only forced a smile when he saw Ouyang Miao looking at him at this moment. Under Ouyang Miao's signal, the two of them and Bai Hua by the side walked to the other side of the street. Wait a moment. Just at this moment, Bai Ruoxuan's voice sounded again. Ouyang Miao's expression was impatient as he turned around and looked at the former. He frowned and said in a low voice, What else do you want to do? I am not willing. Are you going to force your way in? Haha, Brother Ouyang, you've misunderstood. I am not trying to force my way in. I merely want your friend to see something. Bai Ruoxuan laughed softly. Immediately his hand, which was placed on his storage ring, slowly opened. While a thought passed through his mind, his right hand slowly clenched tightly at the empty space beside him. Almost at the same time, an enormous ruler, which was completely white like jade, slowly appeared in his right hand. From its appearance, it was actually exactly the same as the heavy Xian ruler. This is mysterious jade ruler. Ouyang Miao frowned tightly. He seemed to have some other impression of the enormous ruler in Bai Ruoxuan's hand. However, he was unable to recall it at this moment. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who was beside him, was doing his best to control the storage ring in his hand. More accurately, he was controlling the heavy Xian ruler, which was trembling intensely within the storage ring at this moment. Ever since Bai Ruoxuan and the rest had arrived, Xiao Yan had clearly sensed that the heavy Xian ruler within the storage ring was trembling uncontrollably. That state was as though it was being pulled by something. Fortunately, with the isolation of the storage ring, Xiao Yan was able to barely suppress it. However, now that Bai Ruoxuan had taken out the mysterious jade ruler from his storage ring, the heavy Xian ruler within Xiao Yan's storage ring was naturally unable to be controlled. Ah, this friend. Since you have already been discovered, why do you need to purposely hide it? In this world, the only thing that can cause my mysterious jade ruler to act strangely is that thing. Bai Ruoxuan's face was filled with a cold smile as he stared at Xiao Yan opposite him. There was a glint in his eyes. If he was unable to determine where the strangeness of the mysterious jade ruler originated from earlier, at this moment, he was certain that this feeling originated from Xiao Yan in front of him. Xiao Yan's heart was also filled with solemnity in this regard. He had actually met someone from the Bai clan in Saint Gold City. Moreover, he did not expect that the other party was actually carrying the mysterious jade ruler. Additionally, there were a few people behind Bai Ruoxuan. Once his heavy Xian ruler was exposed in front of them, It was likely that the situation would become extremely disadvantageous for him. Humph, are you still going to stubbornly resist? Since you're not willing, let me give you a hand. As an icy chuckle sounded, Bai Ruoxuan's foot stomped on the ground. Genesis chi gushed out from under his feet, as he waved the white mysterious jade ruler in one hand. His figure shot toward Xiao Yan like a bolt of lightning, arriving in front of the latter in the blink of an eye. His face was filled with disdain as his ruler swung toward Xiao Yan's head. Beside Xiao Yan, Bai Hua and Ouyang Miao were just about to intervene when they were stopped by the two 8-star origin sect experts. They could only watch helplessly as the giant ruler in Bai Ruoxuan's hand smashed downwards. The biting cold wind pressure smashed onto Xiao Yan's face from all directions. However, his expression became calm instead. His hand, which was holding the storage ring, also slowly relaxed. In the next second, clang, as the deafening sound of metal clashing rang out. A buzzing sound immediately reverberated across the streets. The expressions of the two guards in front of the courtyard changed drastically as an invisible wave of energy violently unfurled between Xiao Yan and Bai Ruoxuan like a hurricane. At this moment, when everyone raised their eyes and looked over, they saw that Xiao Yan was tightly holding an enormous, dark black ruler with one hand. With a tight frown, he had temporarily blocked the ruler that Bai Ruoxuan had thrown over. Anyone present who was observant would be able to discover that the enormous rulers in the hands of these two people were basically the same with the exception of the black and white color. Boom. Next, the two individuals each slammed their palms into the ruler in their hands. As the two forces collided once again, both figures were pushed back several steps. Only then did they swing their rulers at each other. Humph, it is indeed the heavy mysterious ruler. Bai Ruoxuan coldly snorted, but there was a victorious smile on his face. Xiao Yan was non-committal. His hand, which was holding the heavy Xian ruler, trembled gently. Immediately, a bang sounded and a fierce flame lingered over the ruler's body. Immediately, the temperature of the area where everyone was located suddenly rose by quite a lot. Even the ground under their feet was grilled by this high temperature, until it cracked. It's actually a heavenly flame. At this instant, the old man not far behind Bai Ruoxuan finally raised his head. His old face carried a slightly surprised expression as he looked at Xiao Yan. His old eyes slowly narrowed, and only then did he speak. Young man, you are actually able to obtain the recognition of a heavenly flame. That is truly commendable. This old man will not interfere in this matter. As long as you hand over the heavy mysterious ruler in your hand, you can leave safely. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the old man's body. As the seriousness in his eyes gradually increased, he withdrew his hand behind his back. His eyes stared intently at the old man as he slowly opened his mouth. As he spoke, a white jade array disc fell into his hand. What if I refuse? Chapter 1363. The old man's eyes slowly narrowed as he stared at Xiao Yan. He slowly lifted a hand, Genesis chi gathering at his fingertips as he slowly said, "If you're unwilling then." Elder Rong, didn't you just say that you won't interfere? I'm afraid that it won't be good for you to do so. Right at that moment, Bai Ruoxuan looked to the old man with a face full of smiles. Although he was trying to dissuade the old man, there was a bit of fierceness in his eyes. Seeing that, the old man immediately understood what was going on. Don't worry, I've always kept my word. Moreover, I won't do things like bullying the weak. At most, I'll keep this little friend here for now. You can naturally leave when you've thought things through. In the face of such threatening words, the expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily became gloomy. On the other side, the impatience on Ouyang Miao's face became even greater when he heard these words. Bai Rong, you dare to block my guest? Ouyang Miao was originally a proud and aloof person. Moreover, Xiao Yan was his guest and his opponent. Yet, this old man in front of him had so casually decided whether Xiao Yan should stay or leave. How could he endure this? There's no need to be angry. I'm just saying. As for what to do, it will naturally depend on this mister's intentions. Bai Rong softly chuckled when he heard this. He turned towards Xiao Yan, the threatening look in his eyes growing even more intense. Xiao Yan was non-committal. His hand, which was holding the heavy Xian ruler, tightened slightly. A thought passed through his mind, and the flame that covered it immediately rose violently. The dense feeling deep within his pair of dark black eyes gradually became denser. He had never been threatened by anyone in his entire life. These words of this old man not only did not bring him any pressure, but instead only provoked his fury. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with anger. By the side, Bai Ruoxuan's gaze slowly swept across Xiao Yan and the rest, pausing on Ouyang Miao for a moment. After a brief moment of thought, he smiled in a feminine manner and said, "Hee, we're all family. There's no need to ruin our relationship over such a small matter. You're not polite at all. When did my Ouyang clan become a family with your Bai clan? My second uncle is not your master, and St. Gold City is not a place where you can act as you please." With a cold snort, Ouyang Miao's expression darkened as a boundless energy aura instantly spread from his body. At the same time, water vapor rapidly condensed in the air around him, transforming into several water screens in the blink of an eye that protected Ouyang Miao. Although the 8-star source sect expert in front of Ouyang Miao was not afraid, he could not help but frown in the face of such an attitude from Ouyang Miao. In the entire middle region, Ouyang Miao could be considered an elite amongst the younger generation. Even his Bai clan's Bai Ruoxuan was slightly inferior to the former. Given this fellow's strength, even they had no choice but to treat him with caution. Brother Ouyang Miao, there's no need to be angry. The 3 great clans are of the same breath and branch. Moreover, I'm also teacher's disciple. Let's just consider it my wishful thinking. Today's matter has nothing to do with the relationship between our clans. However, this friend, the heavy Xian Buster Sword and my mysterious Jade Buster Sword are originally one. I hope that you can part with it on account of brother Ouyang Miao and give it to me. Bai Ruoxuan narrowed his eyes. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards Xiao Yan and gave the latter a warm smile. Xiao Yan stared at Bai Ruoxuan in silence for a long time. A moment later, he suddenly grinned and said, "Since the 3 great clans are of the same breath and branch, and the Bai clan and Ouyang clan have such a relationship, why don't you give me the mysterious Jade Buster Sword on account of brother Ouyang Miao?" "Brat, how dare you? How can you casually touch something that belongs to the heir of my Bai clan?" The other old man from the 8-star source sect by the side had a sunken expression. He stepped forward, and a powerful aura immediately rushed toward Xiao Yan. Buzz. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly as the aura surged towards him. He frowned as he let out a low shout in his heart. The Force Elephant skill was instantly unleashed, and with the strength of his powerful physical body, he was able to block the elder's aura. Ouyang Miao became increasingly furious when he saw this. Ha! The elder could not help but be surprised when he saw this scene. At the same time, Bai Ruoxuan's expression darkened. He looked at Ouyang Miao, who had an extremely ugly expression, and hesitated for a long time. Only then did he look at Xiao Yan again and said in a deep voice, "Since neither you nor I are willing to give it up, why don't we use the simplest method to solve this problem? Brat, if you have the guts, fight with me. If I win, you will give me the heavy Xian Buster Sword. What if you lose?" Xiao Yan lifted his eyelids and stared at Bai Ruoxuan as he asked indifferently. Bai Ruoxuan was stunned when he heard this. He could not help but be surprised by Xiao Yan's decisiveness. Soon after, he could not help but laugh. When the two of them had exchanged blows earlier, they had clearly seen through each other's cultivation. Bai Ruoxuan was currently an initial 4-star source sect, and his cultivation was only slightly weaker than Ouyang Miao's. On the other hand, Xiao Yan was only a 2-star source sect. Even the slightest difference between origin sect experts was enough to determine the outcome of a battle, let alone the fact that there was a 2-star gap between him and Xiao Yan. Bai Ruoxuan truly could not imagine how he would lose with such a huge gap. Ha 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 ha, although it is a little laughable, I cannot help but admire your courage. You actually dare to fantasize about the outcome at such a time. Since you want it, I will agree. If you defeat me, I, Bai Ruoxuan, will hand over the mysterious Jade Buster Sword with both hands. Crown Prince, you can't. Elder Rong, you might be a little too careful. Could it be that you're worried that I can't deal with such trash? Before Bai Rong could finish speaking, Bai Ruoxuan's indifferent laughter immediately interrupted him. Although Bai Rong was slightly worried, he still took a deep breath in the end. He slowly nodded and did not say anything else. Afterwards, Bai Ruoxuan glanced at the other two 8-star source sect experts. The two of them exchanged glances before retreating, leaving the space for Xiao Yan and Bai Ruoxuan. Outside the arena, Ouyang Miao and Bai Hua had also retreated. The three of them glanced at Xiao Yan, then looked at Bai Ruoxuan's confident appearance. They could not help but exchange glances as sneers flashed across the depths of their eyes. There was naturally no need to mention Xiao Yan's strength. During the Origin Emperor's time, he had severely injured a 4-star source sect expert, Tang Long. Now that he had stepped into the Origin sect realm, his battle prowess was naturally many times stronger than before. Ouyang Miao knew that Xiao Yan's battle prowess far exceeded his cultivation, so he naturally would not treat the latter as an ordinary person. However, Bai Ruoxuan was currently acting so arrogantly. Once the two of them fought, Ouyang Miao would likely have to pay quite a price. Chapter 1364. As the crowd dispersed, the home ground was naturally handed over to Xiao Yan and Bai Ruoxuan, who were currently staring at each other. The two individuals were currently wielding giant rulers, one black and one white, as if they were born to oppose each other. Bai Ruoxuan was a little taken aback when he saw that Xiao Yan was not the slightest bit afraid. His eyes filled with surprise at the former's mental fortitude. However, due to his powerful cultivation, he did not feel the slightest bit of worry. He wanted to let the black-robed, black ruler-wielding Xiao Yan understand that in the face of sufficient strength, pure willpower would not be able to create any miracles. Kid, I admire your temperament, but if you really dare to fight me, you will only be humiliating yourself in the end. As the heir of the Bai clan, one of the 3 great clans of the central region, Bai Ruoxuan had his own pride. Amongst the younger generation of the central region, the number of individuals who could match him could be counted on one's fingers. Hence, there was naturally no fear in his heart when facing an unknown brat. Xiao Yan paid no attention to Bai Ruoxuan's mocking. A fierce light pulsed in his eyes as the flames on the giant ruler in his hand grew increasingly stronger. With a thought, the Genesis chi in his body converged into the giant ruler in his hand. Under the flames, the grooves on the giant ruler were filled with scarlet-red light. As they flowed, they became as hot as boiling lava. Bai Ruoxuan sneered when he saw Xiao Yan's reaction. His arm jerked, causing the white ruler in his hand to tremble. Boundless golden Genesis chi flowed on it, causing the surrounding space to distort and ripple. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. With a cold shout, Bai Ruoxuan's foot slammed into the ground as his body shot forward like a cannonball. Golden light swirled around the giant white ruler in his hand, drawing a dazzling arc of light in the air. In the blink of an eye, his figure had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan, less than a foot away from the latter. So noisy! Xiao Yan's gaze was indifferent as he eyed Bai Ruoxuan's figure, which had already come close to him. He glanced at the intense wind that the Xian Jade ruler carried, and shook his head at a steady pace. He allowed the enormous ruler to sweep over while his body merely took half a step to the right. Soon after, a fierce attack suddenly swept past. However, the shocking thing was that the enormous ruler, which was surrounded by a golden glow, actually whizzed past Xiao Yan's sleeves. Other than carrying a hurricane, it did not even touch Xiao Yan's sleeves from the beginning until the end. Such speed! The expression on Ouyang Miao's face instantly changed when he saw this scene, and he could not help but cry out in surprise. Even the 2 8-star source sects and Bai Rong could not help but frown. Although Xiao Yan's movement seemed slow, compared to Bai Ruoxuan's ferocious attack, it was undoubtedly several times faster. Even a ghost would not believe that it was a coincidence that he was able to dodge Bai Ruoxuan's attack so accurately at such a short distance. At this moment, Bai Ruoxuan also revealed a look of surprise when he saw Xiao Yan dodge his attack so easily. His heart immediately sank, and at almost the same time that he swept past Xiao Yan's figure, he suddenly waved the mysterious jade ruler in his hand. The giant ruler's tip suddenly turned, and Bai Ruoxuan also turned his body in the air, swinging the ruler horizontally toward Xiao Yan once again. Xiao Yan's expression turned stern when he heard the sound of wind behind him. His body did not move at all, and without even turning his head, he swung the heavy dark ruler in his hand backwards. Soon after, the 2 giant rulers heavily collided. This is the first ruler. At the same time that the giant ruler was swung backwards, Xiao Yan's indifferent voice was transmitted into Bai Ruoxuan's ears. However, before the latter could hear anything, the two giant rulers had already collided. Clang! When the two collided, an ear-shaking, enormous sound of metal colliding immediately sounded. A circular invisible air wave also swept apart. The golden-colored flowing light on the Xian Jade ruler also unleashed a powerful energy ripple at this moment, which violently struck the heavy Xian ruler in Xiao Yan's hand. Xiao Yan's expression did not change even a little in the face of such a powerful energy attack. A thought passed through his heart, and the enormous ruler that was wrapped by the flame immediately trembled. Soon after, a startling ruler glow suddenly charged up from the heavy Xian ruler, and collided with the energy on the Xian Jade ruler. Soon after, it forcefully exploded. Bang! At the same time that the explosion rang out, a storm swept out. Xiao Yan's figure did not move at all. When he looked at Bai Ruoxuan again, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. As the chill in his eyes surged, he directly charged into the center of the storm. A loud roar was emitted from his mouth, and golden light suddenly appeared on the giant ruler. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a giant golden dragon. With a low roar, it explosively shot toward Xiao Yan. It was only at this moment that Xiao Yan slowly turned around. His gaze was calm as he looked at the giant white ruler that was furiously smashing down. He did not have the slightest intention of dodging. The giant ruler, which was covered in flames, was slanted towards the ground. As the flames rose, he suddenly waved the giant ruler, and a majestic ruler light also rushed out. The second ruler. The heavy ruler carried a ruler light as it ruthlessly streaked across the empty space, after which, it violently collided with the giant golden dragon, causing sparks to fly in all directions. The two collided and the two human figures were shaken until they took a couple of steps back. Bai Ruoxuan's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that Xiao Yan in front of him was actually able to unleash such a powerful energy. Even he was unable to obtain victory in one strike. Brat, I allowed you to luckily dodge my previous attack. Consider it my carelessness this time, but let's see how you will withstand my next attack. Bai Ruoxuan's body moved with a furious laugh. An afterimage remained where he was, and when he reappeared, he was already a short distance in front of Xiao Yan. Both of his hands tightly gripped the ruler's hilt as the Genesis chi within his body continuously poured into it, causing waves of golden light to erupt from it like a small sun. Light of the sun! In the short span of a few breaths, the originally white ruler was already filled with a sacred golden light. The dazzling light illuminated the street, making it difficult to distinguish between heaven and earth. Wave after wave of powerful and terrifying energy spread from within. Is this an intent class Do skill? Seeing this, Xiao Yan finally slowly narrowed his eyes. The expression in his eyes became increasingly sharp. His hand, which was holding the heavy Xian ruler, also tightened its grip. After which, the instant he raised his head, the enormous ruler in his hand also hacked down with a force from above. 3 feet. Ruler light shot out, but Xiao Yan did not pause. Instead, he continued to swing downwards, only stopping after the 9th swing. At almost the same time, Bai Rong's expression involuntarily changed. He took a step forward as the Genesis chi in his body began to circulate. Chapter 1365. Light of the Sun. A dazzling light shone over this entire world. A frightening energy ripple was emitted from within the golden light. The Xian Jade ruler in Bai Ruoxuan's hand was violently hacked down at the same time Xiao Yan swung the 7 feet of the ruler. A golden-colored dazzling glow shot out from the enormous ruler. It soared with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a 1,000-foot-long startling glow. It hacked down toward Xiao Yan with a momentum that seemed to split the sky. At the same time, the 7 ruler glows that had been shot out from the heavy Xian ruler merged into one. The flame soared, and it became just like an incomparable sail that stood between the sky and the ground. It abruptly met the golden-colored glow that was shooting over from the bottom. In the next instant, boundless auras erupted like a volcano from the point of collision, blotting out the sky and covering the land. Cracking noises rang out as countless cracks spread across the surrounding ground and buildings, before they were completely destroyed with a loud bang. The invisible space cracked and formed numerous narrow, dark black crack lines under the collision of these two frightening energies. A monstrous energy wave spread over the sky. Although Xiaoyan was only 7 feet tall, the might of this 7 feet was far greater than in the past. Now that the 7-layered sky-breaking ruler had transformed into 9 feet, Xiaoyan was confident that he could completely block Bai Ruoxuan's attack, even if he did not use his full strength. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion abruptly rang out at this moment. The battle between the two was completely destroyed at this moment, while the ground below was blasted into countless fragments that shot in all directions. Terrifying ripples from a punch swiftly spread at this moment, causing even Ouyang Miao and the rest, as well as the 2 elders from the 8-star origin sect, to involuntarily take a dozen steps back. They hurriedly circulated the Genesis Chi in their bodies, sealing off the area where the two had been. On the other side, Bai Rong's sinister eyes stared intently at the unmoving Xiaoyan. Killing intent surged in the depths of his eyes as the Genesis Chi in his body stealthily flowed to his palm. Swish! Within the battle circle, the energy storm had yet to completely dissipate. Just as everyone was feeling anxious, a violent sound of rushing wind suddenly rang out from within. Almost at the same time, Bai Rong's body, who was outside the battle circle, also trembled. Only a gradually blurred afterimage was left on his original spot. However, his body had already appeared beside Bai Ruoxuan. Just as he was about to raise his hand and throw a palm forward, his expression suddenly changed drastically. At the same time, his body turned around and violently threw a palm towards the empty space on the other side. Boom! 2 skinny palms came into contact with each other in the invisible empty space. Energy ripples spread out like a hurricane. At the same time, the energy ripples in the surroundings were completely swept away. At the same time, the low and deep sound of another fist landing on the body was also transmitted into Bai Rong's ears. After which, everyone present clearly saw a white figure fly out from the battle circle, like a kite with a broken string. After which, it violently landed on the ground. It rubbed against the ground for dozens of meters before it slowly stabilized. If one looked again, this person was undoubtedly Bai Ruoxuan. At this moment, 3 human figures were standing in each direction in the empty space. Xiaoyan stood in the middle while 2 old men stood opposite each other. Their gazes were staring at Xiaoyan alone in the middle of the battleground. This was especially the case for Bai Rong at this moment. The expression on his old face was gloomy. He did not expect that there would actually be someone who would intervene on Xiaoyan's behalf. Moreover, from the looks of the other party's aura earlier, it was likely that the other party's cultivation was not inferior to his. Damn it! Bai Rong turned his head to look at Bai Ruoxuan, who was in the middle of the ruins and had almost fainted. The expression on Bai Rong's face was extremely ugly. Then, he suddenly turned his head to look at Xiaoyan and laughed angrily. I never thought that you would have a helper. Hearing those words, Xiaoyan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He turned his head to look at the other side. At this moment, an old man wearing a purple robe with a face full of wrinkles was similarly standing in the air. However, looking at his expression that was filled with killing intent, Xiaoyan did not think that this fellow would be his helper. Helper? If you had not intervened to stop me, this brat would have already died under this venerable self's palm. Soon after, the old man in purple robes let out a hoarse and dark cold snort. Bai Rong's expression could not help but be slightly startled when he heard these words. From the other party's tone, it seemed that he had also come to kill Xiaoyan. Things had happened so suddenly that he had misunderstood the other party's intentions. Immediately, he heaved a long sigh of relief in his heart. His gaze bypassed Xiaoyan and stared at the purple-robed elder. He raised his hand and cupped his fist together as he faintly smiled. So it was a misunderstanding. This old man has been overthinking things. In that case, please do as you wish. Bai Rong swiftly descended to Bai Ruoxuan's side after uttering those words. The 2 8-star Sorsong had already helped Bai Ruoxuan consume medicinal pills. Although Bai Ruoxuan's injuries were temporarily stabilized, the killing intent in Bai Rong's eyes became even denser when he saw the deep, scarlet fist imprint on Bai Ruoxuan's chest. He turned his head and looked at the solemn expression of Xiaoyan in the sky. If Bai Ruoxuan's injuries were not too serious, it was likely that he would have personally attacked. When he looked at the empty space again, The purple-robed elder who had suddenly appeared was currently looking at Xiao Yan with a face full of killing intent. A powerful aura continuously surged from his body, appearing rather shocking. Where did you provoke such an expert? Ouyang Miao's body rushed forward and appeared beside Xiao Yan. He had quite a good understanding of the Bai clan, but he had never seen this purple-robed person in front of him. Naturally, he did not dare to carelessly speak. I have never seen him before. Xiao Yan frowned when he heard this and explained in a deep voice. Ouyang Miao frowned in surprise when he heard this. However, at this moment, the purple-robed man spoke again. His hoarse voice was like an invisible blade that spread across the world. You don't recognize this old man, but you should remember Xieshan, right? When the two words Xieshan were spoken, an extremely terrifying aura and pressure suddenly swept out from the old man's body. It instantly enveloped Xiao Yan and Ouyang Miao's heads. Xieshan. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. Subsequently, he suddenly raised his head and cried out in surprise. You are a member of the Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast clan. This sovereign is Xieshan's father. You killed Xieshan in the southern region. Do you really think that no one will know? Today, this sovereign will use your blood to pay tribute to my dead son. An earth-shaking furious cry was emitted. The body of the purple-robed old man suddenly shook. His body instantly turned into a purple-colored light figure that shot explosively toward Xiao Yan in the sky in front of the solemn gazes of Ouyang Miao and the others. A sharp roar also shook the sky. At this moment, the white array disc that Xiao Yan was holding tightly in his hand also emitted a golden light. Immediately after, it was thrown into the air. At the same time the array was activated, numerous spiritual stones also flew out from Xiao Yan's storage ring. Chapter 1366. That purple-robed person appeared outside of the formation almost at the same time the formation above Xiao Yan's head was activated. Soon after, a palm was heavily imprinted on the golden-colored barrier in front of him. Clang! Circular golden-colored energy ripples swiftly spread from the formation barrier at the same time the trembling sound appeared. The remaining strength of the rebound also forced the purple-robed person back by over 100 feet. By the time he raised his head, the formation had already been fully unleashed, covering Xiao Yan and Ouyang Miao within it. A grade 7 array? The purple-robed man's brows knitted together as his expression darkened. With a flip of his hand, chilling blood-colored Genesis Chi rapidly gathered in his palm. With a vicious wave, it transformed into a stream of light that slammed into the array barrier. Ripples churned, but it remained incomparably tough. Not bad. I didn't expect you to possess such a high-grade array. But what can a mere grade 7 array do in front of me? With an icy chuckle, the purple-robed man was about to charge forward again when Ouyang Miao suddenly took a step forward. Frowning as he respectfully said, Elder, I am the heir of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Miao. I don't care what grudges you have with Xiao Yan, but I hope you can stop today and treat it as giving my Ouyang clan some face. I haven't been to the central region for many years. How did such an arrogant junior emerge? The Ouyang family is one of the 3 great clans of the central region, and has Sword Saint Yulan as their leader. I have heard of your reputation, but why should I give you any face when you're just a junior? As his voice faded, the purple-robed man's figure had already appeared in front of the array barrier. Murderous intent surged in his eyes as he slammed his palm into the array barrier. Unlike before, the purple-robed man's figure did not retreat in the slightest. As his palm landed, ripples churned on the array barrier, followed by another palm strike. The entire array gradually began to tremble under his powerful attacks. Within the array barrier, Xiao Yan stared intently at the purple-robed man's astonishing attacks as his heart turned solemn. Even if a Source Venerate expert did not use any Do skills, he could still rely on his own power to shatter a grade 7 array. Although the array barrier was strong, it would not last long under the purple-robed man's attacks. As his heart sank, Xiao Yan had no choice but to quickly circulate the Genesis Chi in his body. Flames surged in his palm, swiftly forming a flaming wheel as wisps of great Tao power gathered. In the face of a Source Venerate expert, the only thing Xiao Yan could rely on was the Angry Buddha reincarnation, which was comparable to a great Tao skill. Outside, Byron could not help but reveal a sinister smile when he saw the grave expression on Xiao Yan's face. It had to be said that the fact that Xiao Yan had been able to easily defeat the 4-star Bai Ruoxuan with his 2-star origin ancestor cultivation was partly due to Bai Ruoxuan's carelessness, but Xiao Yan's frightening battle power was also undeniable. Today's battle between Xiao Yan and Bai Ruoxuan had turned them into true enemies regardless of whether it was the mysterious Jade Ruler or the fact that Xiao Yan had heavily injured Bai Ruoxuan. If not for the purple-robed man's intervention earlier, Xiao Yan would likely have already become a dead soul under his palm. Of course, doing so would definitely incur the displeasure of the Ouyang clan. However, the purple-robed man's intervention had saved Bai Rong a lot of trouble. Today this kid will die without a doubt. The smile on Bai Rong's lips widened as he watched the increasingly crumbling golden formation under the purple-robed man's fierce attacks. Clang, 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 clang. A series of heavy bangs rang out as tiny cracks quietly appeared on the white jade formation disc hovering in front of Xiao Yan. From the looks of it, it would not last for long, and the angry Buddha reincarnation in his palm would likely take some time to gather. Xiao Yan had no choice but to desperately gather the Genesis Qi in his body. The angry Buddha reincarnation was his greatest trump card at this moment. By the side, Ouyang Miao's expression grew increasingly dark. When he saw that the formation was about to collapse, he shouted in a low voice, "Even if you don't give this junior face today, you should stop for the sake of my Ouyang clan. Otherwise, this matter won't end so easily in the future." Hehehe boy, your words are a little arrogant. It is indeed the style of the Ouyang clan, but my purpose today is only to kill this boy. It has nothing to do with your Ouyang clan. If you attack, don't blame me for being merciless. Boom. At the same time that the cold cry was emitted from his mouth, a shriveled hand of the purple-robed person finally violently penetrated the formation barrier in front of him, after which his arm shook abruptly. Soon after, the golden-colored formation barrier in front of him swiftly broke apart amidst a wave of cracking sounds. Even the white jade formation plate that was suspended in front of Xiao Yan similarly trembled intensely. Soon after, it actually broke apart in the air, transforming into a pile of powder that scattered and drifted down. Xiao Yan's expression changed drastically when the formation broke. The purple-robed man let out a sinister laugh. He twisted his right hand, his 5 fingers curling into a claw. His body immediately dashed forward, grabbing at Xiao Yan's throat. At almost the same time, Xiao Yan's side, Ouyang Miao also moved after a brief moment of hesitation. He blocked in front of Xiao Yan while the Genesis Qi in his body gushed out without reservation. His right hand grasped the air, and an ink-colored spear appeared in his hand. As water flowed around the tip of the spear, a curtain of water adhered to the spear. Next, he thrust the spear forward with a grave expression. "Don't blame me for being stubborn." Seeing this, the purple-robed man's face darkened. With a slight twist of his wrist, the claw that was rushing forward immediately changed direction and grabbed at the long spear that was thrusting towards him. However, when the two of them were less than 10 feet apart, the space between them suddenly distorted violently. Immediately after, an incomparably terrifying light burst forth like a storm, while it easily pushed the purple-robed man back. Ouyang Miao's body and the spear in his hand were forcefully frozen in the air, unable to move at all. When this unparalleled sharpness gradually dissipated, what fell into everyone's line of sight was a long sword suspended in the void. When everyone saw the sword, the members of the Bai clan, as well as Xiao Yan's group, could not help but reveal shocked expressions. There was naturally no need to mention the Bai clan. As for Xiao Yan's group, although the sword was much smaller in size, the runes on it and the sharp aura it gave off were no different from the giant sword outside St. Gold City. It was the Serene Orchid Sword. The appearance of the Serene Orchid Sword meant that its master should be here. Chapter 1367. This is the Serene Orchid Sword. On the ground below, Bai Rong's eyes suddenly shrunk when he saw the sharp longsword suspended in the air. Even the expression on his old face changed. In his heart, he involuntarily cursed the purple-robed person. If this fellow had not disregarded the face of the Ouyang clan and attacked Ouyang Miao, the Serene Orchid Sword might not have appeared in this place. Now that the Serene Orchid Sword had appeared and Ouyang Miao was protecting Xiao Yan, it was naturally impossible for this purple-robed person to kill Xiao Yan. This is the Serene Orchid Sword. Rumor has it that the Ouyang clan has a serene orchid sword saint who once fought against 3 origin venerables by himself. Today, I would like to experience it. The purple-robed man narrowed his eyes as he stared at the space beside the serene orchid sword. Hee, I wouldn't dare to experience it. I only hope that your excellency will stop. Everyone who comes is a guest, and my Ouyang clan should treat them with respect. I didn't wish for things to turn out this way. Why don't your excellency give me some face and let bygones be bygones? After the purple-robed man finished speaking, the space he was looking at gradually distorted. Then a middle-aged man in green clothes appeared with his hands behind his back and a warm smile on his face, as he looked at the purple-robed man not far away. At the same time, Ouyang Miao, who was behind him, gradually withdrew his tyrannical aura into his body. Even the energy condensed on the long spear was absorbed into Ouyang Miao's body. His stiff body suddenly returned to normal. The middle-aged man in green clothes had a handsome figure. He wore a crown on his head and had a resolute face. A pair of sword-like eyebrows made him look majestic without being angry. His pitch-black eyes contained a sharp light like that of an eagle's. If he hadn't deliberately restrained it, few people would have been able to look him in the eye. This person was the second in command of the Ouyang clan, known as the Serene Orchid Sword Saint Ouyang Yu. I'll give you some face. As long as you hand him over, I will immediately turn around and leave. The purple-robed man pointed at Xiao Yan as he spoke with a sinister smile. The bloodthirsty killing intent in his eyes was not concealed in the slightest. Ouyang Miao's expression changed the moment these words were spoken. His footsteps shifted slightly to the side and blocked in front of Xiao Yan. His gaze, however, landed on the middle-aged man in front of him. The latter turned his head and smiled at Ouyang Miao. His gaze swept past Xiao Yan's face before he turned around, and once again looked at the purple-robed person. He smiled slightly and slowly shook his head. My apologies, this little friend is also a guest of the Ouyang clan. Since he is in the clan, how can I not take care of him? I hope your excellency can forgive me. The purple-robed man's expression immediately darkened. The Genesis chi in his body churned as he spoke in a low voice. You're not giving it to me? Please forgive me. Ouyang's eyes. The moment the middle-aged man finished speaking, the purple-robed man's figure instantly charged forward. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The short distance between the two of them was closed in an instant. The purple-robed man's 5 fingers curled into a claw and grabbed the middle-aged man's chest. I'd like to see just how capable a sword saint like you is. The curved claw tore a pitch-black crack in the void. Powerful energy gathered between the 5 fingers, wrapped in a fierce wind, and stabbed fiercely at the middle-aged man's chest. If this attack landed, even with Ouyang Yu's cultivation, he would be seriously injured in an instant. However, just as the sharp claws were a meter away from Ouyang Yu's body, the serene orchid sword hovering in the air seemed to have sensed something and instantly arrived in front of Ouyang Yu. The 3-finger-wide sword firmly blocked the purple-robed man's attack. What? The purple-robed man was shocked. His attack was easily blocked by the long sword, and Ouyang Yu didn't even make a move. He was still looking at him with a calm expression. Then, with a thought, a fierce and domineering sword chi suddenly burst out from the sword and fiercely fell on the purple-robed man's palm. With a burst of sparks, a stream of blood spilled out. The purple-robed man was immediately sent flying. He lowered his head to look, only to see a scarlet sword scar on his palm. The intense pain caused his entire arm to tremble uncontrollably, while the muscles on his face twitched violently. Fortunately, he had his Genesis chi to block the attack, or his hand would have been severed by the sword chi. What a terrifying sword chi! The purple-robed man's expression darkened as he muttered under his breath. He could not help but feel a grave feeling in his heart. I hope you can stop here. Ouyang Yu smiled faintly. His smile was as simple and calm as before, but it was exceptionally pressuring. Behind him, Xiao Yan could not help but sigh inwardly when he saw the middle-aged man's calm appearance. Ouyang Yu had already displayed such powerful battle strength before even making a move. Even the purple-robed man, who was a Genesis Venerate, had been forced to retreat. It was hard to imagine how terrifying Ouyang Yu would be once he displayed his true cultivation. Sword Saint Yulan indeed lived up to her reputation. The purple-robed man's expression fluctuated indeterminately when he heard Ouyang Yu's words. Xie Shan's death had made him extremely sad, and he had even sworn to avenge his dead son. But now his enemy was right in front of him, and he was helpless to do anything. How could he endure this? A pair of dark red eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. A long while later, the purple-robed man gritted his teeth and unwillingly lowered his head. He said in a low voice, "I've lost." Although this was what he said, when he lowered his head, an extremely strong resentment abruptly emerged in his old eyes. Ouyang Yu raised his eyelids and nodded slightly. Hearing this, Ouyang Miao's hanging heart finally calmed down. However, in the next moment, "I admit that I'm no match for you, and I can admit defeat. But this brat must die." The purple-robed man abruptly lifted his head as his body abruptly shook. Genesis Chi frantically gushed out from his body as a powerful aura spread outwards. It was an astonishing sight to behold. On the ground below, Bairong's expression could not help but change slightly when he felt the powerful aura from the purple-robed man's body. Although the purple-robed man's attitude was domineering, he had the ability to back it up. He was a 3-star Genesis Venerate, and his cultivation was much stronger than Bairong's. Genesis Chi surged. Borrowing the time when everyone present was shocked, the purple-robed person's body suddenly flashed. He swiftly passed Ouyang Yu and shot toward Xiaoyan. "Brat, hand over your life." Chapter 1368. The expressions on Bai Hua's and Lian Er's faces changed drastically as they watched the purple-robed person charge toward Xiaoyan in a lightning-like manner. However, the purple-robed person had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. Even if they wanted to intervene and stop him, it was too late. Even Ouyang Miao, who was standing around 10 feet in front of Xiaoyan, did not have the time to do anything. Given the full speed of an Origin Venerate expert, it was impossible for them to do anything. The purple-robed man arrived in front of Xiaoyan at lightning speed with a sinister smile on his face. He clenched his hand, and boundless Genesis Chi immediately condensed into a layer of energy crystals that transformed into a giant claw. He clenched his hand and viciously swiped at Xiaoyan's body. On the ground below, Bairong sneered inwardly at Ouyang Miao's ignorance as he watched the scene in the sky. Ouyang Miao had been famous in the central region for many years, and his strength was naturally not to be underestimated. If Ouyang Miao thought that he could avoid Ouyang Miao with just this, he was underestimating Sword Saint Yolan's reputation. At the same time, Xiaoyan also sensed the purple-robed man's attack with his extraordinary senses. The moment the giant claw appeared, Xiaoyan didn't wait for it to lock onto him. Instead, his feet moved, and his figure immediately retreated. "Humph." The purple-robed man sneered when he saw Xiaoyan's quick reaction. His laughter had just sounded when the expression on Xiaoyan's face suddenly changed. All he could sense was a blur in front of his eyes. A huge claw that was filled with an enormous pressure once again strangely appeared. After which, it clawed down with lightning-like speed. Even the space around Xiaoyan solidified at this moment. Xiaoyan's expression changed when the surrounding space froze. His body was blocked. The giant energy claw was too troublesome, and even dodging it was extremely difficult. An Origin Venerate expert was indeed extraordinary. Numerous thoughts flashed across Xiaoyan's heart as he suddenly clenched his teeth. His dark black eyes stared intently at the huge claw that was viciously grabbing at him with a sharp wind. The remaining Genesis Chi in his body crazily surged out. At the same time, the fire wheel that had gathered in his hand behind him began to violently rotate. A dark black star emitted a destructive aura from the center of the wheel. He was ready to go all out against the purple-robed man. Ouyang Yu, who had already sensed the activity on Xiaoyan's side, suddenly knit his brows together when the roulette wheel in Xiaoyan's hand began to rotate wildly. The aura emitted from the roulette wheel might be weak, but with his senses, he was able to clearly sense it. Immediately, he felt some surprise in his heart. At the same time, the enormous claw rushed toward Xiaoyan. It immediately spread open, appearing just like a ghost's claw as it grabbed toward Xiaoyan's head from the air. As the giant claw grew larger and larger in his eyes, Xiaoyan's expression turned completely grave. He abruptly lifted the hand behind his back, and the Buddha's Fury reincarnation wheel frantically rotated in his palm. Heaven and earth energy gathered as he prepared to use all his strength. However, just as Xiaoyan lifted his hand, the space in front of him suddenly distorted strangely. Soon after, Ouyang figure emerged from the distorted space and stood in front of Xiaoyan. Buzz! Almost at the same time when Ouyang figure appeared, a vast and steady aura suddenly surged out from within his body. Immediately, it swept out like a storm. Sharp sword chi swept out with Ouyang body as the center. Above his head, the invisible sword chi condensed into a faintly discernible giant sword, protecting Ouyang entire body. An extremely terrifying aura and pressure also spread out without reservation. It felt as if the person standing in front of him was not a person, but a towering sword. On the ground below, when Bairong and the others beside him felt this aura and pressure, their expressions changed drastically. Even with Bairong's temperament, his heart was also filled with shock at this moment. This guy broke through to 8-star? Sword Saint Yulan Ouyang was a supreme expert who had reached 8-star source venerate. Your Excellency has repeatedly offended my Ouyang family, so don't blame me for not showing mercy. The moment Ouyang body appeared, a somewhat indifferent icy cold voice was transmitted over. Quickly following this, the former placed two of his fingers together in front of Xiaoyan's stunned gaze and pierced forward without any fancy moves. After which it pressed against the huge claw that was attacking him head-on. Buzz! A ray of white light suddenly flashed, and the face of the purple-robed man behind the huge claw instantly changed drastically. His figure hurriedly retreated, and the huge claw suddenly exploded in the next moment, turning into a large energy storm that swept out once again. At the same time, an incomparably sharp sword chi narrowly swept past the temples of the purple-robed man, cutting off half of his hair bun. This was all thanks to his timely reaction. Otherwise, what would have been cut off would not only be his hair bun. The purple-robed man hurriedly retreated until he was dozens of feet away, before he slowly stabilized his body. At the same time, he felt the powerful aura and pressure emitted from Ouyang body, and his face immediately turned ugly. An 8-star source venerate. With such a cultivation, there were very few opponents in the origin venerate realm. Although he was also an origin venerate expert, compared to Ouyang in front of him, he was undoubtedly a small child in the presence of a great one. He had not felt anything before, but now that Ouyang had released the aura and pressure from his body, the gap between the two of them was obvious. With just 2 fingers and a sword, Ouyang had easily broken the ghost claw condensed by him. It was obvious that Ouyang battle strength was extraordinary. At this time, if he continued to delay, he would lose more than just face. The purple-robed man's gaze swept across the pedestrians gradually gathering in the distance. His face was gloomy, and his gaze swept over Xiaoyan unwillingly. His eyes flickered rapidly, and after a long while he bitterly gritted his teeth and coldly shouted at Xiaoyan with a vicious gaze. Kid, you're lucky. Brat, consider yourself lucky this time. The next time we meet, I will definitely make you pay a painful price. A cold light flashed in Xiaoyan's eyes as he sneered. I'll keep you company. Oomph. Hearing this, the purple-robed man's old face could not help but twitch slightly. Immediately after, his cold gaze swept across the crowd, and he clenched his fists unwillingly. After a while, he finally decided not to do this useless thing. With a twist of his body, he quickly flew out of St. Gold City. Kid, we will meet again. After the figure left, a cold cry drifted over from the distant sky, after which it slowly reverberated in the sky. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in the depths of his pitch-black eyes. Chapter 1369. Xiaoyan slowly exhaled as he watched the purple-robed person's figure gradually disappear from his sight. He scattered the fire wheel in his hand. Now he had finally escaped from this old monster. However, from the looks of it, the latter clearly did not wish to give up so easily. If they were to meet in the future, a true life and death battle would unavoidably erupt between the two of them. However, it was still unknown just what level Xiaoyan's cultivation would reach at that time. On the ground below, the light in the eyes of Bairong and the others could not help but dim slightly when they saw the purple-robed man turn around and leave. They originally wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of Xiaoyan, but who would have thought that things would turn out like this? They could not help but snort coldly and helped by Ruoxuan, who had already woken up. At the same time, Xiaoyan, who was in the sky, withdrew his eyes. They swept around and immediately gathered at a certain spot on the ground below. There was an enormous ruler that was as white as jade inserted into a pile of rock fragments at an angle. It was the mysterious jade ruler. With the end of the battle, this thing should be his spoils of victory. Xiaoyan immediately smiled. He extended his hand and beckoned. An invisible strength immediately spread out and swiftly wrapped around the Xian jade ruler. After which, it was pulled out from the rock fragments and shot toward Xiaoyan. Boy, how dare you! The expression on Bai Rong's face instantly changed when he saw the Xian jade ruler flying toward Xiaoyan. He waved his sleeve and a suction force surged from his palm. Immediately, he forcefully sucked the Xian jade ruler, which had rushed into the air, over. After which, he held it tightly in his hand. At the same time, he lifted his gaze and stared at Xiaoyan with a dark and solemn face. Xiaoyan's expression could not help but change slightly when the mysterious jade ruler was blocked. He immediately frowned and said in a deep voice, "What? You dare to bet but don't dare to lose? As a member of the Bai clan, you actually went back on your words, and went back on your word. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world? Boy, you have a sharp tongue. It was clearly you who launched a sneak attack first. If not for that, how could you be a match for my young master with your strength as a 2-star origin sect master?" Bai Rong's expression immediately turned cold when he heard this, and he sneered. Bullshit. In the previous battle, Bai Ruoxuan was no match for Xiaoyan at all. Not to mention that his battle strength was superficial, just the fact that he underestimated his opponent was enough to kill him. Hearing Bai Rong's words, Ouyang, who was in the void, immediately became gloomy. He could not help but scold Bai Rong's words, and his words made Bai Rong's expression. Bai Rong's old face turned red, but at the same time, he still tried to argue. So what? This Xiaoyan made use of my clan's heir to underestimate him. Today's battle will not count. If you want to fight, send out a challenge. In the future, let's have a fair fight in the Bai clan. When Bai Rong said this, some of the passers-by who had been attracted to the scene couldn't help but sneer. Although they didn't know much about what had happened on the battlefield, they found Bai Rong's words to be a little too ridiculous. Many people present had experienced the Bai clan's shamelessness. This so-called fair fight might be fine if it was in public, but if it was in the Bai clan, how could it be fair when it was the entire Bai clan fighting against a single person? Ouyang Miao naturally understood this. His gaze was extremely disgusted as it violently swept over Bai Rong's shriveled old face. He was just about to open his mouth when Ouyang Yu by the side suddenly frowned and voiced his doubts. Only then did Ouyang Miao briefly explain the fight and bet between Xiaoyan and Bai Ruoxuan earlier. What did you say? Dark heavy buster sword. However, Ouyang Miao's eyebrows were suddenly lifted just as Ouyang Miao was explaining. It was as though he had heard something unbelievable as he let out a soft cry. At the same time, Ouyang Yu's gaze landed on Xiaoyan with a swoosh sound. There was an unusual glint deep within his eyes. Xiaoyan was first taken aback when he felt Ouyang Yu's gaze. Soon after, he could not help but shiver inwardly. With a thought, he stealthily circulated the Genesis Chi in his body through his meridians, just in case he would be able to provide support. Ouyang Miao also felt a wave of surprise in his heart when he saw the former's usually calm face reveal such a surprised expression. However, before he could ask, Ouyang Yu's gaze turned towards Bai Rong and the others below. His gaze swept over the few of them. Finally, it stopped on Bai Ruoxuan, who was looking at him with a surprised expression. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly said, "Ruoxuan, I know that you are unwilling to accept this, but victory and defeat are inevitable in a battle. Since you were the one who requested to fight first, and there was a bet, you should accept your loss. At most, you can win it back in the future. I'm afraid that your actions today will damage the clan's reputation." But, just as Bai Ruoxuan was about to struggle, Ouyang Yu's next words instantly caused light to explode in his eyes, and even disbelief. "If you want to become my disciple, you absolutely cannot go back on your words. Do you understand?" Ouyang Yu frowned slightly, seemingly questioning Bai Ruoxuan. Joy immediately surged onto Bai Ruoxuan's pale face. Didn't Ouyang Yu mean that he was willing to accept him as his disciple? If that was the case, even if the mysterious jade ruler was temporarily in Xiaoyan's hands, It would be as easy as flipping his hand to take it back once he had mastered it. With this thought in mind, the light in Bai Ruoxuan's eyes grew even brighter as he hurriedly bowed towards Ouyang with the help of the two 8-star origin sect disciples. However, Bai Rong frowned as he supported Bai Ruoxuan and said in a low voice, Isn't this a little? Shut up. It's just a useless weapon, so what if we lose it? But if the clan leader blames us, I will naturally explain it to father. Now give it to me. Bai Ruoxuan's expression darkened as he slowly extended his hand towards Bai Rong. The latter could not help but grit his teeth as hesitation filled his old face. It was only when Bai Ruoxuan was about to act out again that he finally handed over the mysterious jade ruler. A familiar icy sensation immediately spread to Bai Ruoxuan's palm as the ruler entered his hand. A look of reluctance flitted across his eyes as he gazed at the giant ruler that had accompanied him for many years. Soon after, he steeled himself and raised both hands, waiting for Ouyang's decision. Teacher, please make your decision. Yes, your Genesis Chi is of the metal attribute, making it extremely sharp. This mysterious jade ruler is too heavy and does not suit you. I will find another suitable weapon for you in the future. Ouyang nonchalantly said. After the latter respectfully expressed his thanks, he nodded and looked towards Xiaoyan with a faint smile. Young friend Xiaoyan, this mysterious jade ruler is yours from now on. Please. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan could not help but gratefully cup his hands together towards Ouyang. Soon after, his eyes burned with desire as he looked towards the mysterious jade ruler in Bai Ruoxuan's hand. He smiled faintly as he beckoned with his hand. A suction force surged from his palm as the mysterious jade ruler was sucked into his hand. After a simple inspection, he stored it in his storage ring. Chapter 1370. Seeing that the mysterious jade ruler had landed in Xiaoyan's hands, the pale-faced Bai Ruoxuan below involuntarily revealed a vicious expression in his eyes. However, with Ouyang in front of him, he could only temporarily suppress this hatred in his heart. While he was cursing in his heart, a feeling of weakness was suddenly emitted from his body. Previously, he had received a heavy punch from Xiaoyan. The power of the punch was so great that it had instantly caused him to be seriously injured. Fortunately, he had the protection of the medicinal pill, which allowed him to remain unscathed. At this moment, the medicinal pill's remaining power in his body had been exhausted. That kind of pain once again attacked his heart. Seeing this, an old man by the side hurriedly helped him consume another healing medicinal pill. After the medicinal effects spread throughout his body, his complexion finally turned slightly better. In the sky, Ouyang frowned as he looked at Bai Ruoxuan and the others below. His eyes were filled with disgust. After the previous matter, he originally did not have a good impression of these fellows. However, at this moment, Ouyang had personally spoken. Thus, he naturally did not say anything. Moreover, a discerning person would naturally be able to tell that Ouyang's actions were mostly biased towards Xiaoyan's wishes. This point caused him to feel a wave of disbelief. In the past, Ouyang had never bothered with Bai Ruoxuan. Today he was actually suddenly willing to accept him as a disciple. This was truly an unimaginable matter. With this thought in his mind, Ouyang involuntarily turned his gaze towards Xiaoyan. His eyes revealed some suspicion. Just what was so special about this fellow that even Ouyang, who had just met him for the first time, was biased towards him? Could it be because of the heavenly flame? Ouyang raised his eyebrows slightly. Immediately, he secretly shook his head. He had never revealed the matter of the heavenly flame to Ouyang. Therefore, Ouyang naturally did not know about it. At that moment, after thinking bitterly for a moment, he helplessly shrugged his shoulders and once again returned his gaze to Ouyang. At the same time, Ouyang's gaze once again returned to Bai Ruoxuan. Seeing the latter's condition, Ouyang's gaze swept over him indifferently. Alright, that's all for now. Ruoxuan's injuries aren't light. Come with me first. As for the others, I'll leave Shui Miao to you. Ouyang respectfully nodded upon hearing this. Joy immediately surfaced on Bai Ruoxuan's face when she heard this. She hurriedly maneuvered the remaining Genesis Chi in her body and swiftly followed after Ouyang as he turned around and headed deeper into Golden Saint City. Behind him, Bai Rong's brows were tightly knitted together. His eyes took a deep look at Xiaoyan in the sky, and he coldly snorted before following. Not far away, Bai Hua and Lian also came to Xiao Yan's side. The three of them looked at Yangming in unison. The game with him was probably over for the time being. Next, they should prepare to head to the Xiao clan. Just as the few of them were about to move, Bai Ruoxuan, who had brushed past Xiao Yan, suddenly spoke in a low and cold voice. Xiao Yan, right? I'll leave the mysterious jade ruler in your hands for the time being. There will come a day when I will make you kneel and return it to me. The expressions of Bai Hua and Lian by the side immediately turned cold when these words were uttered. Xiao Yan, however, smiled in a noncommittal manner. I'll wait for you to come and get it. Bai Ruoxuan's expression immediately darkened. Just as he was about to speak again, Ouyang suddenly frowned and growled. Only then did Bai Ruoxuan's expression change as he hurriedly chased after Ouyang with a smile. Although there was a smile on his face, the depths of his eyes contained a sinister anger. From the looks of it, he would have charged over if Ouyang had not been in front of him. Xiao Yan smiled faintly, as if he did not sense the hostility hidden deep within Bai Ruoxuan's eyes. He turned his head and glanced at Ouyang Miao, who was flying over from the side. The latter gave a slight nod before shooting a glance at Bai Ruoxuan, who was swiftly leaving, and coldly snorted. It's just a slip of the tongue. There's no need to bother about him. Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head. If he had to care about such a small matter, it was likely that he would not have reached where he was today. Xiao Yan involuntarily shrugged his shoulders as he looked at the ruined street. Ouyang Miao smiled faintly and indicated to Xiao Yan that he was fine. Soon after, he led the three of them in the direction of the teleportation formation. A moment later, this group of people arrived at a square in the middle of Holy Gold City. Following their arrival, the eyes of quite a number of people in the square gathered on Xiao Yan's group. As the successor of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Miao's identity was naturally known by everyone in Golden Saint City. Apart from the disciples of a few ancient clans and sects, only a few of the more famous younger generation in the central region would be able to walk with him. However, the three people before him were not included among those people, let alone the black-robed young man. Just the other two had not even reached the Origin King level. If they were placed in the central region, no one would even remember their faces. However, they were able to stand together with Ouyang Miao at this moment, which inevitably surprised many people. However, the doubtful gazes of everyone present quickly turned into shock under the revelation of some people who were in the know. This was especially the case when they learned that even Bai Ruoxuan from the Bai clan had suffered at the hands of Xiao Yan. Quite a number of people revealed gloating expressions on their faces. Clearly, they did not have a good impression of the people from the Bai clan. 3 large-scale teleportation formations. As expected of one of the 3 great clans, this kind of extravagance is rarely seen. Xiao Yan involuntarily inhaled a gentle breath of air as he looked at the large square in front of him, especially the enormous teleportation formation that was being repeatedly rotated under waves of golden light. At this moment, there was a dazzling light flickering on the teleportation formation. The outer layer of the teleportation formation was covered by a solid formation barrier that blocked all the energy ripples within it. In this way, it would be able to reduce the exhaustion of energy. At the same time, it would also be able to prevent the trouble of a sudden attack. As the formation barrier dissipated, dozens of people walked out from within the great formation. Soon after, people stepped into the formation one after another. This is only a teleportation formation that my Ouyang clan built. When we reach deeper into the central region, there will be teleportation formations that are even more powerful than this. A rank 7 teleportation formation is not small, but it is not big either. Hearing this, Ouyang Miao smiled indifferently. This open ground, which was extremely shocking in the eyes of most people, was clearly much dimmer in the eyes of this heir. Xiao Yan could only smile and nod his head in response. He did not say anything more. After all, one's position was different, so naturally one would see different things. The Ouyang clan was one of the superpowers in the continent. As the crown prince, Ouyang Miao's horizons were naturally greater than others. Xiao Yan admitted that he was new to this place, but it was only a matter of time before he understood the vast central region. Let's go. The group arrived in front of the teleportation formation. After exchanging a few words with Ouyang Miao, they directly stepped into the formation. Because of Ouyang Miao, they were spared the trouble of paying spirit stones. After Xiao Yan and the other two stepped into the formation, Ouyang Miao and Ouyang Miao smiled at each other and nodded. Soon after, on a stone platform outside the teleportation formation, an old man who was controlling the formation formed a seal with both hands. As a special energy ripple spread out, a layer of golden formation enveloped the entire stone platform. Soon after, the huge formation beneath Xiao Yan and the others emitted a bright golden light. When the light gradually grew brighter and covered everyone's bodies, the teleportation formation was completely activated. The figures on the square disappeared from St. Gold City. Chapter 1371. Tianyang City was one of the 3 largest subordinate cities of the Xiao clan. At the same time, it was also the last transit point for Xiao Yan to head to the Xiao clan. Once he reached this place, he would truly arrive at the territory of the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan looked at the human flow in front of him, which was clearly much sparser compared to Holy Gold City. He involuntarily sighed in his heart. Although they were both part of the 3 great clans, the gap between them was completely revealed at this moment. Forget about everything else. Even in the entire Xiao clan, it seemed that this Tianyang City was the only place that possessed a rank 7 transportation formation. Ugh! Xiao Yan let out an inexplicable sigh. Soon after, his eyes scanned his surroundings and landed on an old man in linen robes. The old man was seated on an independent stone platform. His face was sallow and his old eyes were tightly shut. His entire body was as still as a stone statue. If it were not for his steady breathing, he would have been mistaken for a dead person. Just like St. Gold City, this old man was in charge of controlling the operation of the teleportation array. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. He led Bai Hua by the side and took a couple of steps forward. He respectfully bowed to the old man before immediately speaking in a respectful manner. May I ask Elder to tell me where the Xiao clan is? Although the 3 of them had already arrived at the territory of the Xiao clan, the map that they had brought did not clearly indicate the exact location of the Xiao clan. Even the locations of the other super factions were not clearly marked. As for Tianyang City, it was also impossible to determine the location of the Xiao clan based on the few wide streets. Hence, Xiao Yan could only seek help from others. At this moment, when the old man heard Xiao Yan's words, his originally tightly shut eyes slowly opened. His eyes were a little strange as he sized up the 3 people in front of him. Immediately, a glint flashed across his eyes and a tinge of surprise flashed across them. After which he withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, 3 little children. Why are you here at the Xiao clan? I have a friend who is a member of the Xiao clan. I have come here to look for him. I hope that Elder can lead the way. Xiao Yan smiled sincerely and said respectfully, looking for a friend? What's his name? Maybe this old man can help you call him out. The old man looked at Xiao Yan with disdain and spoke in a casual tone. It's just a nameless junior. There's no need to trouble senior. I'll go find him myself. Heck kid, do you really think that this old man is easy to fool? Your cultivation has already stepped into the origin ancestor realm. With such talent, even if that friend of yours is weak, how weak can he be? How could he be some nameless nobody? Upon hearing this, the old man softly chuckled. His eyebrows slightly lowered as a powerful invisible pressure immediately enveloped Xiao Yan and Bai Hua's heads. As for Lian the old man did not seem to have any intention of pressuring her. Xiao Yan's expression instantly changed when the pressure descended. His body immediately sank and an exclamation was emitted from his heart at this moment. This is soul power. Xiao Yan's pupils abruptly shrank as he felt the pressure akin to a meteor falling from the sky on his shoulder. He could not help but feel a wave of horror in his heart. This was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying spirit pressure ever since he came to the Yuanwu continent. Tell me, what is your purpose in coming to the Xiao clan? The old man calmly looked at the 2 individuals who were bent over as he spoke in an indifferent tone. At the same time, the spirit pressure exerted on the 2 grew even heavier. Elder, you misunderstand. The 3 of us are here to look for an old friend. Xiao Yan tightly clenched his teeth. Genesis Chi frantically circulated in his body as spirit power gushed out from between his brows like a tide. It shrouded the space above the two individuals in an attempt to block the old man's spirit pressure. The old man let out a surprised soft "huh" in his heart as he ignored the words that were spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth. At the same time, a smile flashed across the corner of his mouth without anyone noticing. Although Xiao Yan's method did not achieve any substantial effect, it was likely that only those few brats from the Pill Tower among the younger generation in the middle region possessed such a spiritual strength. However, in comparison, Xiao Yan in front of him lacked the support of an external force. Just this point alone was sufficient to cause the old man to raise his eyebrows. Secretly nodding his head, the old man slowly withdrew the soul pressure he released after a while. His face was still indifferent, and his tone was slightly contemptuous as he laughed. Then he said, "Fine, I'll let you in. This old man wants to see just how big of a storm 3 little kids can cause." After speaking, he flicked his finger. A stream of light shot out, and pointed towards the northern horizon. That was the answer Xiao Yan's group needed. Xiao Yan hurriedly led the 2 people by his side to once again respectfully bow to the old man when he saw this scene. The old man was too lazy to bother with them. Instead, his eyes leaped and looked at the transportation formation on the stone platform. The group of people who had already become impatient from waiting. Without his control, the transportation formation no longer functioned. These people could only wait with anxious faces while their mouths occasionally cursed. The old man's face was filled with disdain. After Xiao Yan's group turned around and left, he suddenly waved his sleeves. A golden light immediately rose from the enormous transportation formation. The noise disappeared in the blink of an eye. Even the square had become much quieter. As he gazed in the direction that the Xiao Yan trio had left, a satisfied smile involuntarily appeared on the old man's face. Soon after, he muttered to himself, "Xiao Yan, not bad little fellow. The future of the Xiao clan will depend on you youngsters. I only hope that you won't repeat the mistakes of your ancestor." Towards the end, a regretful expression involuntarily appeared in the old man's eyes. On the other side, with the old man's guidance, Xiao Yan and the other 2 were slowly walking in the direction that the ray of light had shot towards. Although they knew the location of the Xiao clan, this was after all Tianyang City, a city that belonged to the Xiao clan. Naturally, there was still a distance from the Xiao clan's main sect. Rather than rushing over in a hurry, it was better to take a leisurely and carefree trip. The 2 big men naturally did not pay attention to Xiao Yan as the 3 of them walked along the road. However, Lian Er, who had a lovely figure and a sweet and cute appearance, naturally attracted quite a number of somewhat heated gazes. This was especially the case when they noticed the grievance and weakness that Lian Er's pretty eyes revealed. The heated glow in their eyes became even more intense. Xiao Yan knit his brows slightly in the face of this. His gaze swept over the passers-by who were repeatedly throwing their gazes over. A dense coldness suddenly flashed across his eyes. Immediately, it caused a dangerous chill to suddenly rise in the hearts of those people. They hurriedly withdrew their presumptuous gazes. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to withdraw his gaze, an obscene gaze shot towards him. This caused him to instantly frown, and his icy cold gaze was thrown over. Chapter 1372. Hee, this little girl is really pretty. It's been a long time since I've seen such a fine product. Hee, Boss Xiao, isn't that young master's type the best? If we bring her back, wouldn't it be? Hee. On the street in front of Xiao Yan's group, a group of white-clothed figures directly blocked their path as the crowd dispersed. Beside the young man at the head of the group, a short and skinny wretched-looking man was whispering into the young man's ear. Soon after, the young man's strange laughter could be heard. At the same time, a pair of sunken eyes were impudently sizing up Lian Er's body. His gaze was as though he was inspecting an object. That young man merely glanced indifferently at the icy cold gaze that Xiao Yan shot at him. Under the escort of the people around him, he finally turned his gaze of disdain toward Xiao Yan a moment later. He curled his mouth and smiled as he spoke with a face full of disdain. "Leave this girl here. You guys can scram after you collect your spirit stones." The young man's laughter faded as he strode towards Lian Er with a sinister smile. He completely ignored the gloomy expressions on Xiao Yan's and Zhao Yu's faces. The surrounding passers-by could only shake their heads inwardly when they saw this. They cast sympathetic gazes at Xiao Yan's group. Although this person rarely came to Tianyang City, meeting him could only be considered a misfortune among misfortunes. The two parties were only about 10 feet apart. The young man took a step forward and arrived in front of Lien, in the blink of an eye. With a sinister smile on his face, he raised his hand and extended it towards Lien's smooth face. At the same time, the rest of the people behind him stepped forward and prepared to stop Xiao Yan and Zhao Yu. From the looks of it, they had done this kind of thing many times before. However, this time, just as this group of people arrived in front of Xiao Yan and Zhao Yu's group with cold smiles, Xiao Yan completely ignored these people in white. He turned around and stared at the young man who was about to attack Lien. As the crowd stepped forward, he took a step forward. Immediately, a powerful aura swept out from his body like a storm. The terrifying wind pressure instantly pushed back the crowd in front of the shocked gazes of the surrounding passers-by. Almost at the same time Xiao Yan's step landed, his figure had already appeared in front of the young man. He raised his hand and grabbed the young man's wrist. With a gentle twist of his wrist, the young man's entire body instantly bent over uncontrollably. Ah! Damn bastard, do you know who this young master is? I'm Zhao Mingjie. A furious roar was emitted from the young man's mouth at the same time as a painful miserable cry sounded. A thought passed through his mind, and the Genesis chi in his body was about to erupt. However, Xiao Yan quickly kicked Zhao Mingjie's lower abdomen. The powerful force scattered the Genesis chi that had just gathered in Zhao Mingjie's body as it flew backwards and smashed heavily into the group of white-clothed people. Cough cough, kid, you actually dare to attack. Scram. Zhao Mingjie's body once again stood up in everyone's embrace in a miserable manner. The furious curse in his mouth had yet to fall when his eardrums were shaken by Xiao Yan's words, until he felt a throbbing pain. The expression on his face immediately turned green. His heart instantly became furious. Even his voice had become much more hoarse. All of you go. Kill this little bastard for me. However, the people around him looked at each other this time, and no one dared to recklessly attack. As for the vulgar man from before, no one knew where he had hidden himself, and not even a trace of him could be seen. The aura and pressure that had surged out of Xiao Yan's body earlier clearly indicated the strength of the person in front of them. He was an expert at the Source Zone class. The strongest among them was merely an Origin Emperor. Most of them were merely at the initial stage of the Origin King class. Although such a lineup pressured an ordinary person, it did not pose any threat in front of an expert from the Source Zone class. Asking them to attack and kill the former was no different from sending themselves to their deaths. A bunch of trash. What did I raise you guys for? Seeing that none of the people beside him dared to make a move, the expression on Zhao Mingjie's face became even uglier. On the other hand, the few white-clothed people beside him could not help but curse in their hearts. Although Zhao Mingjie was the young master of the Zhao clan, the one who really raised them was also the head of the Zhao clan. To be honest, this person did not give them any benefits at all. If it were not for the orders of the head of the Zhao clan, they would not have allowed this fellow to order them around. At this moment, Xiao Yan led the two people behind him as he slowly stepped forward with a cold and indifferent expression. Each time he took a step forward, the powerful pressure that spread from his body would spread out a little. At the same time, a sharp killing intent also spread out. They did not doubt that once this pressure descended on their heads, it was likely that this black-robed, young man in front of them would attack. The surrounding people immediately withdrew. Even some of the white-clothed people around Zhao Mingjie revealed expressions of fear as they withdrew. On the other hand, Zhao Mingjie's face was filled with fury as he stared at Xiao Yan in front of him. The Genesis chi in his body once again gathered as killing intent surged in his eyes. Die. An explosive cry was suddenly emitted from Zhao Mingjie's mouth. The expression on his face instantly became ferocious. At the same time that his body charged forward, he rotated his hand. Genesis chi swiftly gathered in his palm, transforming into a sharp longsword in the blink of an eye. His body moved, and he directly rushed towards Xiao Yan's group. The dense killing intent caused the expressions of the few passers-by to change. However, Xiao Yan's expression was ice-cold as he watched Zhao Mingjie charge towards him. He continued to step forward as he unhurriedly lifted his hand and gently clenched it in the air. Zhao Mingjia's charging figure abruptly froze in the air as tiny black threads appeared in the surrounding space. With a thought from Xiao Yan, they would instantly cut Zhao Mingjia into countless pieces. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to attack, the crowd by the side of the road in front hurriedly opened up a path. A green-clothed middle-aged man with a somewhat hurried expression walked out of the crowd. Behind him, the wretched-looking man who had disappeared earlier was following closely. "Sir, could you please show some mercy?" The middle-aged man had sensed the danger of the situation the moment he appeared. He did not dare to hesitate as he hurriedly cupped his hands together towards Xiao Yan and the rest and spoke with a solemn expression. Xiao Yan's hand paused slightly when he saw the middle-aged man. His gaze swept across the person before him as he frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, "You want to stand up for him?" With Xiao Yan's eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that this middle-aged man in front of him was a 9-star origin zone. This kind of cultivation was much stronger than the 2 elders from the Bai clan whom he had met in Golden Saint City. Otherwise, it was likely that he would not have stopped. After all, the middle-aged man was a 9-star origin sect master and was quite powerful. If this continued, Xiao Yan would not be able to gain an advantage in Heavenly Sun City. "Sir, you've misunderstood. I am Anan, the head of the An clan in Heavenly Sun City. I have no relationship with him. However, if you want to kill him, you should first consider the people behind him." The middle-aged man cupped his hands together again and hurriedly reported his identity. "Are you talking about the Xiao clan?" Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. If that was the case, there was no need for him to worry. If the members of the Xiao clan were to find trouble with him because of such a mischievous person, then there was no point in going to the Xiao clan. However, Anan shook his head and slowly said, "It's his father. He is the head of the Zhao clan in Heavenly Sun City. That fellow's cultivation has already reached the origin venerate level. I hope that Sir can prioritize him." Xiao Yan's expression could not help but change slightly when he heard this. After some hesitation, he nodded and smiled at Anan, withdrew his hand and cupped his hands together. Anan smiled and nodded when he saw this. He finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. "Brat, just you wait. Today's debt, this young master will definitely make you pay back double." Without Xiao Yan's control, Zhao Mingjia's body abruptly smashed onto the ground. At the same time as he stood up in a miserable manner, dark and vicious words that carried a vicious intent were spat out from his mouth. Bang! Xiao Yan's body suddenly flashed the moment Zhao Mingjia's words sounded. He appeared in front of the former in the blink of an eye. He extended his hand and waved it, violently sending Zhao Mingjia flying with a slap. At the same time that fresh blood shot out, Zhao Mingjia's entire body was once again smashed into the crowd behind him. By the time everyone looked over, Zhao Mingjia's expression was already pale. Half of his face swiftly swelled, and he had also descended into a coma. Seeing this, Anan could only helplessly shake his head. Zhao Mingjia's fate could only be said to be his own doing. He had clearly just been forcefully pulled back from the brink of death. In the blink of an eye, he dared to utter such provocative words. It was likely that he was extremely lucky that Xiao Yan did not kill him. "You don't know what's good for you," Anan muttered under his breath. Anan muttered in a low voice. To be honest, if this matter had not happened in the An family's territory, he would not have bothered to step in. Everyone was tired of Zhao Mingjia's notoriety. He only relied on his father, who was a source venerate. Otherwise, he would not have been allowed to live until now. After dealing with Zhao Mingjia, Xiao Yan did not stay any longer. He nodded gently to the 2 people behind him and continued walking forward. When the surrounding passers-by saw this, they immediately opened up a path for him. Behind him, Bai Hua and Lian Er followed closely. Just as they were about to pass by Anan, the latter once again opened her mouth and said with a smile, "Looking at the direction you are heading, could it be that you are heading to Xiao City?" Xiao City was where the Xiao clan's main sect was located. Xiao Yan's footsteps paused. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. Since you are heading to Xiao City, you should be careful. Although Zhao Mingjia's reputation is not good, he has some connections in the Xiao clan. You should be careful. Thank you for the reminder." Xiao Yan cupped his fists together and smiled. Soon after, he lifted his feet and continued to walk slowly towards the end of the street. In the blink of an eye, The group of three had completely disappeared at the end of the street. Annan narrowed his eyes as he watched Xiao Yan's group disappear. Soon after, he glanced at Zhao Mingjie, who was surrounded by a group of people, and coldly snorted. With a wave of his sleeve, he walked in the direction he had come from. Chapter 1373. By the time Xiao Yan's group arrived at Xiao City, it was already evening. What had happened during the day was still floating in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. With regards to this, Xiao Yan could only shake his head helplessly, and toss those distracting thoughts to the back of his mind. Soon after, he led the two of them and randomly found a place to stay in the city. They planned to enter the Xiao clan tomorrow. The three of them were not in a good mood after encountering so many troubles in one day. In addition, they were also worried about the Xiao clan. Instead of rushing into the clan in a hurry, it was better for them to rest for a while. At the same time, they could also use this short period of time to inquire about the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan was still quite concerned about Zhao Mingjie, whom he had met earlier. While Xiao Yan's group arrived at Xiao City, two figures were seated opposite each other in a pavilion in the Ouyang clan. A tea set was neatly placed on the tea table in front of them. There was a cup in front of each of them. Tea was flowing and the fragrance of tea permeated the air. These two people were Ouyang Miao and Ouyang Yu. Little fellow, are you saying that this Xiao Yan is the person who defeated you in Beihai College back then? After hearing Ouyang Miao's explanation, Ouyang Yu involuntarily cast a sideways glance. He recalled the figure he had seen during the day, and the shock in his heart became even more intense. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Miao nodded his head in a rather magnanimous manner. Soon after, he recounted the entire process of his encounter with Xiao Yan to the person in front of him in detail. After today's matter, his usually calm second uncle, the pillar of the Ouyang clan, had suddenly become interested in Xiao Yan, whom he had only met once. Not only did he help Xiao Yan obtain the Xianjade ruler, but he had also called him over in the middle of the night to drink tea. Although he said that he was going to drink tea, the topic of conversation ultimately revolved around Xiao Yan. This caused Ouyang Miao's heart to be filled with doubt. Just what was so special about Xiao Yan that even Ouyang Yu would favor him this much? Wait, are you saying that Xiao Yan intervened because he saw the Emperor seal art? Ouyang Yu raised his eyebrows. He looked at Ouyang Miao in front of him and asked with some surprise. The latter hesitated for a moment. After a brief moment of thought, he nodded and said, I don't know if that's the real reason, but Xiao Yan did indeed say that. Furthermore, he seemed to have cultivated the Emperor seal technique before. However, he only knows the first 5 seals, right? This time, before Ouyang Miao could finish his sentence, Ouyang Yu interrupted him with a smile. At the same time, a bright light flashed in his eyes. Hearing this, Ouyang Miao felt a wave of astonishment in his heart. It was hard to imagine how Ouyang Yu would know all this. Not bad indeed. Imperial seal formula, dark heavy buster sword. No wonder he could reach this stage today. Ouyang Yu's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed. This caused Ouyang Miao to be even more flabbergasted. Just what could the Emperor seal art and the dark heavy buster sword determine? Second uncle, I don't understand what you're saying. Ouyang Miao's brows were tightly knitted together. The more he did not understand, the more curious he became. At certain times, a person's nature was even more terrifying than some methods. Losing to Xiao Yan is not a loss for you. To be able to stand out among the countless experts of a continent. How could he be an ordinary person? Ouyang Yu took a sip of the fragrant tea and smiled. Hearing this, Ouyang Miao's expression was first startled. His mind rapidly spun. At a certain moment, he suddenly raised his head and stared at Ouyang Yu with his eyes wide open. Second uncle, you're saying that Xiao Yan is... He comes from another continent. Ouyang Yu smiled indifferently. He placed the teacup in his hand on the table, producing a clear sound. It was as if a piece of wood had struck the hall, but also as if it was the final word. In the pavilion, the atmosphere was silent for a moment. Ouyang Yu's expression returned to its usual calmness, while Ouyang Miao stared at the tea in front of him for a long time, as if he was secretly digesting this shocking news. After a long while, Ouyang Miao once again raised his head to look at the person in front of him. He frowned and asked, But second uncle, how can you be sure that Xiao Yan is from another continent with just these 2 things? Ouyang Miao was not unfamiliar with the dark heavy buster sword. After all, there were many rumors about the dark heavy buster sword and the dark jade buster sword on the continent. As for the Emperor Seal art, it was even more incomprehensible. Although the Emperor Seal art was a secret technique of the ancient clan, it was not something special. Xiaoyan had even said that he obtained the Emperor Seal art from an old friend. This did not mean anything. Hee, it's not a big deal that we know about the dark heavy buster sword. It's also not a big deal that we know about the Emperor Seal art. But there's one thing you need to be clear about. Before this, where did the dark heavy buster sword go? And where did the ancient clan's Emperor Seal art come from? Ouyang Yu laughed softly and immediately continued speaking. When I went to the Heavenly Cloud Villa, I heard from their first elder that the dark heavy buster sword had long been lost to another continent. This is also the reason why Bai Ruoxuan has been searching for the dark heavy buster sword for so many years without success. As for the Emperor Seal art, it was brought to him by an expert from the ancient clan. You and I clearly know that the expert from the ancient clan came from outside the Yuanwu continent. These two things that are impossible to obtain in the Yuanwu continent were given to Xiaoyan at the same time. Do you think that this is a coincidence? Ouyang Miao came to a sudden understanding the moment Xiaoyan's words sounded. The remaining trace of doubt in his heart was completely cut off. His heart carefully recalled the rough process of Xiaoyan's arrival in the middle region, and felt extremely shocked. From a Dodi back then, Xiaoyan had transformed into a Yuanzong that even he had difficulty defeating. Just how many people in the entire continent could compare with Xiaoyan's growth rate? How about this? Make a trip to the ancient clan in a few days and borrow the last 3 seals of the Emperor Seal art from their clan leader. If you meet Xiaoyan the next time, give this to him as a gift. Ouyang Yu mused for a moment before suddenly speaking again. However, if I were to give it to Xiaoyan the ancient clan, just do what you need to do. I will speak to the ancient clan. Before Ouyang Miao could finish speaking, Ouyang Yu interrupted him. The latter could only nod his head when he heard this. Immediately, he seemed to have thought of something and frowned. That's right, the direction Xiaoyan is heading to seems to be the Xiao clan. Xiao clan? This time around, the person in front of Ouyang Miao suddenly raised his head when the last word was spat out from his mouth. His face was filled with surprise as he stared at Ouyang Miao. His eyes were filled with disbelief. It was a long while later before he exhaled a long breath. He nodded somewhat helplessly and slowly said, "Let's find another opportunity to go. I'm afraid that it is inappropriate to go now." The former nodded slightly when he heard this. He seemed to have understood Ouyang Yu's intention. The atmosphere in the square once again became quiet. Chapter 1374. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight shone through the window and turned into specks of light that shone on the ground, Xiaoyan, who had his eyes tightly shut, slowly opened them and softly muttered, "Today, I need to check out the city first. Looks like I have to make some inquiries in the city today. I'm afraid the Xiao clan isn't a good clan to allow the Zhao clan to behave so arrogantly." With a soft sigh, Xiaoyan turned over and got off the bed. After washing up, he led Bai Hua and Xiaoyan out of the house and onto the streets. They headed towards the center of the city where there were more people. Only there would they be able to hear more about the Xiao clan. Xiaoyan and the other two slowly walked on the street where there was an endless flow of people. The cool morning air was carried by a gentle breeze as it pounced on their faces. It was cool and refreshing, immediately causing one to feel refreshed. From time to time, various shouts could be heard from the two sides of the street that was paved with thick and heavy green stones. A dazzling array of goods were placed in the shops on both sides of the street. Many people shuttled back and forth like ants. Although it was early in the morning, Xiao City was already incomparably lively. In front of Xiaoyan and the rest, the streets that were formed by intermittent stone steps became increasingly higher. Looking from afar, there was an extremely high and steep slope in the north. It was like a mountain peak that had been cut off at a slanted angle. Buildings that filled their vision rose and fell one after another like a towering mountain forest. From time to time, there would be figures flashing across the sky. This caused Xiaoyan and the rest to raise their eyebrows. Xiao City was the main city of the Xiao clan, and no one was allowed to walk in the air without permission. Most of the people who walked in the air were either the guards of the Xiao clan in the city or some powerhouses whose cultivation had reached the level of a source venerate. Regardless of which one they were existences that the rest of the people in the city did not dare to offend. I heard that the insufferably arrogant young master of the Zhao clan was taught a lesson in Tianyang City yesterday. Today he ran to Xiao City with an aggrieved expression. This is really karma. This guy has done a lot of things that are out of line. For this to happen, he only has himself to blame. After being taught a lesson, why did he come to Xiao City instead of looking for his father, Zhao Jin? He naturally came to find his true backer. With that person from the Xiao clan around, how can he not stand up for him? Haha, that's true. One has to look at the owner before beating a dog. If news of the dog's leg being beaten were to spread, the owner's face would be lost. Xiao Yan's footsteps followed a unique rhythm as he slowly walked forward. His gaze swept over the shops on both sides of the road. Waves of discussions were occasionally transmitted to his ears. Soon after, it stirred a wave of laughter. Behind him, Bai Hua and Lian Er involuntarily exchanged glances with each other when they heard this. They could not resist lowering their heads and emitting a mocking laugh. They wondered just what kind of reaction Zhao Mingjie would have if these words were to be transmitted to his ears. Xiao Yan gently shook his head. He knit his brows slightly. From the meaning behind the words of these people, it seemed that there were indeed some shameless people within the Xiao clan. His originally low opinion of the Xiao clan had become even lower. Of course, Xiao Yan was also aware that the discussions of outsiders were merely discussions. This was merely what he had seen with his own eyes. He would only be able to find out just how the Xiao clan was like after experiencing it. Just as Xiao Yan's three-man group was slowly walking forward, a somewhat familiar voice was suddenly transmitted from the human flow not far in front of them. In comparison, however, the tone of the owner of this voice appeared to be much more aggrieved. Young Master Chu, you have to seek justice for me. That brat beat up my men on the street, and even broke a few of my ribs. How dare he commit such a violent act in Tianyang City? It's one thing to injure me, but this is a slap to your face. Xiao Yan involuntarily stopped walking with a frown as the voice approached. He turned his head to look at Bai Hua and Lian Er and involuntarily sighed. Enemies are really bound to meet on a narrow road. His voice had just sounded when the crowd in front of him began to scatter in all directions. Soon after, Xiao Yan saw Zhao Mingjie, who had changed into a set of white clothes. At this moment, he was surrounding a young man. His face was filled with grievances as he repeatedly complained. When that young man heard this fellow's exaggerated words, a dense expression was revealed on his handsome face. What does that brat look like? Where is he now? The young man's gaze suddenly fell on Lian Er, who was behind Xiao Yan. His gaze involuntarily moved, but his tone was icy cold. Zhao Mingjie was speechless. Hearing this, Zhao Mingjie was momentarily at a loss for words. Yesterday, Xiao Yan's attack was so sharp that they did not even have the chance to retaliate. In the end, all of them were suppressed by Xiao Yan's aura alone. How would they have the time to pay attention to where he had gone? Haha, young Master Zhao, I haven't seen you for a day, but you're still alive and kicking. Looks like I was too lenient yesterday. At this moment, a clear laughter that contained some ridicule was suddenly transmitted into Zhao Mingjie's ears. Immediately, this voice exploded in Zhao Mingjie's ears like thunder. At the same time that his expression changed drastically, his gaze also abruptly landed on Xiao Yan's body. At this moment, the latter was looking at him with a smile. He completely ignored the young man beside him at this moment. You actually dare to appear in Xiao City? When Zhao Mingjie recovered, the fear on his face instantly disappeared when he thought of the young man beside him. His face was filled with resentment as he stared at the black-robed young man, who was standing in front of him, and shouted with all his might. Zhao Mingjie's furious roar instantly attracted the gazes of the passers-by on the street. Their gazes first gathered on Zhao Mingjie and the young man beside him. Soon after, they suddenly turned and looked at Xiao Yan and the others, who were standing opposite them. Immediately, they couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Many people were curious in their hearts. Who exactly was this person that could make Zhao Mingjie so furious? Soon after, however, A small portion of people who had some understanding of what had happened yesterday immediately recognized the identity of Xiao Yan's three-man group. As a soft murmur sounded, the expressions of the surrounding passers-by changed once again. Numerous gazes that contained surprise also landed on Xiao Yan's body. Since even you, young Master Zhao, can come to Xiao City, why can't I? Hearing this, Xiao Yan coldly smiled. His gaze slowly moved up and landed on the young man, his eyes calm. You. Zhao Mingjie was just about to open his mouth when he was stopped by a young man by the side. After which he bitterly withdrew. That young man's gaze also turned to Xiao Yan at this moment. He slowly said with a smile, "Don't worry." What a glib tongue. Today this young master wants to see just who gave you the courage to hit my, Xiao Chuhong's people. The young man smiled faintly as he gently lifted his foot. As he took a step forward, the aura of a source sect expert swept out from his body. Chapter 1375. Source Sect. The second young master of the Xiao clan has also broken through to the Source Sect. When the aura unfurled from Xiao Chuhong's body, the expressions of the passers-by on the street changed in an instant. Cries of surprise could not help but ring out one after another as countless astonished gazes turned towards the latter. I've heard that you're also a Source Sect expert. It just so happens that this young master has just broken through, and has yet to find someone to spar with. Today I'll start with you. Xiao Chuhang smiled faintly when he felt the astonished gazes from the surroundings. Soon after, his expression abruptly turned cold as he abruptly clenched his fist. A formidable force formed in his palm in the blink of an eye. His foot stomped on the ground as his body instantly appeared in front of Xiao Yan like a bolt of lightning. Formidable claw winds viciously swept towards Xiao Yan like an inescapable net, the formidable force tearing pitch-black scars in the invisible space around them. In the face of Xiao Chuhong's unhesitatingly ferocious attack, Xiao Yan took half a step back. The tip of his foot gently pushed off the ground as he began to perform a mysterious footwork in the short distance between the two of them. He had used an extremely bizarre movement technique to completely dodge Xiao Chuhong's countless claw winds. Not bad speed, but speed alone is useless in front of me. Xiao Chuhong's eyes involuntarily froze for a moment when he saw that Xiao Yan had managed to dodge his attack. Soon after, he let out an icy chuckle. As his foot stepped forward, an invisible stream of wind unfurled around his body. His figure was completely submerged in the invisible stream of wind as he pounced towards Xiao Yan like a phantom. Wind-ripping hand. As the wind swirled around him, Xiao Chuhong's speed undoubtedly increased significantly. His 10 fingers curled into claws, and as the wind wrapped around him, the wind around his claws abruptly changed. Genesis Chi rapidly gathered between his palms, and wherever his claws passed, the invisible space was torn apart as sharp sonic booms rang out. Xiao Chuhong's sudden increase in speed and attack caused the expressions of quite a number of people present to change. He was after all the second young master of the Xiao clan. This kind of technique was rarely seen in the outside world. Forget about this wind-ripping hand. Even the strange agility do technique that he had used earlier was something that was rarely seen in the outside world. However, it was something that he could easily use. Even so, all of this appeared much more ordinary in Xiao Yan's eyes. At the end of the day, Xiao Chuhang was merely a one-star origin zone. Without even mentioning the suppression in terms of cultivation, Xiao Yan believed that he would be able to easily defeat Xiao Chuhang with a single hand given his current battle power. This mysterious movement technique that would appear dazzling in the eyes of ordinary people was completely useless in the face of Xiao Yan's powerful spirit power. Xiao Yan's expression remained indifferent as he watched Xiao Chuhang draw closer and closer. With a wave of his sleeve, surging Genesis Chi wrapped around it. Like a metal plate, it landed on Xiao Chuhong's palm at an extremely tricky angle, instantly neutralizing the powerful wind from the claw. Such a precise and tricky attack would still be acceptable if it was only once. However, it was able to completely neutralize the force from the claw with the same strength and technique at the same position each time. It was likely that no one of the same generation as Xiao Chuhang would be able to accomplish such a feat. However, it was extremely easy for Xiao Yan, who possessed spirit power that far surpassed Xiao Chuhang's. Bang bang bang. Every time the two of them collided, Xiao Chuhang's expression would turn a little uglier. This was especially so when Xiao Chuhang retreated after dozens of exchanges. The expression on his face was completely replaced by a solemn one. On both of his palms, there were two identical bloodstains that pierced his heart and caused him to feel pain. The consecutive attacks had failed to cause even the slightest bit of damage to Xiao Yan, and had even been easily received by the latter in such a relaxed manner. Such a dramatic outcome involuntarily caused Xiao Chuhang's face to twitch. The gazes of the surrounding passers-by gradually turned strange, while their originally extremely ugly expressions grew even more ashen. You and I are both from the Origin sect. I don't believe that you can be any stronger. Xiao Chuhang's face gradually turned gloomy. As he uttered those words in a low voice, he suddenly took a step back. He quickly raised both of his hands to his chest and linked his fingers together. As his fingertips overlapped, a green curtain condensed in the void around him. Wind God's Fury. With a low cry, the dozen green curtains around him swiftly formed. Waves of cool wind blew over for no apparent reason in the sky above his head. As it flowed, it actually faintly formed an enormous illusory figure. It was accompanied by a frightening aura as it stood behind Xiao Chuhang. The expressions of quite a number of people present instantly changed when this illusory figure was formed. Numerous shocked gazes watched the scene in front of them. Some of them had even retreated into the distance. Their eyes were filled with a grave expression. Wind God's Fury. This fellow is crazy. Is he trying to destroy this street? Numerous exclamations sounded one after another. Some of the experts who had some understanding of the situation could no longer be bothered about anything else. Their bodies swiftly rushed towards the distant street. Once the might of the Wind God's Fury erupted, it was likely that this street would be destroyed in an instant. Buzz. Almost at the same time, the few guards of the Xiao clan who were patrolling in the sky above a building deep within Xiao City also discovered the great commotion. After discovering that someone was actually using the Wind God's Fury, the expressions of many of them changed slightly. Immediately, they hurriedly moved their bodies, transforming into a couple of lightning bolts that swiftly flew toward Xiao Yan's group. At this moment, waves of frightening wind pressure spread out from within the illusory figure, as the illusory figure behind Xiao Chuhang gradually solidified. The strength of the wind pressure actually caused the shops on both sides of the street to sway. Even the street where Xiao Yan's group was currently located trembled slightly. This is a Grand Dao skill? Sensing the powerful aura emitted from the illusory figure, Xiao Yan could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He was a little curious in his heart. From the way Xiao Chuhang had mobilized the Grand Dao of Wind, the formation of this illusory figure seemed to be a Grand Dao skill. However, there seemed to be a slight difference. Although this difference was extremely vague, Xiao Yan was still able to distinguish it with his sharp senses. It was also at this moment that numerous sonic booms swiftly rushed over from the sky above the distant building. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in the sky above the street where Xiao Yan's group was located. Seeing this, Xiao Yan curled his mouth and smiled. From the looks of it, there was no need for him to take action. Chapter 1376. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded his head as his gaze swept across the figures that were rapidly flying over from afar. Xiao Yan was indeed one of the three great clans. Their foundation was indeed not something that an ordinary faction could compare with. Just the strength of these people had already reached the Origin Emperor level. One of them had even stepped into the Origin Zone level, a level higher than Xiao Yan. Just the cultivation of the clan guards had already reached such a level. It was not difficult to imagine how strong the Xiao clan's foundation was. On the roofs on both sides of the street and in the sky, over a dozen Xiao clan guards wearing similar robes were solemnly looking at Xiao Chuhang, who was crazily condensing a huge illusory figure in front of them. Their brows were tightly knitted together, especially when they sensed the powerful energy aura that permeated from the illusory figure. Their expressions became even more solemn. Their gazes swept across Xiao Yan's group, who had a calm expression on their faces on the other side of the street. They could not help but feel a little surprised in their hearts. Who was this person that could actually make the second young master of the Xiao clan, who was used to being arrogant and domineering, so furious that he had even unleashed the fury of the wind god? However, based on the current situation, they did not have the time to bother about Xiao Yan's group. If they did not hurry up and stop Xiao Chuhang, It was likely that a disaster would occur in this place. Once the commotion was too great, it would not be a good thing for them or Xiao Chuhang. Young Master Chu, fighting is strictly prohibited in Xiao City. You have already violated the rules earlier. Please stop immediately. A middle-aged man slowly stepped out from the group. He frowned and cupped his hands together towards Xiao Chuhang as he spoke in a solemn tone. They had noticed the commotion that had occurred here since long ago. However, they had a rather good understanding of Xiao Chuhang's character. Coupled with the fact that both sides didn't attack too heavily, they didn't pay any attention to it. However, they never expected that the situation would develop to such an extent, and they had no choice but to pay attention to it. All battles were strictly prohibited in Xiao City. This was a rule set by the Xiao clan. Previously, Xiao Chuhang had attacked Xiao Yan first, which was already considered a violation of the rules. Now that he had unleashed the wrath of the wind god, once it was fully condensed, the energy contained within it would erupt, and it was likely that the surrounding area would be affected. At that time, not to mention the guards present here would be punished by the higher-ups. Even Xiao Chuhang would not be able to avoid being reprimanded by the clan. Since when is it your turn to care about how I do things? Xiao Chuhang did not seem to care in the slightest when he heard this. An icy snort was emitted from his nose as the rage in his heart surpassed his rationality. He continued to gather the Genesis Chi in his body with all his might, causing the giant illusory figure behind him to grow increasingly corporeal under the frantic infusion of Genesis Chi. Its powerful aura caused the expressions of the guards present to turn grave. Amongst them, with the exception of the middle-aged man who was a Genesis ancestor, the others were all Genesis emperors. They were naturally no match for Xiao Chuhang's wrath of the wind god. In fact, even the middle-aged man did not have the confidence to completely receive Xiao Chuhang's attack. As members of the Xiao clan, they naturally had a good understanding of wind god's wrath's power. Although Xiao Chuhang had just broken through to the Genesis ancestor stage, with the support of wind god's wrath and his great Tao of wind, even a 2-star Genesis ancestor might not be able to receive his full power. These are the clan rules. I hope that young Master Chu will abide by them. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you won't be able to bear the consequences if the elders blame you. The middle-aged man's tone was a little solemn. Can't bear the consequences? Then let them talk to my big brother. I'm interested to see who exactly is the one who can't bear the consequences. As for now, all of you scram. Xiao Chuhang angrily snorted. As his words rang out, his body abruptly jerked as the giant illusory figure behind him completely condensed. At this moment, a powerful wind pressure once again gushed out from the virtual image, forming a hurricane that swept out in all directions with Xiao Chuhang as the center. Seal the battlefield. We must minimize our losses. The expressions of the dozen or so guards around them immediately changed upon seeing this. The middle-aged man hurriedly cried out an order, and immediately waved his hand. The remaining people around him swiftly nodded in response. Their figures swiftly withdrew, spreading out to a certain distance. Vast Genesis Chi frantically surged out, agglomerating together to form a huge light barrier that sealed Xiao Yan's group and Xiao Chuhang within. Kid, it's your honor to die under Wind God's wrath. After Wind God's wrath was completed, a sinister smile involuntarily appeared on Xiao Chuhang's face when he saw that the Xiao Yan trio was completely still. Soon after, he flipped his right hand and lifted it upwards. The illusory figure behind him also lifted its giant hand into the air as boundless energy gathered in its palm. Soon after, it slammed down on the Xiao Yan trio. An extremely terrifying aura of destruction spread under the giant hand. The frightening wind pressure made it difficult for one to move. Just a glance at the giant hand was enough to make one feel fear in one's heart. An ordinary person would likely not even have the courage to fight against it. The hand fell from the sky, causing space to crumble along the way. Countless giant spatial cracks were torn open, as if even the world was about to be shattered by this palm. The might of Wind God's wrath is indeed well-deserved. Outside of the battleground, some of the stronger practitioners had pale faces as they watched this scene in the battleground. Just the aura that leaked out was already so terrifying. It was difficult to imagine just how terrifying it would be if this palm were to land. Moreover, This palm alone was not the entirety of Wind God's fury's strength. Wind God's wrath shocks the world. Kid, go and die. At this moment, Xiao Chuhang involuntarily let out a cold laugh. The ferocious expression on his face became even more pronounced. The fact that Xiao Yan was able to force him to such an extent was undoubtedly akin to giving the prideful Xiao Chuhang a cold slap. However, as long as this palm landed, all the grievances that he had suffered today would disappear without a trace. At this moment, the dozen over Xiao clan guards were looking at Xiao Yan's group with pity in their eyes. At this moment, they no longer had the chance to resist. Among the three of them, it was likely that only the leader, the black-robed young man, had the slightest chance of survival. Even so, it was likely that the outcome would not be good. On the battlefield, Xiao Yan finally shook his head slowly as countless gazes gathered on him. He sighed softly. Originally, he had hoped that these guards would be able to get rid of the trouble in front of him. However, looking at the current situation, he had no choice but to personally deal with it. Xiao Yan's footsteps gently stepped forward. He raised his head and looked at the enormous palm that was falling toward him. His eyes were indifferent. A thought passed through his heart, and a dazzling golden glow suddenly surged out from within his body. In an instant, it transformed into a giant with a golden glow flowing over its body. A bright red flame shrouded it as it suddenly threw a punch forward, violently smashing into the enormous palm. Chapter 1377. Die. With a sinister laugh, Xiao Chuhang stared at the body that was like an ant under the huge palm as killing intent surged in his heart. Noisy. Xiao Yan merely let out an indifferent sound in the face of this. His expression was indifferent. A thought passed through his mind, and the King Kong body was agglomerated in the blink of an eye. With Xiao Yan's familiarity with the giant elephant skill, he only needed a thought to use it now. The bright red lotus karmic flame surged up at the same time all the strength in his body gathered at this moment. It covered his golden body, causing it to appear just like a fiery red sun. The heat contained an explosive strength. Immediately after, he fiercely punched forward. The gigantic crimson fist shadow brought about a terrifying scorching strength chi as it forcefully broke through the invisible space. Wherever the fist passed, it would explode like never before. In addition to the burning of the heavenly fire, the pitch-black space was constantly distorting, and waves of sharp and ear-piercing sonic booms also spread out like thunder. In the face of Xiao Yan's volcanic eruption-like ferocious attack, the empty space in front of him had completely collapsed in an instant. Compared to the frightening wind pressure that was brought about by the enormous hand, the might of this punch could be said to be even greater than the latter. Almost at the same time, a hint of seriousness involuntarily surfaced on Xiao Chuhang's originally ferocious face. Immediately, he hardened his heart, and while his face was filled with ferocity, the power of the palm that landed also became more and more tyrannical. Wind God's fury, break for me. Soon after, under the countless number of gazes outside of the arena, the huge palm that was like a meteorite that had descended from the heavens finally arrived. After which, it heavily collided with the huge fist that seemed to burn the heavens. Rumble. The terrifying collision was like a volcanic eruption. In an instant, an earth-shattering sound erupted. Even the entire street that was sealed off began to tremble violently. However, soon after, the terrifying energy that he had imagined did not sweep out. Instead, it rapidly compressed at the point where the two energies collided. The space caved in, and actually formed a strange vortex that sucked in all the energy in the surrounding space, and condensed it into a ball. Once one of the two was unable to endure, this energy would be instantly broken through by the other party, and unleash an even more ferocious attack. At this moment, whoever was the first to give up would have to bear the impact of this energy. To think that they have actually fought to such an extent. The expressions of the Xiao clan guards outside the arena were ugly when they saw this grim situation. Putting aside the fact that a battle had occurred in Xiao City, Xiao Chuhang had actually fallen into such a dangerous situation. Regardless of the outcome of today's matter, it was likely that this group of people would receive quite a great reprimand. At this moment, Xiao Chuhang's expression had also rapidly turned grave. He did not expect that even with the might of the wind god's fury, he was actually unable to break Xiao Yan's attack in an instant. At this moment, if both parties continued to drag this out, it was likely that it would be extremely difficult to determine the outcome. The fastest method now was likely to be to go all out and fight. While this thought flashed across his mind, Xiao Chuheng took advantage of the fact that Xiao Yin had yet to make a move to narrow his eyes. A ruthless glint flickered within his eyes. Immediately, the expression on his face suddenly turned dark. He suddenly flipped his left hand, and the illusory image behind him once again threw a palm forward. It was accompanied by a ferocious wind that ruthlessly smashed towards the spot where the two collided. Is it going to end? The crowd outside the arena looked at the situation within the battle circle. While they were feeling anxious, they also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This battle had finally ended. If this continued, they were really worried that the energy barrier set up by the Shao clan guards would not be able to withstand it. Under countless gazes, the huge palm once again descended. Immediately, it carried an overwhelming wind pressure as it ruthlessly imprinted itself on the spot where the two collided. Buzz! In an instant, a buzzing trembling sound was suddenly emitted. A frightening wind pressure carried an incomparably oppressive aura, as it heavily pressed down. The street below also had an enormous crack line formed from the pressure. It spread all the way to Xiao Yan's feet before coming to a stop. At the same time, the enormous energy that was gathered within the swirl also began to tremble violently at this moment. From the looks of it, the ending appeared to have already appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Is this brat unable to hold on any longer? After all, his opponent is the second young master of the Shao clan. Moreover, he has even used the wind god's fury. Even though he has lost this battle, it is still an honorable defeat. At this moment, the scene that appeared on the battlefield caused quite a number of people to cry out in surprise. Everyone clearly understood that the collision before them was already the final fight between them. Whoever was the first to give in would likely be the first to be defeated here. Da! Xiao Chuheng roared. The powerful energy contained in his two palms completely erupted at this moment. It suddenly charged forward. At the same time, the surging energy gathered in the whirlpool was about to explode at this moment. However, it was under this kind of situation, and under the focus of a countless number of gazes, that Xiao Yin suddenly withdrew his fist and removed his only defense. Is this fellow courting death? Outside the arena, exclamations sounded once again. Wasn't such an action no different from courting death? Without any resistance, Xiao Chuheng's attack would completely land on his body. In addition to the energy of heaven and earth that was attracted over, once it exploded, there was no chance for him to survive. As expected, the moment Xiao Yin withdrew his fist, Xiao Chuheng's two palms suddenly fell. At the same time, the terrifying energy gathered in between his palms also erupted at this moment. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan's fist, which he had just pulled back an instant ago, suddenly shot forward in a lightning-like manner with a kind of swift and fierce speed that was difficult to imagine. At the same time that a low cry erupted from Xiao Yan's mouth, one could only hear a muffled bang sound. The huge fist, which was covered by a flame, actually violently penetrated the energy that was about to explode under everyone's shocked gazes. At the same time, it heavily smashed into the space between Xiao Chuheng's two palms. The wild and violent energy also turned into a bright red flame pillar at this moment, and suddenly erupted. In merely an instant, it penetrated the enormous illusionary image behind Xiao Chuheng. Immediately, it collided with the enormous energy barrier that covered this entire area, emitting a wave of heavy bell-like sound. This punch, Xiao Chuheng's full force attack, was forcefully blasted apart by the latter in an unbelievable manner. From the beginning until the end, Xiao Chuheng was not even able to display the slightest bit of strength that he should have. This battle could be said to be absurd. The Do technique is not bad. Unfortunately, it is not mature enough. The golden light scattered, revealing the black-robed Xiao Yin under it. His posture was the same as before, and his face was the same as before. It was as though what had happened a moment ago had nothing to do with him as he softly spat out this comment. Immediately he smiled at the two people behind him, lifted his leg, and walked to the end of the street. It was also at this moment that, "Sir, please wait a moment."